March Madness is finally here. College basketball heaven. And at Pub Sports Radio, we don't just have one contest for you to get paid in full. We've got two.
$50 to enter each contest, with $2 going to cover credit card fees. And as always, top 10% gets paid.
Our first contest is the old bracket contest. And we use the Fibonacci scoring sequence,
which means each round's value is worth the sum of the previous 2 rounds of value. So 2 points for the first round, 3 points for the next round, 5 points, 8, 13, and 21 for the national championship. The second contest we have here is our confidence pool. You have 90 points to put together a roster of your favorite teams.
A number 1 seed is worth 16 points. If you use all 4 number 1 seeds as part of your roster of teams, of course, that will cost you 64 points. You'll only have 26 to fill out the remaining teams. You receive 10 points for a round 64 winner, 15 points for a round of 32 winner, 20 points for Sweet 16, 25 for Elite 8, Final Four 30 points, and the NCAA champion, you get 50 points. You can use as many teams as possible with the 90 points allotted. And that's not all. Harbor Acres Cottages are adding $350, a salty bonus to the winner of this year's confidence pool. Shout out to the great people at Harbor Acres Cottages.
And shout out to you guys for joining our contest. Cannot wait to fight it all out here in March, because baby, this is college basketball season. Let's go.
Sign up right now at pubsportsradio.com and get that cash.
The low baggers, plus the cappers, gamblers and hustlers, we bust on boogies. Death with the bag, let's discuss. It's a must be the low shack, giving you the keys to the money. Jimmy got a mantra, I like making money. Bootcat holds it down, here's to the chat. I'm thinking about Leche, tell me where you at. Leche, 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 Leche.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? We are joined by Jose Bouquet off the biggest win in Venezuela sports history. Jose, how are you the morning after?
I'm good. My ussy is no longer polluted.
Okay.
All it takes is one shot of Fireball and a little bit of
Fuzzball.
On a buzzball. Yeah, we're revved up. It was nice. My throat hurts a little bit. I'm a little hoarse, as they say in the business, but I had an ugly cry last night. We had a great time. Great. After all the high comes down, and you just doom scrolling on Twitter. Just like it was great.
Well, congratulations, Jose. We wanted to start the show by congratulating you, the Venezuelan people. There's a lot of strife going on in Venezuela right now. So that's what sports does. It brings joy and happiness. It brings people together. It takes people away from pain. So we congratulate Venezuela. It was pretty clear watching that, it meant more to one country than it did to the other.
Yeah. The psychological angle there was so easy. I wish I would have bet it, but again, I was happy with the results, so I can't complain much. But yeah, the psychological angle was easy. It was nice.
We had a monster WBC.
Yeah. With the future included, I went like 4-2, 5-2, I think 5-2, just racking it up. And obviously, you guys know me, I'm a $25 bettor, so I've been putting $100 on some of these bets because of the confidence that's exuded me, and it's made it a lot easier and nicer.
Well, congratulations, my friend. Stay hot. We will be celebrating Venezuela's World Baseball Classic Championship 1 week from today at Pablo Plus 5. By the way, we are doing our Betting with the Bag show at 5 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. local in San Antonio, with Jose Bouquet in the studio, TJ, Wine Time, and Morgan Spooner all joining me in the studio. And then cappers are coming in that day. So when they roll in, they'll come in and say what up and join us live. But we've never done this before, push the show back so that we can be live together for the show. So we're going to do that.
It'll be interesting to see what the differences of like obviously the games will be almost starting by then. So it'll be nice to see what the difference of lines and how the show functions then as well.
Yeah, it does. It does concern me because I need to be really prepared for Thursday and Friday because the sauce gets in the way.
Especially the first show. First show of Pubapalooza, everyone, is a must watch and a must be there.
Well,
must be there.
Well, we all congratulate you on the victory yesterday, Jose. And let's carry it on, man. We had a monster day yesterday. This is the right time to heat up.
So he's slapping my ass. You should be slapping your own ass. Did I see 12-1 in college basketball?
6-0 in college basketball, 6-1 in NBA. Yeah, it was much needed, much needed, and I'm pumped up. I'm pumped up, man. I'm ready to attack.
Come on, and you've got some great guests today as well. Yeah. Shout out to Justin Mcelvy and Wine Time. So
and AM Sports Picks.
Oh, AM as well. League. I need to send AM the link. So shout out to AM.
Get him the link. We're gonna get into NHL in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know about anyone else, but my Twitter has been bugging this morning as well. But I will give everyone the glad and happy news that I guess $100 more were donated to the Pools bracket and confidence, because Jose Bouquet is now in both of them as well. So nice. Good luck to everyone. I'm very transparent about my strategies. I'm picking all the number 1 seeds in the confidence pool, and I'll figure it out from there. So I can't wait.
Borderline genius.
Thank you. I think it's never been done before, so I'd like to think I'm an innovator.
Borderline genius. Congrats, my man. Great way to start the show. And we will see you back intermittently throughout the proceedings today. Jose, congrats, and congrats to all of the Venezuelan people.
Yep, I'll see you guys very soon. And just call me champ from now. World champion. That's what I want to hear at Pubapalooza. Hey, world champion, number 1, unbeatable.
Under zero circumstances will that happen. Shout out to all the cappers joining us here. Happy Wednesday. We are 24 hours away from the real kickoff of March Madness, the NCAA tourney. But, man, are we cashing, which is extremely important. A shout out to everybody joining us. We got Big Zoe in the house. Justin McKelvey, Stacks play day number 2, Clippers +2. I don't know how early you popped in number 1, Justin, but I don't have it here on the screen. If you could share number 1 with us, we would love to know so we can break it down throughout. Now, Justin and Wine Time are going to be with us for the entire NCAA and NBA schedule, and it's a real schedule that we can deal with after trying to get through 66 games and getting through them. This is just a walk in the park. This is pretty relaxing and pretty easy. Res Mob in the house. 2 respect plays of the day. SMU versus Miami under 164.5 in Lehigh. Prairie View first half under 66.5 for Res Mob. Steady mobbing our guy Res. Man, Res, you got to make it back to another Pubapalooza. You're money in the bank, dude. And it was your wife too. What a class act she is. Both of you guys in the poker tournament. Respect to the Res Mob family. Old E in the house. We got serious business ready to get to work. Super true story off another monster evening. And there's Dick Schnizzle in the house. Man, God, there are certain cappers that just put such a big smile on my face. And Schnizzle is one of them. But we started capping together, and you can feel the man's energy, right? It's magnetic. It's exciting. He's just, immediately you want him to be your friend, and things happen in capping and in life, and we didn't see him for a while. And I was like, no, there's no way Schnizzle's not going to be with us for life. And so I went hunting through social media, found friends of his. It was like, look, man, tell him the low baggers need him. Tell him we miss him and need him. And it sounds like it's possible that Schnizzle will join Justin McKelvey for a drive to Texas, which is a movie. You guys got to film nonstop and let us edit it together. You got to film nonstop. Both of you guys film. No, not nonstop. Just key things. We can cut it down to a 5 or 6 minute video, but we need just imagining you guys. You guys are. It's a buddy cop movie, man. Wouldn't you guys be? We need you guys. We need you guys. We do in the house. We got J-Dub's action. J-Dub, I hope you're set up now. We got. I talked to Swiggy this morning, so if anybody needs help, any questions around the contest, we got Swiggy here rocking with us. International Hangover Day, says the Swigster. And by the way, for those of you guys who don't know, Swiggy going to be in San Antonio with us this year, making his pub a Palooza Day BU. We got everybody. Oh, there's Christopher Ing in the house. Wonderful to see you, Christopher Ing, my man. We're not far from the Run for the Roses, man. Focus. As soon as we get to, past Pubapalooza, the focus is on Major League Baseball and horses. Things change. Fernando Mendoza in the house. There's Nasty Nate ready to get to work. Jason Meyer, the Eldorado custodian. We got Kristen Hess, Spooner. And there's AM ready to get to work with us. 9 Legacy in the house. Flank steak play of the day. Let's get all this copied and pasted. Thank you so much for sharing that all. It is the Lakers plus 2.5, 6 straight wins for the Lakers, playing some good ball. Resmob says, big bet on Howard first half got me the cash. Kristen had a future on Venezuela to win a 10-1. Kristen, oh, that's great news. I absolutely love that. We got coin moving on Lehigh first half under 67.5. Let's get this all copied and pasted, and then let's get to work. Great to see all of you guys here. See if I missed any action. Nordy in the house says, remember those girls and their feet from a couple years ago? Live on the show. Yes, I do. And there's Dutch Boy Fresh. Dutchy, we got the Pelicanos from Dutch Boy Fresh. That look on the Magic was beautiful. We cashed both of our unders, the 10-point favorites on the first leg of a back-to-back, 6-1 in NBA. And Dutch led us with the Magic. Beautifully done. Shout out to our guy, Dutch Boy Fresh. The Pelicanos today for Dutchy. Oh, no. Heads up with stacks. Number 2 is Dutch. Ooh, that gives us a lot to talk about. Great to see all you guys. All right, let's get to stacks play days, Navy plus 11.5. Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'm on that with you. I'm not letting the cash flow concern me. I didn't let it yesterday. I'm not doing it today. But there seems to be a lot of money on my 2 sides here. Let's get this copied and pasted here. Stacks play today. Number 1, Navy plus 11.5 minus 107. We'll get those broken down in person. There's Dougie Wise in the house. The Godfather says, feeling a great day coming on. I got that feeling too, man. I'm just buzzing because I know 7 days from now I'll be in Texas, man. Got him pumped up. Toby Lane cashing the jacket so easily. And the play of the day is the Devils. Here. Let's get it here. Play of the day is the Devils. All right, great to have and Spooner on Kent State. I'm very interested in Kent State. I'm interested. I'm happy to hear that you are on it. I've not moved on it, but I am interested. Let's get Spooner's action here. We got the Wager Detective in the house. Godfather's play today is Navy here. We got Cameron Good ready to eat. Great to see you, Cameron. Wasabi J in the house. I like that handle. Wasabi J ready to get to work. All right, fellas. So, look, it was nice of Jose to talk about the success that I had yesterday. Of course, a day does not a season make, and the most important really was NBA. NBA's just had me since the week before. the All-Star break. So 6-1 day gets me very close to the black on the year. The college basketball went great, but it's not all good. Let's just get the bad out of the way. 3-4 yesterday in the National Hockey League, and the losses were heavily juiced, and it ended up 3-4 cost me 2.08 units, and I got to change that. I have to change this. This is so overall. I went 15-5 plus 8.81 units. I wasn't thinking about college basketball and NBA. I was thinking about what was going on the ice, and we must change that right now. So let's go and change that right now. Joseph Tucker in the building. My man Slim. Joseph Tucker, OG Lowbagger. Coin said Sid the Kid is back tonight for Pittsburgh earlier than expected here. And that line was telling us that this morning. I probably should have waited a bit. I thought I waited till the right time, but certainly I have not, down to minus 140. Should have waited. That makes a ton of sense, Coin. All right, let's get to work. The National Hockey League awaits. We're going to hammer the card. Got a lot of work to do to get right here. I was 2 units away 2 weeks ago. What the hell happened? A week and a half ago. What the hell happened? Let's get to work. Let's get this cash. Please welcome our expert, our guest on Wednesdays here on Betting with the Bag, Pub Sports Radio. Please welcome AM to the show. AM, how are you, my man?
I'm doing all right. I'm honestly getting smacked around in college basketball right now. Yeah, I mean, let's see what we can do in the NHL today.
Let's see what we can do with NHL today. Let's roll. We start 7 p.m. Eastern. New Jersey Devils 34-31-2, 16-16-0 on the road at the New York Rangers 28-31-8, 9-16-6 at home. We have our guy Toby Lane smash and grab with the Jackets yesterday, and he's on the New Jersey Devils. Oh, Taint play of the day is in. The Taint play of the day is in. Sorry, this is must stop everything for sweet Taint. Taint is in. Get this here. We got Barry Smith on the Penguins money line. Everybody should always keep an eye on Barry's action. He is on the Pittsburgh Penguins. Coin saying Markstrom and Quick both likely. Wow. I did not have Quick planned. While I'm setting this up, AM, do you mind getting Quick's last 5 games or so? And because I don't have his statistical profile set up here. I thought it was going well. I had Shesty was listed. Markstrom, on the other hand, thank you, Coin. Very important information. Devils 11th ranked power play, 22.2%, 79.8% penalty killing, and I need one more loss to catch their season point total under 99.5. Waiting very patiently for that. 13th ranked penalty kill, 79.8. Barry Smith on the over, which also makes sense, Barry, with teams. Well, one with Quick in net, and two, with like, why were we on the over in Florida, Vancouver yesterday? Just because there's no defensive intensity. These teams don't care. I think that might be a very prudent angle. I'm sure it's moved drastically with Quick now listed. Both teams have very strong power plays too. Devils 11th ranked power play, Rangers 6th. We have Miller hurt, Panarin gone, and they're still hitting at a pretty high number. It's 21st ranked penalty kill for the Rangers. Devils finished up a 7-game homestand at 5-0. Second straight victory, 4-3 overtime victory over Boston on Monday. This is game 1 of a 5-game road trip. They're playing without Brett Pesce. That hurts. He's a good defenseman, lower body injury. Stefan Nason, the right winger's out with a knee injury. Zach McEwen, another right winger's out for the year with a knee injury. Rangers had their 4-game winning streak snapped, a 4-1 loss home versus the Kings on Monday. They're a pretty healthy group. Just Matt Rempe out here. Barry Smith says 4-3 Rangers. Philly Eagle Flyer on the New Jersey Devils. Let's set up this line history and hand this over. So I think it's pretty clear that there was sharp money coming in on the Rangers. They had gone from dog to a pick 'em. And then the announcement that it's Quick is in net and the line moves towards the New Jersey Devils. From a total side of things here, we have a 6. It's minus 115 to the over. Opens up minus 103, 12-cent move to the over. I think all of this makes sense here. Let's hear from AM. Our first game on the board. Devils Rangers. Is it as easy as just fading quick, betting the over, and taking the Devils? What are your thoughts here?
Yeah, I am actually on the Devils here as well. I got them at a -110 this morning. I'm not super confident about the play in general. The Rangers have been playing pretty well of recent, but I'm gonna bet against them dropping that game versus the Kings at home. Wonder if they're just on the season they've been just pretty awful at home. Of recent they've won a few games, but not versus real quality opponents. And the Devils have actually been playing pretty good. If you look at their underlying numbers, they've been playing some pretty competitive hockey, and that's why you're seeing them start to win some games here. I think ultimately the Devils just match up pretty well against the Rangers. Devils are a really quick young team, and the Rangers just against these teams that have a lot of speed, they really struggle with. They're a team that is one of the slowest in the league. So I'm on the Devils here. I moved before the quick information, but now that he's in there, it definitely doesn't hurt. The spot on the Devils. As far as the total, though, I kind of lean towards the over. I think there's going to be a sense of urgency from the Devils. They've been playing that way, and they just on the road. They're definitely more of a. They allow a bit more goals. So I think the over is a decent look, but just Devils for me here.
Let's take a look at what Johnny Quick has done. So last out at home 8 days ago, he pitched a shutout. It appears that since the end of January, we're talking very small sample size. I don't want to get too caught up in it. I mean, he was terrible in January. 4.63 goals against average, 8.27 save percentage. He was awful. But since then, it seems to be good start, bad start, good start, bad start. I mean, how do you not salivate with the idea of fading Quick after a shutout performance? I also think that these bets need to be made now. This line's just with the quick info out. It's just going to keep moving there. I'm going to move. So AM on the Devils -110. I'm going to move on the Devils in the over. I'm not waiting. I'm not going to wait till the show's over. I'm going to get this in now. This needs to be done. So let's. Sorry, Justin, I don't quite understand. Can you ask? I'm sorry, I'm tripping. I lack of sleep here, but if you could, I don't quite understand. So I'm going to move on Devils and the over here. I'm going to move during the show. Feeling all of this come together is for our trip is so much fun, man, and getting to finally meet so many cappers. And we need you at one of these pubs. We need you. Getting a chance to finally break bread with these guys, man. Old E driving from Florida, Justin driving from Pennsylvania. He picks up Big Schnizzle, man. That's just going to be the greatest. I'm not going to be able to stop imagining them rolling through America down to Texas. So pumped up. Oldie, we're so pumped up to finally rock with you in person. All right, so let's roll on here. Next spot on the board, Pittsburgh Penguins 34-18 and 15, 18-9 and 7. Oh, yeah. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, sorry, just that's right. Yaroslav asks about me. Askarov on the Sharks. Yaroslav asks about me. Who's been a disappointment, man? Nedeljkovic is getting more run than asks about me. There's a reason why Barry Trotz got rid of him. Respect, Justin. Yeah, Yaroslav asks about me. Let's roll here. We're at the Lenovo Center in Raleigh, North Carolina. I thought that market move towards the Penguins was just because of how well they're playing. Knowing that it's Crosby's back here, I would have waited and probably bet this harder. I love fading a Penguins team with Crosby coming back. Obviously, they're going to be better in the long run with Crosby coming back, but They're playing at such an elite status. I mean, you understood why Malkin went for 2 goals and assist because he's coming back off a 5-game suspension. He was very angry that he had, had that slash to the head of Rasmus Dahlin that cost him 5 games. Yes, Goracle, Crosby is back, my man. Crosby is back. Just my 2 cents in the house as well. So we have Stuart Skinner, Frederick Anderson is the thought process here. A Pittsburgh power play, 25.1%. Third, they now have the number 1 penalty kill in the National Hockey League. What an impressive job the coaching staff has done there. Carolina, 21.9% power play, ranked 14th, 15th ranked penalty kill. We talked about it yesterday. I'm just not used to them having middling special teams. It feels like the league in general is not as good as it's been. I know that's not the case, but it just feels like there's no real standout elite team. I do think the Avalanche should be the favorites to win the Stanley Cup, but they've lost 3 of 4 games right now. So there's a lot of parity. Penguins finished off the 4-game Western portion of their road trip with their second straight win, 7-2 at the Avalanche on Monday. They're dealing with day-to-day injuries to Kevin Hayes, Samuel Girard, and Blake Lizotte. I like that trade they got Girard for, Girard and a second-round pick. Crosby getting closer to returning in my notes, but he's back. Hurricanes on the second half back-to-back after suffering their second loss in 3 games, 5-1 at Columbus last night. They're only dealing with an injury to defenseman Shane Gostisbehere. Rod Zawacki in house says, bet on Pittsburgh on the money line off a road blowout win by 3 goals or more. Pittsburgh record during the 2026 season, 9-1. I know that is an angle that AM likes to attack as well. Let's touch this line history. And I'm on the Hurricanes -1. Hurricanes, I expect them to bounce back. If I had known that Crosby was back, I would have waited a little bit longer. I thought I waited for the right amount of time. I got the Hurricanes -145 on the money line, so it's not too far off where it is now. +162 on the puck line. Gave me a +107. Right now, this total is a 6.5. It's -110 to the under. So we've had to move towards the over with Sid the Kid coming back. And then on the money line here, we have the -140. So this is opened up -170. We've had a big move towards Pittsburgh. I wonder if I should also move on the under. I mean, I have a bias, a vividness bias of the Carolina Hurricanes. I have a very difficult time fading them. I always expect them to bounce back, whether they're at home or on the road. Here at home, though, is just how do you not back them here? How do you not take advantage of Crosby coming back and the line moving towards Pittsburgh? I feel like I should bet more on it now. And I wonder if I should also bet the under. I don't think Pittsburgh's goal scoring ability will be there, but their accountability will. Take it away, AM. Penguins, Hurricanes.
Yeah. I'm probably gonna it wasn't on my card initially, but I think I'm gonna be betting the Hurricanes here. This is a cheap price, and if you look, when teams go and they play the Avalanche and win, if their next game is on the road, they lose. It's just, you can look through the entire schedule. I think it's happened 5 times. Every team that has gone into Colorado and beat the Avalanche, if their next game is on the road, they lose. I believe teams are 0-5 their next game if it's on the road. I think that with this cheap price on the Hurricanes, that's the only way I'm going to play this. I mean, the Penguins have looked fantastic, but I think you're getting a good chance to buy the Hurricanes low. I see why they didn't show up last night, but Penguins are it's between Penguins and I can't remember who the other team is, but there's 2 teams that have the potential to catch the Hurricanes if Hurricanes were to go into free fall and Penguins had a strong finish. This is a game that I think the Hurricanes show up, and all they have to do is win this one. They can go back to cruise control. I'm going to be on the Hurricanes here at this cheap price.
Yeah, I agree. We're the only ones, though. The chat, littered with action on the Penguins, and
I don't think Crosby coming back from injury is just going to solve all their problems. Not to mention, even a player like Crosby, I mean, he's going to be a positive, but it still shakes up the lines every time you see it. I mean, they've had chemistry now with these lines that have been playing like this since he's been out, and you move just a piece around, and it's going to affect 2 lines easily. So, I'm just going to bet the Hurricanes here. If I lose, I lose. I'll be okay with it though.
I'm very confident in the Hurricanes here. very confident enough that I might. I mean, I would just personally double down. I'm already on the -1. I'm also going to bet the under. I think the Penguins will play with accountability but struggle to score. I think Carolina will have defensive intensity at the very top of Rod Brindamore's list.
Yeah, I initially thought of maybe an under as well. I think the only thing that's, we don't know who's in net for the Hurricanes yet. It looks like it probably is Frederik Andersen.
It's got to be Freddie because Bussy was in last night.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely adds a little bit of, Penguins, I think, definitely have the edge in net. I just don't know how much it's going to, should be a tight game either way. I'd feel more comfortable personally with the Hurricanes. The Penguins, if you look, they're just always involved in, back and forth games. I think, personally, I'll be on the Hurricanes only. If it was Bussy, I'd probably feel more comfortable with an under, but.
We have Billy Friedrich, a season ticket holder of the Canes, in our chat, and star of the Pig Milk play today. And I agree with him. Bussy's not good. He's playing in front of a great hockey team, and he still's got an .895 save percentage. And we'll come playoff time, and I think he'll struggle. I don't think he'll be starting for them. I think that Freddie Andersen will. I think that we've always said is goaltending a problem with this squad, and it's always been sort of on the back burner. And I'm gonna have to make these moves here during the show. I wonder about the over though. I might not need to do that because this is moving towards the over. Okay, so I can hold off on that, but that Devils and the over, I need to move on. A sap. Let's roll on. 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Our next spot on the board. Ottawa Senators 34-23, 9-18, 12-4 on the road. Washington Capitals 33-27-8, 20-11-4 at home. Capital One Arena, Washington, D.C. My problem here is this is the first of a back-to-back. They host the Islanders at home tomorrow night. So I just need confirmation that Ullmark will be in net. And I know this line's moving towards Ottawa. And look, it's just going to be more expensive. And
yeah, it is Ullmark in net.
It's confirmed?
Yeah.
Okay, I've got to get this in now. Okay. I mean, that made sense with the way the line was moving, but I can't take that risk with the way he's playing. This total has moved from a 6.5 down to a 6, so obviously it's Ullmark and not Reimer. Then from the money line, we have now -129. This sucks. I could have got such a cheap line on this. Last night it was a -112 I could have got. But again, I can't take the risk of Reimer being in that. So, okay, we have Logan Thompson expected on the other side. He's been good. Not great like he was last year, but good. Ottawa power play 9th in the NHL, 23.4%. Penalty killing 30th. It's been a problem all year long, 73.8%. And now, of course, Sanderson out week to week. The superstar defenseman injured. Washington power play 16.3%, ranked 29th. 14th ranked penalty kill, 79.4%. Senators coming off their second straight win, 5th in 6 games, 7-4 at home over the Sharks on Sunday. And they're also Nick Jensen just had knee surgery yesterday, so he's done for the season. He's done. He's not going to wear it. They don't expect him to be in a Senators uniform ever again. Capitals coming off their 5th loss in 7 games, 3-2 shootout loss at home to the Bruins on Saturday. They're a well-rested group. They're sitting here 8 points out of a playoff spot with 14 games left. The Senators could run roughshod in the Western Conference, and they're probably not going to make the playoffs here. I do think they can possibly sneak in, but they got to go on a run of runs. Cameron Good, it's great to have you rocking with us, man. Rod's Wacky says, bet on Washington on the money line when they allowed 2 or less goals. Washington record in the 2026 season, 24-1. Wow, that's a scary angle that I'm going to be going up against here. But I will be going up against them. And I need to make this bet as soon as possible. But that certainly is a bullish angle for Caps backers. AM, take it away. Sens, Capitals.
Yeah, I really don't have too good of a feel on this game. I don't know what to expect from the Capitals here. I think that's the real question mark for me. I think Senators, are going to continue to play pretty fair hockey. They've been playing pretty good. It's been a bit inconsistent. I just don't know what I'm going to get from the Capitals. I mean, they seem like they're a team that, they're probably not making the playoffs. I mean, the way I don't think they really have a chance to get in at this point. I just don't know if we're going to see a team that just doesn't care. and is going to be a good team to bet against, or if we're going to see, like we've seen with some other teams that the second they get out of playoff contention, all of a sudden all the pressure's off and they decide they can play good hockey now. So this is a game I'm staying away from ultimately. I'm not going to bet this game at all. I really don't have too much of an opinion on it.
Well, I'm going to be on the Senators here. I think I might just get everything in. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board. 9:30 p.m. Eastern. Dallas Stars 42-15 and 10, 27-6 on the road. Colorado Avalanche 44-13, 9, 23-6 and 4 at home at Ball Arena in Denver, Colorado. Look, this line's moving against me. I don't care. Look, the Stars are playing at a very high level. And these teams have played 2 5-4 shootouts. I mean, it's fun watching these teams play against each other. But I have to be on the Avalanche here. Dallas power play second in the NHL, 29.6%. Despite Tyler Seguin done for the year, Rupi Hintz out until mid-April, Mikko Rantanen out until at least the end of the month. Radek Faksa, who's more of a penalty killer and defensive center, out until the playoffs. But he can do a lot of things. Out until the playoffs, lower body injury. And the Avalanche are scuffling. Look, I get it. They are scuffling. And shout out to our guy, the Goracle, in the house. Big $5 super chat to bless our action. A college basketball here and ATP. So it's Hoffman moneyline, Prairie View moneyline, and Miami of Ohio moneyline for our guy, the Goracle. Thank you, Gorky, my man. Gorky, we are going to be attempting to beat our past champion of the bracket contest, last year's champion, the Nuke Worker. Respect to our guy, the Goracle. Rod Zwacky says, bet on Dallas on the money line after playing a game where 9 or more total goals were scored. Dallas record during the 2026 season, 12-0. Not comfortable going up against these angles, but I am going up against these angles. Justin McKelvey on the over 6. And I love to hear the angles despite losing confidence on my action. I've got Ottinger versus Blackwood listed. Do we think Blackwood will be in net for the Avalanche AM?
We don't have anything confirmed yet. I don't know. It's weird with from the games I've seen, I think Wedgwood's actually the better goalie. I'd rather have it. The only problem is he's inconsistent. You either get just an unreal goalie or it's mediocre. So I don't know who's going to be in net. It doesn't seem like anything's confirmed yet.
It feels like if it was Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals, it feels like Wedgwood would be in net.
Well, I mean, I don't know. The games I've seen, Wedgwood, when he's on his game, good luck. I mean, guy's an absolute brick wall.
I love seeing him step up.
Yeah.
It's been fun to watch. I love the older backups stepping up here. Rod Zwacky does have a line for us here with Colorado. It says, bet on Colorado on the money line after playing a game where 9 or more total goals were scored. Colorado record in the 2026 season, 14-1. Rod Zwacky says, off the same crazy game, tough game here. And Nuke Worker says, come and get me saturated. There's last year's champ here. Irish King says these two always hit OT and go beyond. Back-to-back shootouts here. Stars had their 4-game winning streak snapped with a 6-3 loss at home to Utah on Monday to conclude a 6-game homestand. I just beating myself up for being on the Jets on the last game of an 8-game homestand. Spooner and I have been talking about these rules that we have, and that I need to have them written down and stick to them. And I'll never do that again. Look what the Stars, how they lose their winning streak because the last game of homestand. Avalanche are scuffling at the wrong time, coming off a third loss in 4 games, 7-2 at home over the Penguins on Monday. So you're telling me that I can get the best team in the Western Conference and the best team in the Eastern Conference, both off blowout losses? Well, I don't care what the line does. I don't care what the market does. I'm on the Colorado Avalanche on the -1 line. Now, they're also dealing with injuries to their forward group. LOC, Logan O'Connor, Gabriel Landeskog, left winger Arturi Lehkonen, center Ross Colton are all out with injuries. Now, Colton could return tonight. But again, this is just, I don't care what the line does. It's a -142 right now. It opened up at -155. We've had to move towards the Dallas Stars. Then on the total here for this one, we have a 6. It's -120 to the over. I mean, 8 goals in regulation have been scored in both the first two games. Take it away here. For us, AM. Our next spot on the board of just a great hockey game, Stars Avalanche.
Yeah, I moved on the Avalanche as well. I got them at a minus 150. Line is moving away from us, but yeah, I mean, I get the best team in hockey at home off a loss. But ultimately, I don't really care about the loss. I don't think they gave a crap about that game. This is the game they cared about. This is really the only important game on their schedule. If they handle Dallas here, it's just another situation with what we're seeing with these teams on cruise control. You probably want to pick your spots, mostly stay away from Colorado after this game, because they just want to hold on to the first place. They don't really care about anything else. They handle the Stars here. They'll secure first place. So yeah, it's a no-brainer. I'm going to be on the Avalanche here for tonight. I think the Stars have been playing really well. But, versus a team like the Avalanche, I think some of the injuries that they're dealing with are going to be a bit of an issue. I mean, they still don't have Rantanen, no Sangin, Foxo or Hintz. I mean, Avalanche got injuries, but those are more impactful players for the Stars than the injuries that the Avalanche are dealing with. So I'm happy to get the Avalanche at this price at home.
I agree. I absolutely agree. Let's roll on. Next spot on the board. There, Swiggy has our NCAA tickets up. Jose, can we pin it up on the top of our chat? We've cleared 25 in both pools, but we want over 50. We want to climb up to 100. Our goal is 100. So we are on our way, but we need signups. So your opportunity to take out the nuke worker coming up here very quickly. St. Louis Blues 27-30 and 10, 12-18 and 3 on the road. Calgary Flames 26-34 and 7, 16-12 and 4 at home. We're at Scotiabank Saddledome, Calgary, Alberta. I've got Joel Holfer and Dustin Wolf listed. Wolf's been a disappointment, huge disappointment this year, which has been great. I like watching the Flames lose. I also have the under, I think it was 83.5 points, but
it's Devin Cooley.
It is Cooley. Cooley's been better than Wolf this year. St. Louis, 16.8% power play rank, 27th, 28th ranked penalty kill, being a problem. Calgary power play is the second worst in National Hockey League at 15.6%, just above the Flyers. 80.6% penalty kill, ranked 11th. Blues coming off a tough 3-2 loss to the Jets on Sunday, but thanks to winning 6 of their previous 7 games and with an extremely weak Western Conference, somehow, and AM touched on this yesterday in the chat, somehow the Blues are 7 points back of a wild card spot with 16 games left. Jim Montgomery, man, Monty working his magic yet again. The Blues are a completely healthy group. The Flames come home from an ugly 1-4-0 road trip, saw them outscored 23-12, ended with a 5-2 loss to Detroit on Monday. They're missing Jan Kuznetsov, he's day-to-day defenseman. Jake Bean, another defenseman, Jonathan Huberdeau are out for the year. I couldn't stop myself. I mean, I think the Blues are so much better than the Flames. And they actually have a chance to make the playoffs right now. At least that's what Monty's leading them to believe. This total opened up yesterday at 5.5 minus 115 over and has not moved. It has not moved at all. And then we have St. Louis at minus 125. This opened up at minus 114. It's 11-cent move towards the Blues. Now, you could be saying here, you're betting a team that's won 12 of 33 games in regulation on the road as a favorite. And that's valid. That's completely valid. But the Flames are the worst hockey team in the National Hockey League. Is that, right now, the Canucks have a little bit of jump right now with all Rossi, 3 points last night. I think the Flames are the worst team in the National Hockey League. So I want the Blues here. I want Monty to keep working his magic. And I moved on the St. Louis Blues. I got him at minus 122. Wasn't cheap. I'm fine with it. Rod Zawacki says Calgary 9-3 in the first game at home off a road trip. I hate Calgary, but Calgary to play tonight. Yeah, at this time of year, I want teams that have motivation to win. And that's the Blues here. And I want to fade Calgary over and over and over and over again. AM, take it away, Blues Flames.
I'm on the over here. I don't think the Blues are going to make the playoffs. I mean, they would have to have multiple teams just essentially, be close to losing out and them win out. I don't think it's realistically possible for them. Crazier stuff has happened, but I'm expecting goals here. Flames got nothing to lose. These defensive games, I didn't realize that the Blues. I thought the Blues were a farther shot than what you had explained, so it makes me a little nervous of why I'm betting it. But, for defensive hockey, you got to have two teams that, at least one really, to actually want to play defensively. Play defensively is a lot more effort than offense. But my original cap was we have two teams here that really aren't going to see any sort of postseason. And I think that's an angle that you can bet into probably the remainder of the season, and it will only get stronger, I think, as the season goes on. Whenever you see two teams that just really have no chance of making the playoffs, we saw last night with the Canucks and the Panthers. The underlying stats aren't going to get you there with overs. The same thing with this matchup with the Flames and Blues. Everything would point you to an under. But when you have two teams that really have nothing to play for, they're just kind of out there for the love of the game, I mean, you're just going to see offense and goals. So I'm on the over 5.5 at -115.
What was the line you got? Sorry,
-115.
-115 on the over 5.5. Wow, you nailed that. Here, you absolutely nailed that line. Let's just grab this here. AM over 5.5 -115. Rod's Wacky says Blues are 1-7 on the road as a favorite, -100 to -150 this year. Blues are 3-10 on the road versus teams with losing records as well. I get all of that, and for me, the trade deadline was Friday, March 6th. They went into San Jose, beat them. They went into Anaheim and shut them out. They barely lost to the Islanders, up 3-0 and lost in overtime. They went to the Carolina Hurricanes, who have single-digit losses this year, beat them. They took on the Edmonton Oilers, who are an angry group after losing badly to Dallas, fell behind, beat them in overtime. And Winnipeg, playing their best hockey of the year, barely squeaked past them. So, look, this is my time of year. Now, I need to show that. I certainly have the last few years, but I need to show that now. Rob Thomas was held out of the lineup, their captain, thinking he was going to be traded. Parayko was traded to Buffalo and said no. Kyrou was on the trading block. Now they get to stay. They're not moving. Now let's go play some hockey. And that's what they've done. I'm on the Blues here. It would be so easy to put together a write-up of why you should fade the Blues. So easy.
I mean, the Blues have been playing really good. The price is a little weird to me, just from what I'm saying. I mean, because you're getting the Flames have been so bad. I mean, I understand that they've done well at home overall, but 2 wins out of their last 10. And then on the Blues side, I mean, it's at least respectable. Like, you can see it's a team that's been playing well. 7-2-1 last 10. And for it to be, this kind of cheap price is a little spooky, but, it does seem like from the chat, it sounds like there's some good trends for Calgary in this kind of spot. But, man, I would have a hard time getting to Calgary. This team is just, I mean, I agree with what you're saying. They're bad. I mean, they're in competition with the Canucks have looked better. I mean, it's, I don't know how often that's happened where teams look, the Canucks have looked better during the season, but
I do not think the price is short at all.
No.
This team's won 12 games on the road all year. The market is incapable of fixing itself in a week and a half. We've known that for years, that it takes a month. It takes 3.5 weeks for the market to correct itself. It never corrects itself in a week and a half, ever. It can't. It's impossible. The market can't correct itself off of what's happened since the trade deadline. Impossible.
Yeah.
For me, I think. Look, I
couldn't put my money on the Flames, so I mean, I get it. I mean, it would be Blues or pass. I just, like I said, I was just saying personally, I think the price is I just kind of would expect like a -140. I mean, the Flames have been that bad.
Look, I get it from where we are, but you can't from a statistical profile. These lines are based off of statistical profiles.
Yeah.
You can't go to this advanced model and say, no, give us a line from the last 2 weeks. Like you can't do that. So them being a favorite at this, if this was a pick'em, I would be concerned.
That's actually probably fair. I mean, because this obviously is baked into home ice advantage. Yeah, you're probably right. The fact that the Blues of all teams are road favorites versus anyone is, yeah, I think you're probably right.
12 regulation wins in 33 road games.
Yeah.
Calgary have 16 regulation wins in 32 home games. So I think I was pleased to see this line. I was pleased to see it moving towards the Blues. This all works for me. All works very comfortably for me. So, but Barry Smith says price should be minus 142. Damn, if the price was minus 142, I probably get to the Flames. That's just the way.
I mean, that's a hard team to put money on right now. I mean,
minus 142 is insane. You can't have the Blues on the road minus 142. I'd have to fade them. Minus 142 is insane. I get it from what we've seen over the last 2 weeks. Look, we don't need to keep circling back on this. But minus 142 would be the most ludicrous line of the year. There would be no line that made less sense than the Blues on the road with 12 regulation wins this year. We're almost done the season, and they'd be minus 140. I would if they were minus 140, I flip. I bet the Flames. Like that, you just can't do that. Now here at a little over a pick'em, minus 122, I can get there, but 20 cents more.
Yeah, I mean, looking at their past pricing, I mean, you're right. They're not road favorites often. And if they are, it's shorter than this. So I think you're completely right.
And look, for anybody who's on the Flames, I get it. It'd be very easy to write a report or an article about why the Blues should be faded here, and you could make it sound quite eloquent. Let's roll on to our final spot on the board here. Barry Smith, I don't think I've bet on the Flames this season. I'm about 600 bets in. I've just faded them. I'd have to check, but I don't think I've backed them all year. But Jesus, if the Blues are minus 142 on the road, I guess I would have to. Let's roll. 10 p.m. Eastern. Philadelphia Flyers 31-23-12, 16-12-4 on the road at the Anaheim Ducks 37-27-3, 22-10-1 at home. We're at the Honda Center in Anaheim, California. Dan Vladar 21-11-7, 2.46 goals against average, 905 save percentage. I've got him listed with Lucas Dostal 27-15-2, 3.08 goals against average, 891 save percentage. This is our final NHL game. We roll into college basketball with Wine Time Sports and Justin McKelvey after this. So let's roll. Philadelphia, as I said, worst power play in the National Hockey League. They were the worst power play we've seen in a few years last year. And now it looked like they were better. And you had some hope with Zegras and Michkov and Drysdale and Konechny. And they're still the worst power play in the National Hockey League. Imagine if Cutter Gauthier was out there and not Drysdale. Oh, God. 22nd ranked penalty kill. Special teams have held them back all year. Anaheim power play struggles as well, 17.1%. Penalty killing, 25th, 77.6%. The Flyers are 8 points out. Oh, so back to the Blues being 7 points out with 16. There's no chance that they make playoffs. But if I was their coach, I would be, we can do this. We can. I'd sell it. I'd sell it. Fucking crazy. I would be all.
There's been crazier stuff that's happened. There's always a chance. I mean, but
a coin says, are Anaheim to make the playoffs 15 games away from cashing? You got 280. I only got 270. But good God, coin, I'm pumped up for cashing that one as well here. So the Flyers are 8 points out of the playoff spot. They have 2 games in the hand with 16 games left in the season. They had the 2-game winning streak snapped in a 2-1 shootout loss at home to the Jackets on Saturday. This is game 1 of a 3-game California trip. The Ducks returned home after a 2-2 road trip that concluded with a 4-3 win at Montreal on Sunday. So they fly back Monday. They get Tuesday off. They play Wednesday. The Flyers play Saturday. It's unclear whether they flew out Sunday or Monday. Probably Monday. But both teams are rested. I found this game extremely difficult. I think the Ducks are a better hockey team, but coming back from that 4-game trip. You know they went out and partied in Montreal on that last night. They've had a lot of time to recoup and regroup, but Anaheim minus 148. This line hasn't moved a cent. It went to minus 150, back to minus 148. I just think it's a sharp line. I don't want to fade the Ducks at home. From a total perspective, the 6.5 minus 114 to the under. This is the lone game that I didn't really have an angle on. Vincent Hawkins in the house says this game goes over. Take it away for us, AM. Our final spot on the board: Flyers, Ducks.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is a tough game. I think this is kind of a weird price on the Ducks. I kind of would have expected them to be a little bit of bigger favorites here. But I wonder if Flyers kind of show up to play here. I mean, that was I don't know what to expect from the Flyers here, honestly. I mean, that was a really big game. They needed that win versus Columbus, and to drop that really hurts them for any sort of playoff push. They could still definitely get in, but they really need to step it up. But I mean, same can be said about the Ducks. I mean, they got the Oilers breathing down their neck. I mean, the West is so tight that it's really going to be whoever can turn it on in these last few weeks. I honestly think the under is probably the way to play it. Personally, there's no way that this Flyers team want to get into a up and down game with the Ducks. The Flyers can't score like that. The Flyers are going to want to keep everything the outside, play just neutral zone hockey, dump and chase, let the time tick. I mean, if you've seen the Flyers, I mean, half their strategy all season is let's just get to overtime so we can secure a point, and hopefully Zegras can get us a shootout win. I think this is honestly a bit of an under game. You got two rested teams. Defense shouldn't be an issue. Under is the only way I'd look. Side is hard to pick on this game, but I think under is probably fair.
I think I'm going to let this one go. Rod says two things. One, bet against Philly on the money line when they score 2 or less goals. Philly record during the 2026 season, 2-26. And then he's got bet under the total in Philadelphia games when they score 2 or less goals. The unders record since 2025 season, 49-12. Philly Eagle Flyer leaning under. Vincent Hawkins saying this one is going to go over. Barry Smith giving us final score of 4-3 Flyers. I believe, when we talk about, writing an article or writing an article on a game, and I believe if I needed to, I could write an article on the under. I could write an article on the over. I could write an article on the Flyers winning. I could write an article on the Ducks winning. I don't see an edge for me here. Rod's wacky liking the Ducks in regulation. Cameron Sinnott on the Flyers money line. I can understand all of these angles. I'm off this. So I'm in the process of adding 4 bets to my card here. Adding the under 6.5 in Pittsburgh, Carolina. Adding the Ottawa Senators at a much worse line just because I so fear the goaltending situation. But Ullmark's being so hot right now. I need him in net, and I just couldn't have money invested and see James Reimer stepping on the ice. I think the line should have told me that Reimer was on, but I just can't. Better safe than sorry here. What I have done, and I'm not, when I move, so you guys know that I don't bet to win. I bet the same amount in NHL, $300. But when the line is going to move against me because I need assurance, I bet a little bit more just to cover that. There's pros and cons about that, but I'm going to bet a little more than 300 because I missed the line. So I'm adding those 4 spots. I'm adding the Devils, and I'm adding the over 6 here in the New York Rangers game. The bets I have already placed here, I'm on the Hurricanes -1 at plus 107. You get a much better line now. I'm on the Avalanche -1 at plus 110. And just to reiterate, to have the best team in each conference. Now, I think the Sabres are probably the best team in the East. I can't believe I'm saying that, but I love it. And I have 10-1 on them to win the East, so it's fun. It's going to be fun. But to have the best teams in each conference off blowout losses at home at a price where I can get plus money on the -1 line, sign me up as fast as possible. Then Blues money line. Am, can you please review your action, my man?
Yeah, I'm on the Devils money line at -110, the Avalanche money line at -150, Hurricanes money line at -139, and then the Blues and Flames over 5.5 at -115.
Yeah, so let me make sure. Sorry, I was just getting my action. So I've got you on the over 5.5 -115 and Blues, Flames, Avalanche -150. And I have you on the Devils -110. I'm missing one.
The Hurricanes money line -139.
Thank you. -139 on the Hurricanes for AM.
Yeah, I think we're getting a nice price because I mean, these division leaders haven't really given too much about. That's the thing. I think you got to be careful with betting these first place teams, but with matchups like these, I mean, these are the games that I expect them to show up. When they're playing the bottom feeders, they don't care. I mean, doesn't really do anything for them. I think it'd probably just show up. But I think games like this, where they're playing the team that could actually take their spot, those are games they're going to show up for. But
that was a fun breakdown. Great stuff from the chat. We got Irish King on Pittsburgh money line, Devils money line, and team total over 3.5. Washington money line, Dallas, Colorado overtime, St. Louis, Calgary over 5.5, and Anaheim team total over. It's a good looking card there. Great to have Rod giving us all the trends and the angles. Great to have Coin, everybody in here. Billy Friedrich with final scores. He's on Blues 3-1 and Blues -1. Barry Smith giving us final scores. That was a lot of fun, guys. So thank you for the support for the National Hockey League breakdowns. I'm going to pop our guy, AM Sports Picks, here, his X handle in the chat. Hit this link. Support our guy, AM. I'm in the process of making these 4 editions. So once I do, I will share it with you guys, the exact lines. I'm kind of line shopping right now. I've got them all. So I'll figure that out here. And Spooner says 30-minute nap on lunch break, quickly becoming one of my favorite parts of the day. Spooner, my man. Okay, AM, thank you, my man. Any last words for the Capper Sport in the show?
Hopefully I bring some sort of knowledge with you, Taylor, or Fade Me. I haven't been doing so good, so hopefully I bring something of value. But thank you for having me as always. Always nice to see what you are on and what the chat's on. Just trying to learn and get better every day. So I'll be in the chat. See you guys.
Respect, man. There he is, AM in the house. All right, it's time to get to college basketball. So yesterday I had doubled up on the South Alabama Jaguars. First half and full game came to show the line moved against me. And I had Davidson full game and Stephen F. Austin full game. When we went through all the other games, I didn't really like anything as much as I liked my action. And Loshak liked Davidson first half and SF Austin first half. Didn't like him full game as much. So I doubled down. I added Davidson first half and I added SF Austin first half, which got me 6-0 day. And I decided to do that again. And it does multiple things for me. And this is just my own psychology here. I want action. I like action. If I bet less quantity of action, I could, raise my unit size. And it's something that I talk about often with TJ and with other cappers. But I like action. I like a lot of action. And this is something I got to deal with. If I only had 2 bets on today's college basketball card, because I'm on Miami of Ohio and I'm on Navy, I would be actively saying, well, I need to add action. Instead, I've done what I did yesterday, and I've doubled down on those 2 bets. So now my whole night is wrapped around Miami of Ohio and Navy, first half and full game, and I don't feel the need to be searching through these games to add. That's just my own psychology behind it. Now, yes, I went 6-0 on those double ups yesterday. I could easily go 0-4 on these 2 double ups, and I'll stop. But the fact that I went 6-0 makes me want to do it again. So there's a little psychology behind my plan of attack. Now, I'm not against adding, but I was on 3 dogs yesterday, and every spot covered with ease. I'm on 2 dogs today, and every spot I hope will cover with ease. And I am picking the teams that want it the most. I'm betting on the teams that want to be in the NIT the most. Now, when you're dealing with that kind of those psychological angles, you can be wrong. You're kind of guessing, but it worked yesterday. We'll see if it works today. Let's get to work. Let's bring on our first guest, Star of the Stacks, play of the day. And number one, we ride together with the midshipman. Number two, I might get the chance to break bread with our next guest, man, next week in Texas. Oh, man, I am pumped up. I'm pumped up. Please welcome from Pennsylvania by way of Georgia, Star of the Stacks play today, our guy Justin Mcelvy to the show.
Stacks, 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 stacks.
Justin, what's good? A week before Pub 5, 24 hours away from full-on March Madness. How are you, my man?
I'm pretty good. Speaking of March Madness, so I step out last night, go play a little bit of pool. This is just something I like to do. I like to go to a little bar and play a little pool. We play like $100 a game. Just
Nice.
something I like to do. It's friendly. It's never been no problem. And I come home and pass straight out. I wake up and see I had a missed call from Sniz. I'm like, oh shit. So I hit him right back. I'm like, yo, what up? He like, yeah, I heard you trying to go down public. I'm like, yeah, I need a tag team partner. I said, man, I done mentioned publicly, like, you next door to me. Like, you come through. He was like, you got a car? I said, I got a car, but I'm not putting the mileage on my car. I said, I'm going to rent a car. I said, but it's a long ride. He's like, yeah, we want to stop. I said, yeah, when I drive to Florida, what we do is I drive as long as I can. You drive as long as you can. We get a hotel, wake up, do it again, and we there. He was like, so when can you go? And I was like, listen, I don't have no stipulations. Like, none. No restrictions. We can leave at any time of day, any time of morning, any time of night. Like, you pick the day and I'm going to make it happen. And he said he had some kid obligations, but that stopped Monday. So there's like a 65% chance that we getting on the road.
I fucking love it, man.
I can't wait. I was so mad I missed his call.
Well, I jumped on with Who Bangin' last night. And so we were talking, about this possibility happening. If you guys pull this off, you need just to film little snippets along the way, and we'll put it together. We'll put
the road rage, the rest stops.
The road rage, the rest stops. Just also little clips of like where you are. Like, you don't even need to talk behind it.
Yeah,
we can put it together in a video.
Little signs from state to state.
Yeah,
This is like, I'm so optimistic. I took out my suitcase just in case Sniz. I told him, I said, you could tell me the last minute you're ready. Like, you give me a 2-hour notice, like, yo, I'm on my way, because Cleveland and Pittsburgh is close.
yeah.
But it don't make no sense for me to go backwards to go pick him up, because he could park in my driveway and we could take the rental car and come shoot down there. Then when we come back, he gets his car and go back home.
Perfect.
So it's looking. I'm optimistic about it.
Oh, I don't want to get too excited about it. It's best to have.
Yeah, me neither. I don't
expectations.
want to get excited and be disappointed.
Yeah. And look, Troy Torrance in Cleveland right now. What up, my man, Troy? Barry Smith going to come next year. And Big Show says, I've been in a car with Ick for hours. It's going to be an absolute blast. He is, he's got something special about the man. He's just, the we left Pubapalooza last year. We were laughing so hard during the Medicaid Mondays. We were so drunk. We hadn't eaten so long. It was like, 11 in the morning. And we just couldn't stop laughing, man. He's a good vibe. It's a good vibe. Let's get to work.
Oh, yeah, I don't know if you've seen your phone. Well, I'm going to be a little bit late.
Oh, I have not seen the phone. That's all good.
Yeah, I told him I'd let you know because you probably wouldn't check your phone.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Yeah, he's coming, though. He's going to be a little bit late, though.
Well, let's get right to work here. BT, you're going to get to meet BT, man. It's fucking dope, man. I'm pumped, man. El Capo says, are you guys live for the games all weekend this weekend? No, we're going to be live for the games all weekend next weekend. So like the Sweet 16 Elite 8 games, unfortunately. Next year, we'll go back to round 1 here, El Capo. All right, let's get this all set up and let's roll here. Let's roll. Felt nice to go. Look, I don't need to get into it. Let's just see if we can keep this shit going. We have a very, very fun first game here. South Region first 4. Let's pull up the cash flow as well here. Let's get this up. All right, get the board up, and let's talk about the spot. We have number 16 seed Prairie View A&M Panthers 18-17 versus the number 16 seed Lehigh Mountain Hawks 18-16. We are at UD Arena in Dayton, Ohio for this one. Prairie View A&M stepped up. I mean, the fact that they were 500 in the SWAC, we thought Bethune-Cookman was running roughshod over everybody. If it wasn't going to be Bethune-Cookman, Southern looked poised to make a run. Florida A&M seemed like the best team over the second half of the season or the final third of the season. You had, Arkansas Pine Bluff playing at a very high level. Texas Southern with a championship pedigree. And here is Prairie View A&M with an opportunity to deliver here in March Madness, representing the SWAC. On the other hand, the Lehigh Valley Mountain Hawks were absolutely monsters down the stretch. I mean, this team took over. They won 8 of their last 9 games. That only loss coming at Navy. Took out Boston University with absolute ease. We had both TJ and Spooner backing Lehigh throughout the conference tournament where they looked very, very good. Coin here is on that first half under 67.5 at -110. A big fat Polly in the house. Perfect timing. We have our tickets for the bracket contest and the confidence pool. Don't forget, $350 addition to the confidence pool here as well. $350 addition to the confidence pool. Thank you to Harbor Acres Cottages. That's not going into the prize pool. So everyone knows it's not $350 to the prize pool. We are adding $350 to the winner's cut. So it's just to the winner here. New Quaker says Prairie View will hit the wall tonight. Give me Lehigh -3.5 all day. Spooner says the Bulldogs are chop liver. I get it. Look, you worked your magic with Alabama A&M. You worked your magic with them. Let's take a look at the line history here for this spot as well as the cash flow. This is great because we got, just for cash flow to begin with, 51% of the tickets, 51% of cash on Lehigh, 54% of the tickets on the over, 55% of cash on the over. So you have, cappers on either side of the fence, but we have a line that appears to be clearly moving towards the Mountain Hawks here. We have Lehigh -3 at -115. Now, this was a 3.5. Opened up -2.5. When the 2.5 opened up, Prairie View was +2.5 -115. It was juiced to them. Then it went to 3. Then it went to 3.5. This moved to a 3 1 hour and 15 minutes ago. We've heard coin on the first half under in this one. We have a full total at 142.5. This one opened up at 144, and it got down to a flat 141 this morning before it climbed a point and up to 142.5. We are down a point and a half. I think Lehigh is the better basketball team, but Prairie View is hot right now, and can menace. Von Polo on Prairie View here. And J-Dub is on Lehigh here. Take it away. And Taint. Oh, you're right. Sorry, Taint is the over. So let me just go over all of the action. Chosen one on the under, a 144.5. So we have respect play of the day on the first half under 66.5. We have J-Dub on Lehigh -3 at 115 and the over 142.5. We have Flank Steak Star 9 Legacy on Prairie View A&M +3.5. Coin on the first half under 67.5. And the Taint play of the day is on the over 141.5 right here in our play-in game in Dayton, Ohio. Take it away, Justin. We have cappers on either side of the side and either side of the total. What are your thoughts here?
Yeah, I'm not going away from my little darlings. I'm on Prairie View. I got +3.5 at -112. I didn't post it nowhere, but so I'll take the best number you get. But I did bet it. And one thing they cashed for me. They were stacks. They cashed for me in I can't even remember who they just played when they won. That's crazy. I can't remember who they just played, but they cashed for me. And they got 10 straight. A lot of people, I don't know, a lot of people know it. They got 10 straight ATS covers. And in this position, I'm not asking them to win. I'm just asking them to keep it close. I do think they're going to win. I do want to find a little tag team partner for my I like to do dog money line parlays. This is something I like to do, or dog and short favorite money line parlays. But I haven't done it yet. But official play, I'm on Prairie View. I love this spot. I think they're going to win this game. I think Lehigh is overrated. And I preach to you. I say it all the time, and I'm going to keep saying it because this is how I cap. I cap recent form. And 10 straight ATS, you just cashed for me 2 in a row that the last 2 times I had them at stacks. I'm going to take Prairie View. And I do like, because I like, what was that, Tank? Tank that's on the over. I just wrote that down. I might join him because when I first started capping this game, that's what I was leaning towards. I was leaning towards the over. And I wrote it down and circled it. And to hear Tank that's on it, I'm probably going to join. I ain't making it official, but Prairie View is official. All morning, I was debating if I was going to make the money line or the spread, but I want to win, so the spread.
Yeah, I understand. We have colleagues like Wine Time that are, hammering money line situations like this.
Yeah, I can't do it like that.
I want the points.
Me too.
I don't want the pain of other people cashing tickets when I'm right on the side but lost on a last second shot. Look, this is such a battle here,
and start doing, especially like on shows, especially on here. I've learned to separate what I do personally compared to what I give out publicly. Because if I give out publicly Prairie View money line, and I got both of them, and Prairie View loses by 1, I'll be upset. So, and then I don't need to be upset today. I got a lot of work to do for March Madness. And I'm prepping. I ain't trying to put no pressure, but Wonton and Jimmy and everybody else been putting pressure on me about Public Palooza. So I'm gonna pressure Sniz. So I'm gonna prepare. I'm gonna start packing just in case. I know Sniz was in the chat, so if he watches later, no pressure, but I'm waiting on you, homie.
And that's Nate says Wine takes the points in NCAA. It's a money line in the NBA. Troy Toyn says fair price for this game. Lehigh -2 says still wants to be on that side. It's interesting, Gorky saying that statistically it says Prairie View is better. I'd like to find those spots. Ken Palm has Lehigh ranked higher than Prairie View, 284th to 288th here. But I kind of like Lehigh. I kind of like Lehigh. But I can understand the other side of the story here. This
is one of the bets that I would tell my friends. Don't bet it, just be right.
Yeah.
Because I really like Prairie View.
And Billy saying Lehigh statistically much better. Troy also says no transfers. Everyone on Lehigh's roster has only played for Lehigh. BT says Prairie View playing very good defense. Goracle says look at points per game, boards, all those stats. But those stats, I wouldn't personally trust those stats. It's situations. Who's your opponent? That's why we have, sites that add way more than that, like Ken Palm and others. Goracle says they matter. I would argue with you that the surface stats will hurt you.
Do you follow Ken Palm? Not follow, but do you entertain him, is what I should say.
Yeah, I like to know where Ken Palm is. I just looking at surface stats, points per game, rebounds per game. I think assists per game and turnovers per game are important, but
I've tried, and I don't know. And maybe I would be a lot better. I'm just not a fan.
Well, I think that my college capping needs a lot of work, and hopefully I'm
mine too.
Gonna evolve, and like AM saying, you just want to get better each and every day. But I can understand either side of the fence. I think that I was just closer to the Patriot League. I capped the Patriot League a little closer. So I think that's part of it. And I want to be acknowledge that I, so I don't know if I get to Lehigh right now. We have Justin on Prairie View A&M, and we have Taint.
What's the best number you get me?
Plus 3.5 minus 109.
Okay.
But I respect, Goracle, how you do your work, man. I really do. All right, let's roll. And look at that. AM says my favorite stat to look at was assist to turnover ratio. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board here. 9:15 p.m. Eastern. We have the Midwest region first four. SMU in the Ken Pong rankings, ranked 42nd. Miami of Ohio ranked 93rd. Billy Friedrich says Lehigh with a better 3-point offensive percentage and defense percentage. Says that will be the difference, in my opinion. I mean, this game should likely go down to the wire. Maybe a bet maybe a spot where live betting would be the advantage. I am hesitant to get in the way of Prairie View A&M. Again, now that I've doubled up on these spots that I'm on, I can just leave that alone. Troy Torrance says SMU by 15 here. We have a public spot backing Miami of Ohio. This line is moving pretty briskly back to SMU, but it opened up at 8.5, moved to 7.5, moved to 7, and then got up to 7.5. From a total standpoint here, we have a 161.5. This has dropped from 164.5 down to 161.5. And as I said, it's a very public spot here. Right now, we have 85% of the tickets on Miami of Ohio, but just 58% of the cash, and 54% of tickets on the under, and 61% of cash on the over. Circa opened this up at 7.5. They have tickets and cash on Miami of Ohio. They got up to 8, so they moved this to 7 and then back to 8. So, 45 minutes ago, this was at 8. Now it's back at 7.5. So that's good. It only stayed at 8 for 4 minutes, which would lead you to believe, well, they moved it to 8. Sharps came in and bet Miami of Ohio again. Well, Gorkle, I mean, I'm talking. I don't think a Miami of Ohio money line would be a public bet, but Miami on the spread is a public bet here. Rob Free, let me sit with that here for a second, but I really think I'll be able to get it for you. So, again, SMU Mustangs are wanted by all of the Power 4 teams to prove that Miami of Ohio doesn't belong here. And that is pressure. Miami of Ohio, coming off that loss to the Minutemen in the quarters of the MAC tournament, created a situation that I thought was absolutely perfect. They got slapped in the face. Have you read one positive thing about Miami of Ohio Redhawks? Nothing. It's all negative, 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 negative. And while you guys have, a much stronger statistical team, I get it. But, and look, I know that there are no fairy tales in Shawshank, but we've talked about there are fairy tales in March. And I'm not asking Miami of Ohio to win this basketball game. I'm asking them to stand up for the MAC, stand up for the small schools. Their strength of schedule at 285th or whatever it was, it's because teams didn't want to play them. So big bad SMU should destroy Miami of Ohio. Yesterday I was on all the teams I thought wanted it more than the opposition. And I want it here. I want Miami of Ohio here. They're the weakling that's being made fun of. And I want them. I want them here. Pressure's on SMU. SMU better get a lead. They better get a lead. Justin, I moved on first half and full game on Miami. Mackle says Miami of Ohio hasn't beaten a single notable team. Said SMU beat North Carolina by double digits. Yeah. That's because nobody would face them. So, when I look at why did I move on the teams yesterday? Davidson double up, SF Austin double up, South Alabama double up. It's the same reason, even though this is the big time. This is to get into March Madness. It's the same reason why I'm on Miami of Ohio Redhawks. They're playing with the house's money. Let's go in and let's prove everybody wrong because nobody believes in us. Troy says Miami's Ohio's strongest competition was Akron. It's because SMU won't pay them to come to SMU and possibly beat them. No school will. I don't care about their strength of schedule when I know that they were trying to get Power 4 teams to play them, but they wouldn't play them. They didn't want to risk it. Look, you guys can be on the better basketball team, and I can be on a hope and prayer, which is something I never am. I never want to be. March is a little different. And I'm on the Red Hawks here. Justin, take it away. Red Hawks, Mustangs, UD Arena, Dayton, Ohio.
I don't know how I feel about us getting along on the first two games of the slate, but I'm right with you, Jimmy. And sometimes I feel like that maybe you should let me go first before you break down, because one thing that people are not talking about is Miami, Ohio. Everyone talks about the strength of schedule. They played who's on their schedule and they ran the table. And as far as people playing them, ain't nobody paying Miami, Ohio to come there when they might whoop their ass. The purpose of paying them is to come there and get blown out. That's the whole purpose, to come there and lose by 38. And nobody's going to do that with Miami, Ohio when we might pay y'all. Y'all might come in there and punch on us. So nobody's doing it. They're playing their schedule. Miami, Ohio knows what's at stake here. And it's not just a tournament. It's way deeper than just the advance and a tournament. It's a chance to get an ACC win and to show that don't judge us. We just as good as everybody else. I expect Miami, Ohio. You said you're not asking them to win. Well, I am. Not officially, but I bet it. But officially, I'm on SMU plus 6.5. Why I say SMU? My fault. Miami, Ohio plus 6.5. And I think they win this game, Jimmy. BJ Edwards is going to come back. And I've seen something disturbing that I don't know how true it is. Could have been AI, could have been anything. And I didn't watch the tournament selection or community or anything like that. But I heard twice that the only reason why they let SMU in there is because the losses were respected because BJ Edwards wasn't in there. Like, so you let them in there because of one guy? And now he's going to play and he's going to beat Miami? Cut it out. I hope that's AI and I hope that I'm wrong. So someone could stat check me, but I heard it twice. And they saying that's why they let him in, because their losses was respected in the tournament because he could have played and sat out during the ACC tournament. And I guess he's going to play today. So I don't care if BJ Edwards played or not. I'm on Miami, Ohio officially plus 6.5. And I'm also on the money line, not officially, just a little personal bet. I think they're going to win this game. I think Miami, Ohio is who they say they are. Now, do I think they're going to win the next game? I doubt it. Just win this game and you prove your point.
Yeah, no, I'm right with you. And I'm right with you. If you didn't post this, I can.
Yeah, I didn't post. Yeah, okay. I didn't post it.
Plus 7.5 at minus 109.
Okay.
And I understand Troy's analytical brain with the public on Miami of Ohio saying this is a gift. And
so the public is with us, Jimmy?
Say what, my man?
You said the public is with us?
Yes.
On Miami Ohio?
Yes, unfortunately. Now that could change. And now, and Troy, you could so easily be absolutely right. Justin and I could take a bath in this game. But Justin and I would not be on Miami of Ohio if they won the MAC championship. We needed them to lose in the quarterfinals. We needed them to get slapped in the face, and we needed all this negative shit to be said about them everywhere you look. everywhere you look. It's all just negative.
The same thing about Florida. I've been preaching about my little Final Four plus 300, which I got excellent value with now. But my whole thing every week, I kept coming on. I need them to lose. I need Florida to lose. And they finally lost.
Mhm.
So now in my head, I'm like, Florida. And when Miami, Ohio, if they would have lost in the championship against Akron or Toledo, I don't know if I would back them here. The fact that they ran the table and lost the very first game, oh yeah, I love this spot, and I could be wrong, and I'm okay with that. But I think this is a spot. I think if they win one game, they quiet the critics. Ain't no one expecting them to cut the nets down. But SMU, I don't think SMU is really like that to be giving somebody 7.5, 7 points, 6.5. I got 6.5. I got it late, but. And 7.5 is even better. This is one of the time I don't mind that the line's moving against me. I get it. SMU, Miami didn't play nobody. I get it. I just feel like that. Right time, right spike.
Troy, there is no doubt that this is your wheelhouse with the statistical breakdown and the public on Miami of Ohio. So this is your wheelhouse. You should have a ton of confidence here on SMU. This is not the NIT. I expect we are now, and obviously we're coming off a big day in the NIT, but I expect we beat the NIT year after year after year after year, taking the schools that are very excited to be there and fading the big schools that don't want to be there. This isn't that. This is very different. So, and Spooner, as you guys know, has not cared at all about the market where the cash is, and we've seen his success. So this is so much fun. And the only thing you do here is you put your money where your mouth is and you deal with the consequences. And that's what we're doing. I can understand, we talk about, it was a fun thing we talked about last year when you can make a breakdown sound extremely eloquent. And we find this with player props. When has anybody ever pitched you a player prop that didn't sound, oh, I must bet this? Because it's so easy to make. And I've always found the more eloquent you can make a breakdown, the lower your ROI. Here, it'd be very, very easy to write a detailed write-up on why SMU is going to smash Miami of Ohio. You sound like this doesn't sound like me when I'm like, look, this team is being backed into a corner. Everybody in the world saying negative shit about them. They just lost in the quarters of the MAC Conference Championship. They didn't deserve to be in March Madness. This is all they're hearing. I want them. I want them in this situation. All the pressure's on SMU. None's on Miami. If Miami loses this game by 15, everyone's like, yeah, I told you so. Yeah. But if Miami steps up. So, Miss Smokes a lot in the house. Great to see you. So, we have Justin on the plus 7.5, minus 109. And, sorry, let me just get this here. 40 Kid says you guys talked me into Miami, Ohio. Well, 40 Kid makes me nervous, man. I hope I didn't.
Yeah, I don't like hearing that, but
it makes me nervous. That's all. It just makes me so nervous.
I'd rather him say Jimmy talked me into it rather than y'all.
So very quickly here, just for my lines, I got the plus 3.5 and I got the plus 7. So I'm not in a very good spot. So we're talking about, BJ's talking about, with this market, it's SMU or none. Look, Spooner got the 8.5. A lot of people got the 8.5. Circa moved it to an 8, lasted there for 4 minutes. So, Troy, the first MAC team to make the tournament without winning the conference. Yeah. No. And also, you guys, this is the fun of our group, is that we all cap so differently. So I completely understand your angle. I'm on the other side. And I'm not alone. Justin McKelvey, Morgan Spooner, and All
know,
right.
we got some hitters on Miami.
Yeah. We do.
Not that it's going to cash, but I'm saying it makes me feel a lot more comfortable. Like, I hate seeing Troy against us, but knowing I got a couple of hitters behind me, I don't know, I'm a little bit more confident.
Rod Zawacki has SMU minus 15.5 at plus 295. Nas Nate on SMU first half.
You're crazy. I'd have booked that. 15 and a half. 15 and a half? That's my old head too, but I'd have booked that. 15 and a half.
Well, let's roll on to the NIT here. We switch gears to the NIT. 7 p.m. Eastern with the Navy Midshipmen, 26-7, 10-4 on the road at Wake Forest. Demon Deacon, 17-16, 12-6 at home. So we're in Winston-Salem here. How many people are going to be in the stands? Does somebody, close to these Wake games have an idea of how many people? I expect to be half full and Wake fans not to care at all. The Navy Midshipmen had that heartbreaking loss to Boston U. Navy Midshipmen were absolute monsters all season long. One of the things that we talked about with Navy was that when Navy clinched, and we were talking about the Patriot League, this was the spot where TJ's sole focus in college basketball is just the Patriot League. When Navy clinched, we were like, well, that's the one school you can't fade, even though they clinched. A military academy, their business, and they hustle. And they wanted more than anything to be in March Madness, to be in the big tournament. And their heart was ripped out of their chest. And now, when you go to Ken Palm, Wake Forest ranked 74th, Navy ranked 142nd. But I think Navy menaces in this basketball game. I think they battle. In a half-full arena when Wake Forest doesn't care that Navy's walking in or looks past them, and Navy wants to prove to everybody that they should have been in March Madness. 10-4 straight up on the road. Billy Friedrich saying Navy 11-4-1 against the spread away from home this season. Billy Friedrich says everyone in Winston-Salem will be at home watching Miami of Ohio. Billy Friedrich on Navy in the points. So Nikolai took Wake Forest minus 3.5 first half and Rangers first period over for a plus 290 spot here. So I moved on Navy plus 6.5 first half and plus 12. I'm on the Midshipmen. Let's take a look at the line history. Take a look at the cash flow. Decide how we want to move. We'll hand this over to Justin. We have a total at 148.5. This one opened up at 145.5. Got up to 150 before it dropped to 148.5. So a big move towards the over. From a point spread standpoint here, we have Navy down to a 10. Oh, yes. Excellent work, everybody. Excellent work. You can fucking check out now. We are in business, man. We could go out for dinner and start buying bottles, man. I know it doesn't mean a win, but it means that we did well.
So we go play pool tonight.
Now, obviously, we would need to sweat out every fucking second of this basketball game.
Well, that's why I go play pool, because then I don't have to sweat it out.
I hear you. I can't. I know it's gonna get me an early grave, but I need to sweat this show. I love seeing a 10 right now. That makes me so happy. From a total standpoint here, we have, though I did that already. Let's get to the cash flow. From a cash flow standpoint, we have 84% of tickets and 87% of cash on Navy. Very public, but finally the line's moved in our direction. It's 2-point move here at Circa from 12 to 10. Oh, that's wonderful. 67% of tickets on the under, 78% cash on the over. Take it away for us. And Gorkle saying Miami of Ohio will have the crowd too. And remember, Gorkle on the money line here. All right. I love this, man. This is, look, I don't know what the results are going to be, but I'm really excited about watching these two games. Justin, take it away. Navy Midshipmen, Wake Forest, Demon Deacons.
Yeah, Stacks play today, number One is Navy plus 11.5. I got minus 107 at Bet Rivers time that I posted it. And I love Navy as a spot. One, if everything, all my stats say correct, they was on a 14-game win streak before they lost to Boston, who they already beat Boston in the regular season, and then lost to them in disappointing fashion. And unlike Wake Forest, I haven't read nothing. I'm not somebody who looks at beats reporters and see. No, I'm just going off of what I feel. I feel like Navy's happy to be here. I feel like Navy's going to get up to be here. I feel like Wake Forest is like going through the motions, kind of like what you said about Auburn yesterday. And I think this is a get up spot. Like outside of home court advantage and strength of schedule, I feel like Navy's the better team here, and I feel like they're going to at least threaten to win this game. And I mentioned, I didn't see it, but you said you did the same thing you did yesterday. If you're on I won't make it official, but I'll write it down. I'll join you in the first half. I think this is a first half full game spot for Navy. And officially, I'm on the Navy for stacks plus 11.5, and I'll join you in the first half. But if I join you in the first half, since I ain't going to make it official, I'm going to go ahead and shoot my shot and take the first half money line.
Ooh.
That'll be my little lotto. That would little half a unit because I just think they're gonna come out here and ball. And the way they lost to Boston, to a team they already beat, I just feel like they're gonna come out here fired up. And by the time Wake Forest realizes what hit them, it's gonna be too late. It's kind of like being in a fight and you get hit with a couple overhands and an uppercut. You try to back up and like, what the hell? Like, I think it's going to be too late. And Navy, I think they're going to get up, whether they're on the road or home. I don't know. I like this team, man. And they're hot. And just the way they lost, like, they lost by 1 to Boston. They already beat them in the regular season. So I like them to get up here, and they want to play some more ball. So see you later, Wake Forest.
Look, I'm so excited about this game. The Miami of Ohio game is a very fun one as well, but I am so excited about this one here. I'm right with you.
And something, my fault. Something I heard, my man was talking to me about it, and we was talking about these dogs. We was talking about this game anyway. And I was explaining to him, like, you can't be, and he's a heavy favorite. Like, he just don't never want to take no dogs. And I told him, like, when you take dogs, you don't got to win every dog, especially if you take the money line, because it's hard to explain. He gambles weird. He don't bet spreads. Whether he bets a dog or not, which he rarely bets dog, he just bets the money line and puts a gang on it. Like he's on Wake Forest. And I can't gamble like that. But for a amount he's betting, it's worth it. But to me, there's no future in that. And I'm like, imagine if you bet that much on a Navy money line. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's life-changing. And he refuses to listen.
Yeah, it's I don't have the ability to go for the big money line spots, but I do in the futures market. If you give me more time, I respect those that do. Look, this is my action. I mean, we're only 3 games deep. These are my 4 bets. So this is where I'm so excited. So excited. And Billy's saying you need to convince your friend to track those bets. You know, there was a guy, just to give you an idea of why you don't want to ask somebody to track, and maybe they don't want to. There was a guy, I was at a bar. My girlfriend was a bartender at this bar. There was the thing you do in Ontario where you pick the winner of each team over a week of NFL, and if you go perfect, you split the prize pool. And if you take dogs, and you can make on 4 bets, you can take either side, but then that costs you $80 instead of I think it's what, $5. It goes up to $80. So this guy would make 4 tickets each week. And so it cost him $320 each week. And he showed me the plaques or the pictures of when he's won. And he's been doing it for 12 years or whatever. And he said, "Oh, I made $20,000 here. I made $46,000 here, or whatever." And then I just pulled out my computer and I just did the 320 times 17 times the years. And I was like, "Well, you're down $40,000." And he tried to fight me. He had to get kicked out of the bar. Like, they had to kick him out of the bar. He was so angry. People don't want to know the truth. They just live in their world and they don't want to know. You don't. And afterwards, I was like, I shouldn't have bothered. Like, why? Just let this. No, I'm not saying your friend's an idiot. The guy I was talking to was an idiot. Let them be idiots. Like, why do I need to say, look, you're not thinking this through?
Every chance I get, I use more stronger words than idiot. And I tell him, like, okay, you're winning, but look how much money you're giving away and you're winning. And it takes one loss for you to bet the way you bet for you not to be winning. Just one loss. One Wake Forest money line loss. And you're no longer winning. But his problem is he'll take like guaranteed, he'll probably take like a UConn money line. Like, it's so crazy. And he'll go to the window and back the truck up and win pennies and feel like he's doing something. But what happens when Furman upsets UConn? Then what happens? And I tried to explain this to him. I said, if that's the way you want to bet, you should only bet the dog. You should never bet the favorite. And he only bets like 2 or 3 times a month. That's the thing. But if that's how you're going to bet the dog. Because then you can lose 2 dogs. And then if you take a Furman money line and back the truck up, you're going to Disneyland.
Yeah, no, I get it. I mean, another thing here.
No one wants to listen to me, so, he's the same one that went to Robert Morris with me and bet on Youngstown State.
He'll watch you over the years and slowly change. The guys that rock with me know I was in Caesar's Palace in Vegas, and while we were hammering horses, drinking heavily, this guy walked in and he put $370,000 on Argentina to beat Iran in the World Cup, and he was going to make. Sorry, it was $390, and he was going to make like $37,000 or $40,000. $390,000, he was going to make like $40,000, and it was such a stupid bet that we all want him to lose, right? We want him to lose because you're like, what kind of idiot would risk $390,000 to make $37,000? We want him to lose. If you guys remember that World Cup game, Iran parked the bus. Messi scored in injury time in the 93rd minute. He curled a kick in to the top corner from 50 yards out for it. It was an absolute thing of beauty, and it made this guy his $37,000, which we want him to lose. It's just, not everybody knows what they're doing.
Yeah, I gave up talking to him. I just called him out his name. Hopefully he'll get mad enough to. And my whole thing is, let's just say I'm wrong. I feel like you're wrong. Why don't you try my method first before you say I'm wrong? Why don't you try it for a month the way you try your period? Just try it out. But,
I think he'll evolve. Everybody does. It just takes some people more time.
I ain't been home long enough for him to evolve, so it's okay.
Let's roll on to our next spot on the board here. 8 p.m. Eastern, Kent State Golden Flashes, 24-9, 7-5 on the road this season. At the Illinois State Redbirds, 20-12, 13-2. Ken Palm ranking Illinois State Redbirds 103rd, Kent State 148th. Kent State looked really good at times this year, except when they played Akron. Akron beat them 3 times. If you take Akron out of this, and they lose at home to Miami of Ohio in overtime. So let's take that overtime loss to Miami of Ohio, the 3 losses to Akron. Well, this is a team then that won 11 straight games in the MAC. This is a good team. This is a good team, and they are facing a good team, Illinois State Redbirds. Let's get into the line history and talk about Illinois State. There was times this year where we thought it was very reasonable to think that the Redbirds would be representing the Missouri Valley Conference in the tournament. It's Northern Iowa. It was a game behind Illinois State that got that opportunity. They lost badly, 74-52 to Northern Iowa. And that was a while ago, 12 days ago. Kent State losing to Akron 75-68. I pushed that at +7 and was so angry about the push. They played their hearts out. They lose 5 days ago. Is Illinois State still really angry about what happened 12 days ago? Probably. Probably, but it's a long time ago. If that game was on 5 days ago, I'd be very interested in Illinois State. We have a line moving heavily towards Kent State. I mean, we could have got a +6 when the show started. 50 minutes ago, this moved to a 5. This opened up at 7. Moving towards Kent State and moving pretty briskly. From a total standpoint, I know Spooner is on Kent State at a beautiful number. From a total standpoint, we have a 153.5. This one opened up at 151. It's climbed 2.5 points to 153.5. And when we get to the cash flow, 74% of tickets, 88% of cash on Kent State. But the books are taking notice and the books are moving. BetMGM's moved this to a 4.5. So is DraftKings. Take it away for us here, Justin. Golden Flashes, Redbirds in Normal, Illinois.
I don't have no action in this game due to my recent problems with Kent State. I'm off them. I can't do it. I do have them in my notes. I want to bet them bad, but they I don't know. And I don't know. And when you just said that, I never looked at it that way. Like if you take Akron off the schedule, but it's the fact that I can't take them off the schedule because I went 0 for 3 back in Kent State. And I'm over it. And I'm just not willing to take another loss with this Kent State team this year. I'll see y'all next year. I don't hate y'all. I'm gonna come see y'all's game next year, but I just can't. I can't bet no more Kent State sides and the reason why I circled it is hopefully that you could talk me into don't judge them. And just taking Akron off the schedule is not talking me into it yet. I've been on the show with you, Jimmy. I gave them out every time. They lost every single time. And I just can't. Like, in Illinois State, I mean, they're at home. They should be a little bit upset. But I'm tired of thinking about teams being upset when they're really not upset. I feel like they should be upset. But this Kent State team, I feel like they're the better team. I like Kent State. They treated me well, but the end of the season, they didn't treat me so well. And I'm irritated with them, and I can't take another Kent State. Mentally, I can't take another Kent State loss. So I love hearing that Spoon is on them or leaning towards them. But
he's on them. He's on them. And here's what he says right here in the chat. Says the big man Illinois State relies on is going to look like a Pillsbury doughboy next to Gillespie tonight. So I think Kent money line is live.
Well, that's a chance to get some of my money back if I just bet the money line. But I'm all right. Maybe later on, maybe I'll sit in the dark corner and throw some pizza money on Kent money line, but I don't know.
What do you think, Justin? What do you think of 13 days off? Where does that take you? Illinois State has not played a game in 13 days. Are they still angry? Are they rusty? What are your first thoughts on 13 days off?
And that's why I mentioned about being mad. Ain't nobody mad for 2 weeks.
No.
Like, cut it out. Like, you ain't been mad that long. Like, you was mad probably like the first few days, maybe a week, but you're not still mad. Like, that madness didn't calm down. I mean, when was the last time, Jimmy, you've been mad for 2 weeks?
Oh, God. I couldn't even tell you.
Like 2 straight weeks?
No, shit goes away.
That's what I'm saying. It goes away, and Kent State, who I feel, in my opinion, and I don't have no stats. It's just I like Kent State, and I don't want to be even more mad at it. And I'm still mad about them, but I'm over it to the point where I'm not betting them. I don't have no. I wish Spoon the best, and maybe I'm the mush. Maybe I'm the Kent State mush. Maybe if I stay off, maybe he'll win. So I'm not gonna bet him. But the reason why I circled him, if they go down early, like halftime, I'm probably going to lie bet them. That's the reason why I circled them, because I just can't bet them pre-flop because they're not respecting my pockets recently. Earlier in the season they did, but recently, nah. So I'm all right, but don't nobody stay mad for even dogs don't stay mad for 2 weeks. Like, nobody stays mad for 2 weeks, Jimmy. Like, you lost that game, you're probably mad the next day. Let's just say the weekend. Okay, extend it to Monday or Tuesday, but 13 days?
Oh, man. God, the more I cap with everybody, the more I just Just thankful for this group, man. Godfather says playing ball before shooting in the gym is different than a game. You are definitely rusty. Seems like an under spot. Well, I think I'm sold. I think I'm sold on Kent State Golden Flash. Nasty Nate on Illinois State first half. Billy Friedrich says these Missouri Valley Conference teams historically have a huge home court advantage. Says Illinois State 10-4 against the spread at home. Kent State 6-10 against the spread away from home. And our guy Mark Stasowski getting on a plane right now to head to Las Vegas. We are in talks with Mark for next year, joining us for round 1 in San Antonio. But Mark, travel safe. And get the money, man. Get that money.
One thing about what Spoon said, and I agree with that, and I'm not trying to be funny, I promise I'm not. So is he still mad at Vermont? He said he stayed mad and don't forget. There's one thing, I don't forget either.
Oh, yeah,
but I'm not mad at Kent State no more. That's my whole point. I'm not mad, I'm just not betting.
Well, I try. So it's easy for me to say this. I try so hard not to get mad. Because then the person that you're arguing with wins. Don't give them any kind of anything. Don't give in public. It's been 10, 20 years since I've emoted. No one's going to get anything out of me ever. I'm not going to give you the satisfaction. Fuck, do I care what you think? You know? So
that's why I try to control my emotions. I try. But when certain things happen, and my whole thing is like, and it's funny because I try to catch Spoon a lot on Kyle Kerm, so I might have missed that episode. But so is he still mad at Vermont?
No, he says Vermont's made me more money than any team I bet in my life.
That's my whole point. I'm not mad at Kent State because they got me paid. I was mad at them. I'm just not betting them. I'm not mad at them no more. I'm just not betting them no more. See you next year. Shout out to the
I can't read that. I wish I could read that. I'm gonna have to.
It says Jimmy the Bag. Shout out to Ron Crawford who just signed up for the NCAA bracket.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. I'm blind. Shout out to Ronnie Crawford. Shout out to all of you guys joining our contest, man. It's going to be so much fun when we compete with each other, especially when we're watching all the games together. Who's going to take the Nuke Worker belt here? Shout out to Ronnie Crawford who signed up for the bracket contest. All right, fellas, let's roll on. Next up on the board, I'm going to move on Kent State. The question here is, do I double up because it's a dog and plays the same? It's in the same situation. I've got to decide that. I could easily not double up and say, but the thing is that Illinois State Redbirds haven't played in 13 days. How the hell do I not take Kent State first half? Okay.
They got to be a little bit rusty.
Yes, Nuke, it might be, but I think I'm going to try to get the LASIK done again. I don't know if they're going to let me do it, but we roll on. 8 p.m. Eastern. George Washington Revolutionaries, 18-15, but just 3-7 on the road. At the Utah Valley Wolverines, 25-8 and 15-0 at home in Orem, Utah. George Washington ranked 85th according to Ken Palm. Utah Valley ranked 90th. Well, I thought, I'm sure like many, that Utah Valley would be in the NCAA tournament. And I'm not exactly sure if this is going to make them or how they're handling this. I know that they're still going to see this as an opportunity to play on ESPN, an opportunity for, our players to be noticed by Power 4 schools. I wanted Utah Valley as soon as this line came out, and I've gotten cold feet. George Washington is a tough basketball team. Not saying that Utah Valley isn't. That loss to Cal Baptist was heartbreaking, 63-61. Cal Baptist and those gold unis making the dance was nuts. My plan was, I'm ditching the plan, I believe. And the solution got Miami of Ohio plus 8.5. So let's grab this line history and hear the plan. But by the way, Broadswag says bet on Kent State in the first half line after one or more consecutive losses. Kent State record on the first half line since 2025, 14-3. I like it. Let's hit this line history here and hear from Justin on our next spot on the board. We have a total of 153.5, open at 153.5, no movement there. And then on the side here, we have Utah Valley now -1. They've gone from -2.5 to a -1. I mean, I'm still so afraid to fade the Wolverines at home. It's very difficult to still want to bet in this situation. So let's get the cash flow and hand this one over. We have 54% of tickets, 74% of cash on George Washington. It certainly feels and seems sharp. 50-50 on the ticket count on the total, but 67% of cash on the under. Justin McKelvey, our next spot on the board, the Revolutionaries versus the Wolverines.
I don't have no action in this game either. I don't want George Washington on the road mainly. And I picked on him a few times, mainly when they was on the road with Mason. But more importantly, I can't remember the last time that Utah Valley lost at home. And I feel like with them being at home, I feel like they're a little bit disappointed. And this is the reason why I didn't bet. Everything is what I feel, in my opinion. I feel like they're going to be upset. I feel like they're going to be upset. And I feel like they're going to come out here and flex on George Washington like we should be in the tournament. But I can see the other way around. Like, who cares? Like, let's just play this last stupid game and let's just go home and yada, yada, yada. So, trying to feel like what these kids/men are thinking. But undefeated season is undefeated season at home. And do you care about that? Like, don't you want to finish the season undefeated? Because this is still an undefeated season at home. But in the travel for George Washington, they come over and come up in the Utah Valley with a little bit of altitude. I don't know, it'd be Utah Valley or nothing, but I didn't get there.
Yeah, I all of those points I think are reticent and important. For me, this is the issue. Yesterday, I watched UMBC play incredible ball down the stretch. So did Howard. And Howard were beating teams by margin. Both teams were. The line moved from Howard at +2 to -1. At that point, you either bet Howard or stay off the game. That's my belief. And in the long run, I think that will benefit your bankroll. Here, with this blatant sharp move to George Washington, you're either saying, okay, well, that I'm already on George Washington, so I like him here on the back, or you just stay off. And I can't go into this here where there's this clear sharp move towards George Washington and say, I don't care. I don't take Utah Valley. So
wait, is that line right? I just looked at the line. Is that the accurate? Because when I was capping this game, it was Utah Valley -2.5.
that's what it opened at.
And it's at 1 now?
Yeah, now it's at 1.
Oh yeah, I definitely couldn't bet. I definitely couldn't bet Valley now. I mean, more would think that.
Listen to this from the chat just before you keep going, because Yankee JJ says Utah Valley haven't lost at home in a couple of years, excluding neutral sites. And Spooner says George Washington's the better team. I don't think Utah's really been tested at home the last few years. And JP says if Utah Valley's upset, it should be at their guy missing a dunk. Oh, that was so hard to watch. I felt
It was.
Oh God.
If you don't, it's a totally different scenario. But in that video that I sent you when in warm-ups, I was like, how do you miss a dunk? Like, I don't feel like you can't miss a dunk. You could miss a layup. Like, you could miss a finger roll with your hand behind your head. You can't miss a dunk, though, especially when it counts.
I have every reason to bet the Wolverines here, but the line just won't let me, and I'll respect it, unfortunately. And maybe I'll leave money on the table, but I have to do this.
If Valley go down early, like I'm a matter of fact, if Valley go down early, maybe but they gotta go down big.
I've been in the NFL with our live betting shows, and we've been really strong now for a few years in a row. I'll never bet the side that's not sharp action live. But I've been telling you guys about these home teams at 8.5 and the success I've had with it. So I would still look at 8.5 here. Seattle did the same thing. They won by 10. Seattle went to -1, then back to -2 before the game. That's interesting. And there's the Cal Baptist. That's his daughter's school. Now she got her master's in Montana. Let's do a compare and contrast very quickly if that is the case here.
Hey, Jimmy, real quick, by the time you come back to the next game, I'll be back. I'll be back in like 30 seconds.
Cool, man. All good. I don't have that information here, Dewan, from the books that I look at for line movement. BOL never moved St. Louis off the 1.5. Bookmaker opened it up at 2, you're right. So then went down to 1 and came back to 2 and closed with the 2 juiced. Yeah, I think you're right, Dewan. I'll look for that. I'll look for that. But I'm comfortable just staying off of the spot. And that's what I plan to do. But you're right. Spoon said the line moved after limits opened. The people that move this line are respected enough to move lines with open limits. You need a ton of conviction to move against that. I agree completely. And then Billy Friedrich says Utah Valley, much deeper team than George Washington. And Godfather says with a huge venue edge, says that Utah Valley only. Okay, we'll come back to that one. Let's roll on and set up our next spot on the board here. Oh, it says this venue should be packed with Utah Valley fans. Yeah, I'm still going to let this one go. So let's roll. 9 p.m. Eastern, the Dayton Flyers 23-11, 6-5 on the road at Bradley. Braves 21-12, 14-2 at home. We're at Peoria, Illinois. Dayton ranked 78th according to Ken Palm. Bradley 124th. It's a pretty big difference for such a small line. Now, of course, Bradley at home. Bradley looked good in the MVC this year. They were 3 games back of Belmont, but they had every opportunity before the Panthers of Northern Iowa took them out. Northern Iowa took everybody out. We've watched Bradley win some big games. We've watched Dayton win some big games, taking out St. Louis. Taking out St. Louis in the tournament was monstrous. Even the win over the Bonnies was impressive because St. Bonaventure was playing such good basketball. Dayton was rolling. There's no harm in losing to VCU. This is a team that won 8 of 9 games. That includes beating St. Louis not once, but twice. A very, very good basketball team. So is the line right? Does the line make sense? Solution on Dayton -2. Coin says I want Dayton here. Need convincing. So let's get this one set up line history wise and cash flow wise. Dayton opening up -1.5. They're now -2.5. Open up -1.5. It took about 4 hours to get to 2, back to 1.5 to 2 to 1.5, bouncing back and forth. But they broke through with this 2.5. It's also juiced. When it first moved to 2.5, it was -118. And this is all at Bet Online. Why don't we move over to Bookmaker here and see? And they've done a similar situation. This one opened up at -1.5, and right at an hour and 6 minutes ago, they moved it to 3. So it's back to 2.5. So then let's take a look at their road games. So we know they're just 6-5 on the road. We know that, neutral, they stepped up. At home, they stepped up. Let's take a look at these road games. And we should, why don't we do the 2026 calendar year? They beat Loyola Chicago by 2, 70-68. They beat Duquesne by 6, 71-65. Lost to LaSalle. Lost at St. Joseph's. Lost at St. Louis by 31. Lost at VCU by 26. Then they beat George Mason by 15. Beat George Washington by 2. Beat Richmond by 5. And those are the road games here. Rod Zawacki says, bet against Dayton after 2 straight games with 9 or less offensive rebounds. Dayton's record during the 2026 season, 1-11. Well, I don't know if the market is certainly telling us trust Dayton. Trust the Flyers to get the job done. Let's see if the cash flow follows suit. It does. 55% of the tickets, 77% of the cash on Bradley. Well, also look at this. Circa moved it from 1.5 to 2.5. Despite having 54% of the tickets and 73% of the cash on Bradley. Why don't we take a walk through Bradley's home games of recent? Because it's a pretty strong market saying that this road team will be able to menace So let's take a look. Let's take a look at their last home game. So their last home game was against Murray State. It was seniors night. I'm just curious to see how many people were at Carver Arena. 7,525. Man, how many people are going to be at this basketball game? What does Carver Arena hold? Carver Arena capacity. Here, let's see what they hold. Carver Arena, 15,500. So on seniors night, it's half full. Do we really expect it to be that busy here? I think the answer is that we don't. So they beat Murray State by 9. They beat Illinois State by 14. So I'm going back. So that's March 1st to February 21st. February 9th, they beat Belmont in overtime. That was a huge win. They beat Valpo by 7 on February 3rd. So that's 4 straight wins. And then they lose to UIC. They beat Indiana State. So they're 5-1 in these home games. Beat Northern Iowa 6-1. Drake 7-1. It is. It's all good, Justin, man. When you're ready, this is. I don't know. The market is telling me have confidence, bet Dayton. But Bradley 14-2 at home. We do expect it to be half full. I have interest in Dayton. It certainly would not be a double up. The dogs make those first half full game double ups way more appealing. I have interest in Dayton. Let's move on to the next spot on the board. 9 p.m. Eastern. The Sam Houston Bearcats basketball team has taken some of the stink off of their football team. God, that football team was bad. Playing at some soccer field an hour away from campus. God, they were horrible. Sam Houston Bearcats, very good. 22-11, but just 6-9 on the road. 6-9 on the road. Let me go back here to that.
God, that football team was bad. Playing at some soccer field.
There we go. Beautiful. I guess, when Bradley hosted Illinois State, they had 10,500 at Carver Arena. We'll see. But let's keep rolling here. And Justin, did you want to touch it all on Dayton, Bradley?
Yeah, I think it would be Dayton or nothing. I was listening to you, and outside of the the home court advantage, I like Dayton in that spot. I didn't move on it because I haven't been too successful with them, but I haven't only not been successful with it against VCU. So it's kind of like the Kent State Akron thing. Like if you take out VCU, I've been pretty successful against them. And I just don't want them as a favorite. I want them as a dog. I don't want to lay points going into Bradley. If they was like plus 105 or plus 110 or plus anything, or even a pick 'em at like minus 105, or I could deal with that, but I don't want to lay points with Dayton on the road. And I think that they're a more motivated team. I think that they feel like, like we should be here. We should be this, that, and the third. It'd be Dayton or nothing, but I just don't want to be on a road favorite at Bradley. And I heard you say how many people going to be there. I don't expect the home crowd to have no type of advantage. Like the Bradley Braves, that's not something that I think about. But I haven't moved. I got the 3 I got so far I really like, but I might get on Dayton. But it would have to be like a money line, though. I don't want to lay points in Bradley. I just want to ask them to win the game. But I kind of wanted plus money for it.
I think that line move is very telling, and I'm with Coin. I'm close, but
Did they used to be a dog?
No, but it went around 1.5 or a 1, and it got up to 3 or a juice 2.5. So
and it came back down.
No, it's still sitting there 2.5.
So it's not 2. Okay.
Yeah. All right, let's roll. Let's roll on to the Bearcats Lobos. New Mexico Lobos don't want to be playing here, I don't think, but I'd love to hear what other people think of this. 23-10, 13-7, 2 games back at Utah State, and now the Sam Houston Bearcats come to town. We know how difficult it is to play in the pit. Will it be difficult here? Will it be packed? Maybe it will. I'd love to hear what people think, whether or not it'll be packed. Their seniors night, they lost to Colorado State. They were down 15 at the break. There are 14,000 fans in the pit for that one. AM says a big move to New Mexico. I like Sam Houston, and I want to be on dogs in this situation, but there are some concerns about how Sam Houston looked on the road. If we go through their road games, and we'll start March 7th and then go backwards, against Liberty, they lose by 7. Against Delaware, they lose by 3. They beat Kennesaw State. At La Tech, they lose by 9. So they're 1-3. Beat Missouri State. We saw them step up late. So there's 2-3. Beat Florida International 3-3. Beat Jacksonville State. There's 4-3. Lose to Middle Tennessee by 1. There's no harm in that. Lose to Western Kentucky. Lose at New Mexico State by 9. I guess I just don't know if you can trust Sam Houston State on the road. But Rodswag says, bet on Sam Houston State non-conference games. Sam Houston State record during the 2026 season, 8-0 against the spread. I had initially, when the NIT tournament came out, I thought, oh, God, I'm going to be staring at Sam Houston State. I want it. But this is a pretty dramatic move. Plus 11. I'm looking at plus 12.5, but there are 13s on the board at Sharp Books. Bookmakers move this to a 13. This was an 11 and 11. This was an 11 last night. That's a pretty bullish move towards New Mexico, one that I am unlikely to want to get in front of. From a total standpoint here, we have 163. This one opened up at 161. This got up to 165. And then when we get to the cash flow here, 66% of the ticket, 71% of cash is on Sam Houston State. Wow. I mean, I guess that makes you want to move on the Lobos. It wasn't part of my plan. I'm hesitant to flip here. And Rodswag says, but under the total in Chris Mudge away or neutral games, there's good offensive teams scoring 77 plus points a game after 15 plus games. The unders record as coach of Sam Houston State, 9-0. Take it away for us, Justin. I mean, I'm not going to get in the way of moves like this ever. So now it becomes a Lobos or pass. New Mexico ranked 50th according to Ken Palm. Sam Houston 110th. Justin, take it away. Bearcats, Lobos.
Well, unfortunately, I don't have a chance to not get away with it. I'll take the best number you can give me. I'm on Sam Houston. And when I bet it, I was way more confident than I did. Then I started looking I seen an injury report and seen they got a couple of opt-outs. Like, if you pull up the injury report for New Mexico and Sam Houston, like some of them are saying undisclosed and some of them are saying, so I don't know if they're opt-outs or not, but I personally got a plus 12.5. And I'll take that or best number you could get me. And I'm giving out because I bet it. But after I bet it, and I bet it early this morning, and I've lost all my confidence on it. I'm only still giving out because I feel like I owe myself that if I bet it to give it out. And I just feel like that when I bet it at the time, my logic was Mexico didn't give two, what's about being here. Sam Houston going to have get up spot. And even though I don't think Sam Houston's a good team, but I think they're happy to be here. And then I seen I just didn't look into was they starters, reserves, or who's sitting out or who's doing what. And it frustrated me. But I've already bet it, so I'm going to give it out.
We get you a plus 13 at minus 109. I'm going to just sit back and respect this.
So you was on Sam Houston, you flipped?
I wasn't. As soon as I saw the schedule, I was very interested in them. But, what a difference the 2-point swing against compared to the 2-point swing with. I mean, now we're already on Navy, but seeing that 12 to a 10, we can flex our muscles. Seeing the 13 from an 11 or 11.5 is nerve-wracking. I can understand being concerned, but I get if you bet it, you're going to make it official. I understand the whole situation.
Yeah. Just for me, that I spend so much time to cap the game, and if I bet it, and if I'm going to do a show, I'm like, I just feel like it's disloyal to myself not to give it out. But I'm also going to explain that I lost my confidence. I'm just telling you what I bet.
I'm going to look in the New Mexico now. So I'm going to spend some time on them after that's a pretty blatant market move. I am says these big moves on game day have always beat me. He says I respect this kind of move to Mexico a lot. Miss Smokes a lot on the under. Let's roll on. Next spot on the board, 10 p.m. Eastern. We have the Murray State Racers, 20-12, 5-6 on the road. At the Nevada Wolfpack, 22-12, 15-2 at home at Lawler Event Center in Reno, Nevada. Murray State ranked 123rd. Nevada ranked 75th. Nevada was part of that, really good group on top of the Mountain West. That Utah State, San Diego State, Lobos, Grand Canyon, Nevada, Boise State, Colorado State, and UNLV. You could even put in that group. There was times when Fresno State and Wyoming looked okay. It was, going up against the Mountain West teams will have, strengthened the Wolfpack here. They lost to Utah State 79-66 in the tournament, but they'd beaten Grand Canyon. And then we have Murray State Racers. This is a team that's just, losing basketball games. You just have to ask yourself, does Nevada care? Because if Nevada cares, Murray State lost 4 of 5 down the stretch, 5 of 7. I mean, it even gets worse than that. They won 4 of their last 13 games. And then if we look at them on the road, they lose by 9 at Bradley. They lose at 17 by Illinois State. Again, we're going back in time. So March 1st, February 18th. They beat Indiana State. Oh, they beat Southern Illinois. They lose by 17 to Belmont. They lose by 5 at Northern Iowa. They lose by 11 at Drake. You know what? If Nevada cares, they should be able to win this by double digits, you would assume. Excuse me. This totals at 159.5, opened up at 159. And then on the spread, we have a half point move or a full point move, towards Murray State. And this wasn't the case earlier this morning. This opened up at 8.5, and then 11:18 a.m. This is a 9. Now it's a 7.5. Well, maybe Nevada doesn't want to be there and doesn't care about playing Murray State. I find it much, much easier to talk myself into dogs in the NIT than favorites. And I imagine, and again, you don't want to make anything black and white, but I imagine if you wanted to only bet dogs in the NIT, that you would be rewarded financially for it. This late move towards Murray State makes me uncomfortable. We have 7.5s across the board at the legal book, circa hanging at 7.5, despite 50% of tickets and 74% of cash on Nevada. Overall, we have 59% of tickets, 75% cash on Murray State, not at the sharp books. Justin McKelvey, take it away for us here. Racers, Wolfpack, and Reno.
I don't have nothing in this in this game. I wanted to bet Nevada, but I'm confident in my action. I didn't want to stretch, and this is a game that I'm not going to watch. I'm not interested in, and I want to be. If Nevada wasn't home, I wouldn't want to bet them. But I just think this Wolfpack team playing at the crib, and it's more or less that. The problem is, we always talk about, are you betting on this team or are you fading this team? My problem is, that's the reason why I didn't bet. I wanted to bet on Nevada, but I didn't want to fade Murray State. So it kept me off it because if you're betting on Nevada, you're still fading Murray State. And Nevada at home, and that's the thing. This year compared to other years, their home record is not like before. You couldn't go to Nevada and be comfortable. Now, you could go there and cover a spread. You might not leave there with a dub. And this is when you talk about 8.5 point. Murray State, it's a lot of points to give Murray State. It's to me, it's 8.5. I thought I seen a 9 earlier.
Yeah,
it's a lot of points. I wanted to stay off, and all the games I got earlier, I have strong opinions about. And this one, I had to fight with this game. And as much as I wanted, I don't even have Nevada in my slip. I don't even have them in my notes. And I could be convinced that they jump ship if you like the Murray State, I probably wouldn't bet it, but I don't know. I want Nevada here. I like my action. I want to win.
Yeah, I'm right with you. There's.
Did you have a lean though in this game, or like? Was you thinking about one side or another?
I would need to go back and see some interviews of the coach talking about the NIT. We did that with Steve Pearl, and it was perfect. So I would want to get an idea of where they are, because my first instinct was Murray State can't go to Reno and menace. But then this line, and if this was sitting here at a 9, I'd be on Nevada. I'd be on Nevada to win double digit. The fact that I moved 7.5 again, I will respect the book.
Oh, so it's not 8.5 that's on the screen?
7.5 now.
Oh, yeah. See, I didn't know that. I was still thinking it was 8.5. That's, remember I mentioned, I said I seen a 9. So I'm looking at this 8.5. I'm like, I seen a 9, and I'm thinking, but now that you said to move to Murray, that's why I said it's a lot of points to get a Murray. I just didn't want to fight with this game. There's a lot in the NBA, and my whole thought was, I told myself when I got up, be careful. You don't want to get your ass whooped the day before March Madness, the real March Madness. I don't count this as March Madness yet. I think March Madness starts tomorrow morning.
Oh, man.
Early tomorrow afternoon.
March Madness will start after my first shot at Jameson at the Southtown 101, man. That's when
I said you still not drinking.
No, I'm drying out, but I'm gonna have a couple shots with you guys on Friday.
But that's funny. If Sniz lets me know, I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but I'm gonna dry out too, just for the drive.
Yeah.
Like if the second he lets me know, I'm not drinking until I get down there.
Yeah. No. God, I'm pumped up. We know I'm pumped up, man. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board. I hated seeing these two teams play against each other. I really fell for these two teams late and was nonplussed that they had to face each other in this one. St. Joseph's Hawks, 22-11, 6-7 on the road. I'm not sure, whether I would have been able to trust the Hawks on the road here in this spot, but man, I like this basketball team facing Colorado State Rams, a team that got better and better and better as the season goes on. And when they played the Aztecs, I was going to be on them. It moved a point away from me after the show while I was sitting there studying, saying, okay, I've got the conviction, moved a point away from me. And that stopped me in my tracks. I was like, really? The line's going to move towards the Aztecs? Is this big of a favorite? And then, of course, the Aztecs took care of business here. So Spooner says intentionally lowering your tolerance before staying at the bar for a week is a bold move. Spoon, don't worry about me, man. When it comes to boozing, I can play. Hawks, Rams here, Moby Arena in Fort Collins, Colorado. St. Joseph's Hawks ranked under. I was a comic for 18 years, man. Free booze everywhere I went from Wednesday to Sunday. Every weekend of my life. So you don't need to worry about now, will I end up in a ditch bleeding and puking? Possibly. St. Joseph's Hawks, 22-11, 6-7 on the road. Colorado State Rams, 21-12, 12-5 at home. St. Joseph's 120th, according to Ken Palm. Colorado State, 87th, according to Ken Palm. Man, the Hawks loss to VCU was surprising. Look, VCU is a very good basketball team, but for them to lose by 13, I didn't really see that coming. St. Joseph's Hawks were just playing very, very good basketball, and they got dominated. On the other hand, Colorado State's losses to Boise State and then to San Diego State, I thought, they were 4-point favorites against Fresno State. That was a push. I don't. What we don't want, Spooner, most importantly, is me limping around with gout at in San Antonio. That's what we don't want. That's the main reason why I've been drying out. And the last thing you want me to do is be limping around. But I digress. Let's get into this one here. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow. We have Colorado State minus 5.5. We have AM talking about this line, the moves of this line today. Opened up 5.5, got up to 6, back to 5.5, up to 6.5, down to 5.5. Now we have no movement. When this line came out at 5.5, I was like, God, right away. I was like, sharp line. You just felt like this was a sharp line. 143 is the total. This one opened up at 140.5, got up to 145 and back down to 143. These are two teams I want to bet on. These are two teams I don't want to see playing each other. Colorado State 12-5 at home, but we could go over their home games over the second half of the season. They were playing really good ball. So let's just touch on the home games and the road games for St. Joe's very quickly. Hand it over to Justin. Their last home game of the year, seniors night, they lost to Boise 78-67, and that snapped an 8-game winning streak. They beat Fresno at home 74-70. They beat the Aztecs at home 83-74. They beat Wyoming at home by 11. Beat San Jose State at home by 8. Their last loss at home, you got to go back to January 23rd when Utah State beat them by 4. It's a good basketball team. A team that got better and better as the season goes on, and you can say the exact same thing about the Hawks. Let's just go over their road games here. Again, we're going to go back in time, so we're going to start at the most recent road game. They went to Davidson, beat them by 3. Before that, at the very end of February, they went to Rhode Island, beat them by 6. They went to St. Bonaventure and beat them by 6. They lost at George Mason, beat LaSalle by 9, beat Loyola Chicago by 21. It just, when I come to an end here just saying, look, I want to bet on both these basketball teams, and I don't want to fade either of them. And I'm not going to. Leroy, nice to see you, man. Been too long. Yes, I'll pop my NHL action here in the chat for you, my man. So take it away for us here, Justin. Did you have interest? I mean, I have great interest in the game. I just wanted to back both these teams in the NIT, and they're playing each other in the first round. Justin,
I didn't
take it away.
I didn't want to back both teams. I wanted to back Colorado State, and I still might. I have them in my slip, and I want to get to Colorado State at home. I like this Colorado State team. Where the hell is my pen at?
74% of the tickets on St. Joseph, 63% of the cash. Line sitting at 5.5. Sorry, keep rolling.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you said that because I haven't bet it yet. But that'll I don't know if that'll keep me off because I haven't bet it yet. So it's not official yet. By the time we're done with the NBA, this is the one that I have a star by that I wanted to make official. I want to make Colorado State official here. And how the hell am I? Sorry, I just can't find my ink pen. But I know it's around me somewhere. But I want to bet Colorado State and being at home. But this St. Joe's and this A10 schedule, I'm having a hard time fading them. Like I've been impressed with St. Joe's. I got money with St. Joe's. So it's not like I'm fading St. Joe's, but at home, I just want Colorado to stay here, but I'm just not in a hurry to fade St. Joseph's right now. And the reason why I had to start by it is another game that I was hoping that you could help me out with, and it doesn't seem like you're going to help me out.
Yeah, these are two teams I want to bet. That's my action, Leroy, in NHL tonight. 7 bets. This just moved back to 5.5 at Circa.
Is that 5.5 now?
Yeah, it went 5.5 to 6.5 to 5.5. So, yeah, and he's saying 5.5 to 6.5 back to 5. Look, I'm just gonna let this go. I want both. Let's move on. Final spot in the NIT before we get into the NBA. 6-1 day yesterday in the NBA that I needed, more than water and oxygen and food. 11 p.m. Eastern. If you want to take a second, man, no worries. Man, if you want to take a second, find it.
Jimmy, I have 3 pens right here, and I'm by myself, just me and the dog. Like, where did I don't understand?
It's all good, man. Grab it, and then come back with us. Final spot on the board here in the NIT with the UIC Flames, 19-15, 7-8 on the road. The California Golden Bears, 21-11, 16-4 at home at Haas Pavilion in Berkeley, California. UIC ranked 106th. Cal ranked 73rd. UIC was very good to me all year long, and Cal hurt me. Rob Free. Oh, God, Rob Free. I wanted to give you the best bet in NHL here. Let me remember to do that. I just need a second to, go over everything. Rob Free, if I don't know if you're still watching, but I'd like to do that at the end of the show when I can see what has happened with the line movement since I bet it and see the spot I'm most confident in. So again, Rob Free was the guy saying it all the time in our chat. He's saying, look, Cal as dogs, they menace and they hurt me. Here we have Cal at home as a favorite in Berkeley. 16-4 they were at home this year. UIC just 7-8 on the road. Let's start with the line history. Then we'll get into the cash flow, and then we'll touch on what Cal's done at home and what UIC has done on the road. We have this total skyrocketing. This one opened up at 144. It's now at 151. Well, it hit the threshold. This just hit the threshold. I mean, are the advanced models really going to be 7 points off? Now, it isn't. It is not obviously it's not a conference game. I think that's an easier thing to attack than non-conference. We only did it one time this year. This is what we do in NBA. We cashed both of them yesterday. We cashed both those unders yesterday with ease of the double-digit favorite, first leg of a back-to-back. But we also fade 7-point line moves. Now, it isn't as successful as the double-digit favorite on the first leg of a back-to-back. But if this is an important game, UIC out of their element, 7-point move to the over just seems like a lot. I would be much, much more comfortable. If this was in conference, I would fade it immediately. But with it out of conference, I'm going to need to study it more. So 7-point move to over equals under. Let's get into the side here. From a point spread standpoint, we have UIC plus 5.5, minus 105. This opened up 5.5, went down to 4.5 when the line was only available for 30 minutes. Went down to 4.5, got back to 5 at 7:30 in the morning, got up to a 6. This was a 6 at 11 this morning. Now went down to a 5, and now we're back at 5.5. So overall, there's been 5 cents of movement towards Cal. Let's take a look and see what the legal books are doing here. We have 61% of tickets, 69% of cash on Cal. Circa still holding a 6. They opened it at 5.5. They've got action on Cal, and they're trusting it. So it's 6s across the board, and Ben and GM 6.5. So it's interesting that the offshores are up 5.5. Respect, man. Respect. King Oo, thank you, man. Thank you. Thank you for the support and believing in me. And I know that I don't succeed as much as I would like to. So I'm very happy that we crushed it yesterday. So respect to my man, King Oo. So let's take a look at Cal's home games and UIC's road games. I think it's, first off, I want to look at UIC's road games. Look, this is very exciting for UIC, I believe, to be here, to be in California, to be playing this game. Now, is there any concern that they're going to take it as a vacation, getting out of the windy city and getting into the sunshine? Do we expect Cal to really care that they're here? I think that, look, Cal had a chance at the tourney, but let's go through these road games first and foremost here. We have Chill Will in the house. What up, Chill Will? 1 week, man, till we get to roll with Chill Will, little Domo, Uncle Mark. I'm pumped. So last road game they played March 1st, they lose by 16 at Indiana State. They destroy Evansville. They lose, or they beat Drake by 10, so there's 2-1. They lose by 7 to Murray State, 2-2. They barely get past the Salukis by 2. They beat Bradley by 15. They beat Northern Iowa by 8. They beat Illinois State by 4. Now, again, should you look at their real tough road spots instead? And they have proof that they've done it. They went to Oregon State on November 7th. So they went all the way to the West and lost by 3. That's so funny. So with this all said and done, why don't we take a look at Cal's home games, and then I'm leaning towards not being involved in this one. Obviously, the dog calling my name. Let's see here. So here we go. We have their last home game, their seniors night. Remember that it was the shock loss by 16 against Pitt. They had just beaten SMU by 4. They beat Stanford by 6. Lost by 22 to Clemson. just barely got past Georgia Tech. I think it comes down to, are they pumped up? Are they excited to be in the NIT, excited to be playing on ESPN? And 9-9 in the ACC, 21-11 overall. That was the cutoff line, by the way, was Cal. Yeah, I have some interest in UIC, but I could very easily stay off. Let's do a review of all action here in college basketball. We have Wine Time Sports joining us shortly. We'll hear his review of college basketball, and Dimitri on Cal. So let's do a review here. So we have Stacks play today, number 1, Navy plus 11.5. I'm on Navy first half plus 6.5, full game plus 12. We have Rez Mob. He's on SMU, Miami, under 164.5, and Lehigh Prairie View first half under 66.5. J-Dub on Lehigh -3, the full game over 142.5. Kent State plus 5.5 at even money, and Miami of Ohio plus 7 at -110. We have 9 Legacy on Colorado State -6.5, and Prairie View A&M plus 3.5. Coin on Lehigh first half under 67.5. Spooner on Kent State plus 6.5, and Miami of Ohio plus 7.5 and plus 8.5. The Godfathers play today on Navy plus 12.5. Matty Ice on Navy plus 11.5. Miami of Ohio plus 7.5. And Taint is Prairie View Lehigh over 141.5. And then when we get to the action, as you know, Navy and Miami of Ohio first half full game. It's Kent State that I'm really interested in. I have some interest in Dayton. I want to have a further understanding on why New Mexico has moved to a 13-point favorite. Still, that doesn't mean that I'm going to move on them, but I want to get some interviews in. Then we have UIC filled with question marks again, and we have the 7-point move to the over, which of course makes me intrigued to move on the under. And that is college basketball for Wednesday, March 18th. We are in 24 hours from now. Spooner will have just left us. He'll be from 1 to 2. We'll have Bobano from 12 to 1. It's going to be nonstop college basketball all day. And I can't wait. I can't wait. And perfect timing for our star of Wednesdays. We can hear his plan for college basketball, the play-in games, and the NITs. Please welcome the co-host alongside Morgan Spooner and Walk-Off Wagers, one of the stars of All About the Hoops on Saturday, man, crushing college basketball and beating NBA all year long. Please welcome our guy, LA in the house.
Go.
Wine Time Sports. Wine Time, what's good, man? How are you?
Jimmy the Bag, happy Wednesday, my guy. Good to be here. Shout out to everyone in the chat for being here early and often. Sorry I'm late. Do have some action in college basketball. Just had one game so far. Think I might add 2 more. We'll see. But I'm on Dayton -2.5, -110. I think the line's it just doesn't make sense. Why the heck is Dayton a -2.5 on the road here? I thought it'd be the other way around. I thought Bradley would probably be a -1.5. The fact that Dayton opened up at a 1.5, people are coming in betting Bradley. From what I can see here, let me just double check. Yeah, 50. I mean, more money. The money is coming in on Bradley. We're seeing 77% of cash coming in on him, and the line went towards the road favorite in Dayton. I think that's telling us everything we need to know here. So one play for me today, guys. I am on Dayton -2.5, -110. I was also thinking about potentially moving on Colorado State in the later slot against St. Joseph's. Seeing that line not move, the fact that they're pretty much laying a 5.5, 6 points. I think I'm surprised that they're that much favorite. I know they're at home, but everyone coming in taking St. Joe's, line's not really moving. So I was thinking about Colorado State, but as of right now, only official play will be Dayton -2.5, -110.
And it's back to 1.5, says AM.
Oh, wow.
I found that very difficult. When we were capping the game, that move to 2.5 was really strong, and the market was telling us that's the move. I got cold feet in the Colorado State game. Those are just 2 teams I wanted to bet on so badly, so I stayed off of that one. Now it's time for us to move on to NBA, but I would like to ask you a couple questions. First off, the elephant in the room, Wine Time, is the Miami of Ohio Redhawks. What was your thoughts around that giant game at 9:15 p.m. this evening?
It's an interesting one. I mean, this is your chance. Prove yourself that you can get a quad one victory here, and you're in the NCAA tournament. I don't know. I don't know if I trust them here against SMU, especially when I see 85% of the tickets coming in on Miami, Ohio. But at the same time, I mean, if you were fading Miami, Ohio throughout the season, market was telling you to fade them, and they were cashing out. Yeah, the last couple, like the last 5 games or so, I think like 3 or 4 of those they didn't cover. And down the stretch, they weren't playing the best basketball, but they have something to prove here. I mean, they want to go to the NCAA tournament. This is your chance right here. You win this game. So I like Miami, Ohio. I mean, if you're on them, I get it. I just couldn't personally move on it. Did you move on this game, Jim?
I did. I doubled up on it because I was 6-0 day yesterday, and
Let's go.
But it was just 3 games. But I doubled up first half full game on dogs, cashed them all, following the same route here. I want to ask you about one other dog here, and then we'll move on to NBA. Kent State Golden Flashes. They're a public spot, but that's a pretty big move from 6 to 5. We have Illinois State 13 days off of getting slapped in the face by the Panthers and of Northern Iowa. And Spooner on Kent State. I was interested in Kent State. The fact that they're 5 days removed from almost taking out Akron. If you take out Akron in that overtime loss to Miami of Ohio, well, they won 11 straight in the MAC. But, of course, you have 3 losses to Akron, the overtime loss at home in Miami of Ohio. I've become very interested in Kent State. Can you touch on your thoughts around 13 days off for the Redbirds since the Panthers kicked them in the teeth? And if you think they're still angry and ready to go, do you think that may make them start out slow? Touch on the Golden Flashes Redbirds game in Normal, Illinois for us.
Yeah, 2 weeks off pretty much. That's a lot of time off for a team. I don't know, looking at the market here, I mean, in my opinion, I think, let's look at this again really quick here. I mean, we're seeing 88% of the tickets coming in on Kent State, and it's moving towards them. I mean, Illinois State at the Sharper Books opened up out of 6, and it's definitely moving towards Kent State. So if you're a Kent State backer, more of the tickets and money are coming in, but it is moving on them. I've made money backing Illinois State this year, so I didn't end up – I wanted them when I looked at this game last night, but now I've seen the line move towards Kent State. I mean, I'm going to stay off this game, but I think it'd probably be Kent State. I think it's kind of telling us that and Kent State, as you mentioned, those 2 losses to a team that's in the March Madness and a team that's also fighting to get into March Madness. So I like it. I mean, Kent State, you're getting 5 points with them, 5.5 points at some spots. So I would probably lean towards Kent State at this point just because the line has moved towards them. But I'm going to stay off this one. It's interesting. The slate today for college basketball, I'm just so excited for tomorrow. I've got all my action locked in for the next couple of days. So I'm just so pumped. And I'm like, I don't want to get too involved with today. You know what I mean? To throw me off. Hey, what's up, Stacks? Shout out to my guys. Sorry, I had a different screen on. Shout out to you. Shout out to everyone in the chat, guys. In 7 days, I will be at Southtown 101 because it's 1:50 Central Time. So I will be there at this time, guys. And I have an announcement to make as well. I got confirmation with my co-host Morgan Spooner. He will be in the building on Sunday. He's not leaving Saturday. He's leaving Monday. He got confused. So me and him will have walk-off wagers Sunday morning. First Sunday of baseball season in Southtown 101. Me and my guys.
Wow. That's exciting.
Super stoked for that, guys. So be on the lookout for that. I still got to – I didn't even tell Jimmy. I haven't even told Jose, but I was talking to Spoons. I was like, you got to stay till Sunday so we can do it. And he's like, I made a mistake. I'm actually staying till Monday. I was like, even better, my guy.
Perfect.
Let's go.
Perfect. And then he's there for the comedy show. We have the comic lockdown, man. So that's great. You know, I'll tell you the 88% of the tickets. I was on Navy plus 12 with now 91% of the tickets, but that's moved to a 10.
That's an interesting spot too, Jim, because I feel like Navy, I mean, they have to want this game. Their players are going to want this game. I feel like a little bit more than a Wake Forest team that, do they really want to be here? You know what I mean? The NIT tournament? I don't think so. Navy, I feel like, kind of feels honored to be here. They had a good season. Getting a lot of points, I get it. I would have, when I capped this game last night, I just figured if Wake Forest is laying double digits, I'll probably take Wake Forest. But seeing that move towards Navy now, you'll see Navy play with the heart. You know, these guys are guys that don't transfer out, that have been with this program for forever. They're well disciplined. They're not going to do a lot of stupid fouls. They're going to want to win this game, and they're going to want to fight until the end. So if you're getting 10 points in your back pocket with Navy, I definitely like it. I just couldn't move on it.
Well, that was great. I did the review of all of your action, Justin. And, man, first off, Friday is going to be a great show with you fellas. And then when we are live at the Southtown, it's going to get even better. There's the truth teller in the house. Let's roll into the NBA. Well, as you guys know, I was on a pretty tough run there. I talked with Justin about Nuggets first half and the Kings plus 13.5 late. If I didn't add those two, I would have gone 11-0 in basketball yesterday. Nuggets first half -9 was a smash and grab. Kings plus 13.5 was the only L. But, you know.
When I seen your record, I was like, I hope I'm not responsible for his only loss. Like,
you were also Nuggets first half.
Yeah.
First half, so.
But I just felt like, I'm like, damn, it seemed like his only losses are the ones that I contributed in.
Don't think like that. Don't think like that, man.
That's just how I felt. I didn't even realize it until I seen your card, and it was like $, $, $, $, $. And then I was like, I texted him about that game.
It's all good. It's all good. But somebody who truly believes in the double-digit favorite on the first leg of back-to-back is Justin. He sends me the text the day before. Those both cashed so easily. Oklahoma City, Orlando under 224. I mean, they ended up getting to 221, but it was never if it was very relaxing. The Philadelphia, Denver under 237. That is exactly this. I mean, to a T.
It was never a sweat. And at no point of the game was it like the whole game was just like.
Yeah, it's great. It's great.
I kept picking a score at the bar. Like,
I believe, and this is also I learned from trial and error. I believe this first double-digit favorite on the first leg of a back-to-back will be a common thing you'll hear everybody talking about as years go by. It's cashing at that level, and to get a second opportunity to live bet at a halftime, which we didn't get because we were sitting back cashing. I believe that everybody will know this angle. I'd never heard of it in my life till I found it through trial and error. Everybody will be talking about it. Oh, it's a double-digit favorite on the first leg of back-to-back. You bet the under on that. That's
if you don't get credit for it, it's going to make me want to fight.
Yeah, I don't care about that stuff. But
I do. Like other people to put their little pom-poms out. And no, that'll. Because when I do other shows and I give out the under and say, my homie Jimmy put me on this. So my thing is, if you're going to say that, get the credit who founded this. That's all I'm saying. Whether the person who wants the credit, don't make it look like you did this all by yourself. And like let's bet it. I do it in the drive-through. Both of them. I'd be like, yeah, I'm on the under mainly because Jimmy done found this angle, and it's cash. But 5 years from now, nobody's going to say Jimmy the bag back in 2026.
No, they're not. And you're a class act, and I thank you for that. But I'm not going to be attached to it. All I know
you care about winning. That's all. I understand.
It makes us money. It makes us fucking money every single. And to get this second opportunity, like remember at first I wasn't betting a full unit live at halftime. It's just it really is a special angle.
You got me setting my alarm just to wake up at halftime, just to make sure that I don't need to bet a unit on the under at halftime. So I'll wake up, but the Denver game, I was up because I was at the bar.
Yeah.
And I put my phone in my pocket. I was like, ain't no bet at halftime.
It's done. It's a dunzo spot here. What we haven't figured out, though, is when to bet it. I think that probably each game is just a different story. You try to time it right, but we could have timed it better on which one? OKC Orlando, I believe. But we were close.
Well, but you got a better number with me with Denver. I had a 236. I think you had a 237 or 237.
237.
But either one was cash.
Cash. Just cash.
I was jealous at first, but then when the game started, I was like, oh no, it don't matter what number you got.
When the double digit favorite's up 25 or 30 points,
that's when you know.
You just know it's just like the No one's going to play in the fourth quarter. The favorite's going to score 15 points in the fourth quarter. It's just perfect. Hornets -5 was an absolute smash and grab. Magic first half at +5.5. Shout out to Dutch Boy Fresh, who was on the full game. We talked about it in the chat. He's given us a play here as well. And the Magic first half, which combined with the under 224 cash was heaven. Timberwolves -3.5. We've been saying this so often that when Ant is going to be out of line. Now, the problem was we would think Ant was going to be out of lineup and then he'd still play. We knew early that he was going to be out of the lineup. So we knew early that these guys who'd been playing terrible, like Randall and others, were going to step up. That was very comfortable victory. Nuggets first half -9, very comfortable. And then, of course, there's got to be an L somewhere, and there's Kings +13.5. So it was a 6-1 day, which now means I'm 158 and 144. My two guests are heavily in the black this year in NBA, and I'm now getting closer again. 3.1 units down. Got to get back there. Let's get to work here in the NBA. We have a Stacks play today that's going up against Dutch Boy Fresh. We have action from J-Dub. Oh, no, J-Dub's all college. Sorry, we have action from Flank Steak. We have a Dougie Wise free bands play of the day. We've got a ton of action. So let's get to work here. This is going to be fun. I get over here to my notes page. Here we go. 7 p.m. Eastern. We start with the Golden State Warriors, 33-35, 14-20 on the road at the Boston Celtics, 45-23, 23-10 at home. We're at TD Garden in Boston, Massachusetts. Golden State 4-9. All the stats for pace and shooting percentages are post All-Star break. And at this point, I've always been someone who likes sample size and more sample size. I think I keep it. I think I just do post All-Star break till the end of the year. We can decide whether that makes sense. For the Celtics, Vooch is out. Everybody else healthy and ready to go. For the Patriots, Moody out, Horford out, both Curry's out, Quentin Post, Cryer, questionable, and Gary Payton, probable. We have Golden State, as I said, 4-9 over their post All-Star break. 22nd fastest pace in the NBA, 98.5 possessions a game. Celtics, we know what they do. They play slow. 30th last in the league post All-Star break, 94.11 possessions a game. Shooting 45.5 from the field and 36 from three. The Celtics 10-4 post All-Star break. And the Warriors shooting 45.1 from the field and 33.8 from three. Warriors are on game 3 of a really tough 6-game road trip. So it began on Sunday with a 110-107 loss at the Knicks. Then they defeat the Wizards on Monday, 125-117. Yes, that showed a lot of character. I know the Wizards are trash, but still, they covered against the Knicks. Then they delivered here. Shout out to Caleb Daniels with a $20 dono to bless everybody's action. Thank you. Caleb says, can Arkansas win it all? There's a belief from Wine Time that they can with a $20 dono here from Caleb Daniels. Let's stop everything. Thank you, Caleb. Wine Time. Can Arkansas win it all?
Listen, guys, when you have probably, in my opinion, I think he might be the best player in the country, and Darius Cuff, at least he's a top 3. The kind of level he's playing at right now, guys, he just goes head down. He gets the rim, and he's very fast when he gets down that court. He can make the 3. He's not afraid of the big moment. He's going to take the last shot if you need him to. He does everything the right way. I think he's going to go top 5 in this year's NBA draft, and it's crazy. In the beginning of the season, he wasn't even projected in the first round, but the kid's just he plays with a motor, and I think that they have the team. They've got the coach. They've got one of the better players in the country when it matters most. So can he stay healthy? Because he's going to be playing a lot of minutes in this tournament, guys, a lot. He might be playing all 40 minutes and once it gets to after the first round of the tournament. So we'll see. I like the chances. I know a lot of other people do too, though. At this point, that's my only – I thought I was going to kind of be on an island about this. All of a sudden now I'm reading all kinds of reports about everyone saying they think Arkansas can make a run. So it's the narrative. I just, you know what I mean? Do I think they can? They've got the team. My money's not on it as of right now. I've looked at the bracket. I'm about to fill out my bracket for Pub Sports Radio today. So we'll see. But Arkansas's got a deep team for sure. Justin
McCelvy, can Arkansas win it all?
Absolutely. They can. But just like Wine Time, I don't know what he said. I think he said he didn't bet it. I'm not betting it only because I got Florida Final Four, plus 300 early middle of the season. And the reason why I bet them Final Four was my way of not betting them to cut the Nets down. I think Florida going to win the championship. And I just didn't bet them to win the championship because when it comes to, like, I don't know, I really don't know how to word it. Like, I try to limit and benefit the most. Like, so instead of saying Final Four, instead of saying championship, I seen plus 300 at Final Four. And I was like, I love that spot. So I don't want to, and I'm going to have to find another horse. But all of a sudden, it just seemed like Wine Time was the first person that said, now, like, everywhere I turn, everybody's saying Arkansas, 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 Arkansas. And I'm not slandering because my old head, Ramon Scott, is big. Not money-wise, but all he talks about is Arkansas's cutting the Nets down. And I'm thinking like, damn, Wine Time said it first. And he wouldn't know Ramon was saying that. Ramon's saying it. Every people I respect is saying Arkansas, 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 Arkansas. But if I had to pick one horse to say who's going to win the championship, I'm going to say Gators. Like, the Gators got the loss out. If they didn't get the loss out their system, I would say Arkansas or, I hate to say it, but Duke, I would think Duke would beat Arizona if it push come to shove. I like Boozer. I like the Boozer boys, and like, I don't know. So if I had to say it, I don't know if I said yeah or no. So my fault. I changed my answer. No, they can't.
That's a great breakdown.
Yeah, I just thought about it. I'm like, Duke, Florida. I'm like, no, they can't win the championship. But Cup, box office. He's elite.
Yeah.
Wherever he goes, I'm gonna be following him in the NBA. Hopefully he goes to my Hawks somehow, some way. Like the politics trickle down, trade for this somehow. We need him.
Shout out to Caleb Daniels. Thank you for the dono, my friend. And
You didn't
thank
give
you to
your
all
opinion,
the
though, Jimmy, did you?
Sorry?
You gave Wine Time's opinion of mine. Did you give your opinion?
I didn't give my opinion, but the answer is yes. They are capable of winning it all. The 18-1, is nice. I have them in my confidence pool right now, and the confidence pool is so difficult. I'm having such trouble figuring out. I'm having enormous amounts of trouble, and the only issue I have with using Arkansas is they're going to have to play Arizona in the Sweet 16.
Wait, they got to play Arizona?
Yep. And in the Sweet 16, and that is going to be very, 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 very difficult. Can Arizona get eliminated by Utah State? No. So it's very, very difficult.
See, I didn't look at the brackets. I'm a last minute gambler. I like to see the lines. I like to hear everything. I like to see everything. So I'm gonna look at it like probably like 5 o'clock. No, I got to drive through 6 o'clock today. But I didn't know. What's so funny?
Oh, no, nothing's funny. I just realized who Arkansas is playing in the second round, and the odds for the team they're playing make the Sweet 16.
Who did they play in the second round?
Wisconsin.
They are going to be playing my Wisconsin Badgers, a team that I'm telling you guys, when you got, in my opinion, they have the best two guards, combination of guards in the country with Blackwell and Boyd. There's not a better duo than those guys scoring the bucket. Think that they're big time players, and you got other guys as well. I think Wisconsin's really deep, and they're going to play some really good ball. So my answer is no. I think Wisconsin will be taking out Arkansas in my bracket.
Well, I'm about to say the final answer. We did a lot of breaking down and hemming and hawing, but no, Arkansas does not cut the Nets down. Arkansas doesn't see the Final Four if they got to see Wisconsin and Arizona.
Yeah,
good luck with
that's tough.
Cuff is an animal, but you're not a gorilla. You can't beat Arizona and Wisconsin. Cut it out.
I mean, Wisconsin's odds to make the Sweet 16 are plus 110 right now. You know what I mean? Like, that's
wow.
That's insane,
And
guys.
what's Arkansas odds to go to the Sweet 16?
Yeah, what's Arkansas? Do you have that in front
Let's
of you?
check that really quick here. I can pull that up here. Just give me a second, guys.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, because unless there's an upset, they're gonna have to. Unless there's
Arkansas
a
is minus 125 right now.
Wow.
and Wisconsin is plus 110.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my
Oh
God.
yeah,
That's Sweet 16, Arkansas or Wisconsin
It's gonna be fun.
against Arizona, and we'll be sitting beside each other watching that motherfucker. All right,
just imagine me and Snick pulling up around that time.
Oh God, it's gonna be, oh God, I don't want to get too excited about it. Again, you got to have realistic expectations, but good God, having you and Nick Schnizzle roll in, I mean, it'd be so
I mean, the
big.
fact that he reached out to me, I'm optimistic. I told you I got my suitcase out. I couldn't wait to text the group chat. I was like, yo, like
Oh yeah.
it was getting close, and
Well-
he was like, first thing he asked me, he was like, "You got a car to get down there?" I said, "I do, but I'm not putting the miles on my car." I said, "I'll get a rental car." He said, "When do we gotta leave?" I said, "I would like to leave Monday, like meaning this Monday,
Yeah.
because we need to leave 2 days ahead of time." And he was like, "Well," he said he had to drop his kids off, or he has his kids and he drops them off Monday. And I was like, "Well, Wednesday at the very latest, and we get there Friday." He was like, "I might make that happen." I was like, "You make that happen. You come to Pittsburgh, we out."
Oh, it's perfect, man. I mean, Schnizzle called me at 1:30 in the morning. I'm capping, and I answered the phone. I jumped on with him. He
Called me at 2 and I missed his call because I was shooting pool.
He's a one of a kind dude. Steven Fehrenbach has Arkansas 40-1, Iowa State 15-1, Houston 9.5-1 in his pocket. Turnsey, Rusty Kuntz is Avstars under 6.5. That's such a sharp look. The first two games each had 8 goals in regulation. I mean, I think that's going to happen as well. I just don't.
No, it's
I don't
not.
know if I have the balls to bet it.
I'm on
I'm
the
going to
over.
copy and paste it though. I think it's very sharp. I am on the Avs in that one, Turnsey. Okay, let's roll though. Warriors, Celtics. So we've set some of a table here, at least on the Warriors side of things, because it's game 3 of the tough 6-game road trip. I thought they showed a ton of character, having a home game on Friday, flying across the continent on Saturday, and then covering at the Knicks in Madison Square Garden on Sunday, then beating the Wizards, not staying accountable and beating them by 8. This is their third game in 4 nights. Celtics coming off their second straight win, 120-112 at home over the Suns on Monday. This is the final game of a 3-game homestand. Let's get the line history up, cash flow, and we'll get Wine Time to hit lead off for Warriors Celtics. We have the Warriors plus 12 at minus 108. Opened up at 13, got down to an 11 at 9 this morning. Now we're back up to a 12. We've had a 1-point move towards the Golden State Warriors. From a total side of things here, we have a 216.5, opened up at 215.5. And then when we get to the cash flow, we have 68% of tickets, 73% of the cash on Boston. Interestingly enough, Circa's hanging an 11.5. So they've moved it up. They had it at 12.5 at 2 in the morning, moved it back to 11.5 at 9. That's with 70% of tickets and 95% of cash on the Celtics. It is kind of fishy. 73% of tickets on the under, 67% cash on the under. Wine Time Sports, take it away.
I do think it's fishy a little bit too. I mean, when the Warriors played the Knicks were 14.5 at Madison Square Garden. And the fact that the Celtics are 12 right now, I feel like this line probably should have opened up at a 12.5 or a 13. But the fact that, some of the sharper books are moving this to 11.5, I just moved on it because I can get a plus 12 at minus 110. So I'm all over it here with the Golden State Warriors, guys. I don't think that they're going to win this game outright. But I do think that they're going to show a little bit of heart here. What do we have? 2 weeks left of NBA, I believe. First week of April, I think, is the play-in tournament. And the Warriors pretty much already in. There's going to be no one that I don't think that gets in that's not in right now. At this point, the Grizzlies, I think, are 7 or 8 games back. There's no way they're able to get into the play-in. So the Warriors have their spot locked in. Curry's obviously not playing out. Horford's resting for that, I'm assuming. I think they can stay within double digits, though, here against Boston. I think they've got the team to do it here. So I'm on the Warriors here, guys, plus 12, minus 110 here. According to Action, too, it's kind of telling us a similar market as well. with odds logic, pretty much saying that the public is coming in and taking Boston, as they probably should. I mean, they're the better team here. I just think that the fact that it's moving towards the Warriors, if this was moving towards Boston, if this opens up at 12 and a half, and it gets, we're at this point, we're talking about it's a 13, I'm on Boston. But the fact that it's gone down, I'm on Golden State here. I think they can stay within double digits in this game, and I'm getting 12 here. So give me the Warriors plus 12 minus 110 here.
It's too bad Horford's not in the lineup. He would be helpful, but you have Draymond at the 5, Santos at the 4. I think this should be bet. I think it should be bet. I think this is look, I don't want to get too confident, but it just feels like an NBA 101 type situation. The line's not as big as you expected it to be. The line's moving towards a team where the line's not as big as you expected it to be. All the money's on the favorite. Rob Free says, as a lifelong Warriors supporter, we suck this year. Games are super boring, and this roster should garner anyone's hard-earned money. Look, I get that. Now, you have been spoiled. Coming from a Raptors fan. I mean, the only reason why we took you guys out was because of injuries. But I get it here. And we have Dan Kelly in the house, has just dropped in to tell Jose congratulations from our friend Dan Kelly. Wine Time moving on the Warriors plus 12 minus 110. Jam saying Boston second quarter. You'll have to hear from Nasty Nate, but he's been cashing with that. We have 4th and 1 entertainment. He's on Tatum, points, rebounds, and assists. PRA. Goracle, it's interesting you can only do that. I had everything available to me, so try to refresh, but I will definitely make sure that. Also, Gorky, we have that group chat with Swig on X. I told him that we have a few different group chats open for people asking questions. So hit us in there, and I'll make sure that we're looking at it. All right, let's roll on Warriors plus 12. Let's hear from Justin. Warriors Celtics.
Yeah, what's going on with this shit? I'll figure it out in a second. Yeah, I do like the Warriors. I didn't get there, and I'm not going to bet it. But for me, it would be a Warriors or nothing. That's a whole lot of points. And I don't think the Warriors is this good. And I was bouncing back and forth from Peyton Pritchard over his points because we watched the Celtics the last game, and it made me want to fade Jaylen Brown. He had 42 points the last game, 41 or 42 points the last game. And I wanted to fade that. And one thing I've learned is sometimes when you try to fade outliers, and Trey Murphy taught me this when I was on air with the Trey Murphy after he had 74 3-pointers in one game. And I realized you don't got to fade that player. Sometimes you got to look at another player to bet on. And Jaylen Brown had 42. I wanted to fade that, but I think that he's balling this year. I think he got a shot. I'm not betting that. I didn't bet it, but I think he has a shot for MVP. But I wanted to be on Peyton Pritchard over his points, but I decided not to. Then I was on the Warriors. I looked back the Warriors live, but nothing pre-flop. Just because this Warriors team is horrible. But it stayed within, it's 11 and a half? It was 12 and a half or 13 when I seen it. And I was looking at him, but I don't have nothing in the action this game. I'm glad Wine Time does, so I'll root for him. I'll look to live bet the Warriors, but I might get to Pritchard.
I'm just going over all of the spreads that the Celtics have been dealing with at home. Suns closed to 8.5. Suns are 10 games over 500 right now. Washington, they just hosted Washington. That one closed at 20.5. I'm trying to make sense of this number at 11.5. Maybe it makes a little more sense than I thought. Dallas, they played Dallas at home. So we're going back in time. So that was 3 games ago. That closed at 15.5. With all of the players out from the Warriors, you'd think this might be higher. Let's see. They played Charlotte at home. Remember, that was their last home loss. That one closed at 6.5. Celtics went from 5.5 to 6.5. And then we go beyond that. We'll take that Sixers game. They won by 16. That one closed at 8.5. I'm going to spend more time on it, but I do like it. Yeah, is on Boston -7 first half. Let's roll on. Nasnate says Celtics second quarter is hitting at 131% this season. ROI must be ROI. But nice job, Nasnate. Let's roll on. So we have Wine Time moving on the Warriors +12. We're going to have Justin hitting leadoff for us in our next spot. 7:30 p.m. Eastern. The Oklahoma City Thunder 54-15, 25-8 on the road at the Brooklyn Nets 17-51, 9-24 home at Barclays Center in Brooklyn, New York. Oklahoma City 9 straight wins, 12-1 post All-Star break. 99.47 possessions a game. That's 17th fastest in the NBA over that time period. Brooklyn 2-13, 98.3 possessions a game. So they've been slowing down as the season's gone on. Both teams are shooting poorly. I was a little shocked to see the Thunder winning and not playing nearly as efficient as they were playing earlier. You could say that's injury issues. Just 45% from the field in 13 games. Just 34.9 from three. They're barely shooting better than Brooklyn. Brooklyn 43.7 from the field and 33.6 from three. Thunder on the second half of back-to-back after securing their 9th straight win, 113-108 at Orlando last night. Shout out to Dutch Boy Fresh, who gave us Orlando full game. We were on the full game under and Orlando first half. Let's get to the who will be in, as it is the second half of the back-to-back. So we know that Williams is out, Hartenstein out, Dort out, and Holmgren questionable here. Holmgren questionable. On the other side, MPJ out, Seraph questionable. So this is the third game in 4 nights for the Thunder. It's the second game of a 5-game road trip. Brooklyn comes in off their 4th straight loss, 114-95 at home to the Blazers. This is game 2 of a 5-game homestand. Let's get this line history and then hand this over to Justin. We have this total at 214. Opened up at 214.5. Did get down to 211.5. At 1:32 p.m., this was 211.5. At 1:42 p.m., it was 214. That's a pretty wild situation. I guess was Chet Holmgren upgraded? No. I don't. That must be just sharp action. From a side perspective here, we have Oklahoma City -18. They opened up at -19.5. They're now -18. And Dougie White says 30 might not be enough. What I think though is that Brooklyn has no chance of winning this game. They can try their hardest. It's the defending NBA champions coming to town. Thunder on the second half of back-to-back. You think they want to destroy anybody? I'm not running to get Nets action in. Feel that it sort of makes sense here. It would also have to be a full game spot because no one's gonna play over 30 minutes on the third game of 4 nights, second game of 5-game road trip, second half of back-to-back. I mean, it's a sick thing to say out loud that you might bet the Nets. Let's hear from you, Justin. Take it away.
Yeah, I bet it. This is my least confident bet, but I have a reason why I bet it. And I'm on the over in this game, Jimmy. And best number you get, I think I got a 212.5.
Nice.
Hold on.
This move just happened.
I got 212.5 minus 114 is what I got. But I didn't post it nowhere, and I'll take the best number you can get me, even if it's higher. It doesn't matter. Because I think that the second leg of the back-to-back, it's just like what you said. Like, I don't even know if SGA going to play or not. Like, and I forgot that me and Markel was talking about SGA yesterday. And that was an easy cap. Like, I don't know if Markel's in the chat or not, but that was easy. And I put it in the chat about his cousin done put up 41 against Orlando the night before. Like, you know how close they are. So it's automatic that Shea plays the same team that his cousin done put up 41. So, you know, Shea was like, oh, yeah? Watch this. But he only put up 40 last night. I don't know if he's going to play, but this OKC team is, it don't matter who. One thing we know, it don't matter who's in the lineup. Their business as usual. Whether Shea's in there, whether the real J-Dub is in there or not, it's business as usual. And Brooklyn, prior to when I lost my Medicaid play because of Brooklyn, because they didn't show up. But Brooklyn So right now they was 10-1. So they're 10-2 the last 10-2 to the over the last 12 home games. They was 10-1 the last 11 home games to the over, and they messed that up when Portland played them and on my Medicaid play on Monday that was. So my whole thing is I'm on the over. I think no matter who's in there for OKC, they're gonna put up numbers. I think Brooklyn is gonna support the I don't think they're just gonna lay down and die and just lose by 48. So I think Brooklyn will cover. Well, not cover, but no, I kind of do think they will cover. But I think Brooklyn will contribute to the over, and it was 10-1, and I lost on a 10-1 on my Medicaid play, and to the Brooklyn home games to the over. So now it's 10-2. So I'm on the over. Best number you get me.
Over 213.5 at minus 112 is the best number. I'm moving on the Nets.
You said 213?
213.5 minus 112. I'm moving on it. Shout out to James. Great to see you in the chat. Wouldn't you think that this is the perfect opportunity to try? Because you're still going to lose. Defending champs are coming to town. So go out there and try. You don't have MPJ out there. Go out there and try. Are the Thunder going to try? Wine Time, take it away. Thunder Nets.
Nothing for me in this one, fellas, but I would only be on the Brooklyn Nets here. It's funny. I was in a group chat with my buddies, and I was on the Trailblazers when they were laying. I think it was 11.5 against the Nets. He's like, why are they laying 11.5 against anyone? Because the Brooklyn Nets are that bad. But 20 points right here with the Thunder, with the team that's kind of just should be in cruise control these next couple weeks. Stay healthy, be healthy for the playoff time when it matters most. I'm off this game. I won't take too much of your guys' time in this one because I want nothing to do with this game. I would be on Brooklyn here, though, getting nearly 20 points. I can't personally take it, and I'm not going to take it. But good luck to you on this one, Jim. You said, are you on the first half or the full game?
I'm going to take the full game.
This
is going to be just a disgusting card already shaping up. Warriors and Nets to get started. Fucking love it. I love it. Fucking love it.
And a quick shout out to It's Randall. He asked about a bankroll. Our guy Sweaty Butcher answered it perfectly.
Didn't he?
Whatever money, like he said, 1,000 bet $10. I think he said he has $200, so bet $2. You know what I mean? At 1% of whatever you got. That way, you could lose and, your bankroll's still going to be there. You know what I mean? Don't burn it too quick. Shout out to you, my guy.
Yeah, it's a long game. You will evolve as a capper as you go through it. There's no quick fix. You grow and you learn, you get stronger, and then soon your bankroll or your unit size will be at a point where maybe you could survive and provide off of just that. But that's going to take a long time. Let's roll on. We'll go back to Wine Time.
1K, you should be betting $10 units at 1K. That's crazy. I never knew that. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, I mean, a bet should be 1% of your unit size, a max
bet.
I
know that, but you're seeing that. It's like the time that it would take. And thinking about Wine Time's units, like, holy fucking shit.
Yeah.
Like, damn.
Well,
and I agree with that. I like that. I'm going to screenshot that.
Yeah, it's a perfect answer from our guy, Sweaty Butcher. Let's roll into our next spot on the board. 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Portland Trailblazers 33-36, 15-20 on the road at the Indiana Pacers 15-54, 10-24 at home at Gainbridge Fieldhouse in Indianapolis, Indiana. Portland 6-7 post All-Star break, 101.81 possessions a game, 12th fastest. Indiana playing a little faster. They have yet to win post All-Star break, 0-14. 102.07 possessions a game is 9th fastest. Both teams shooting poorly. Teams across the board are playing inefficient basketball, shooting poorly, and scores are lower than what one would expect with the pace of play. Scores are across the board. Every single team. Is it because it's becoming playoff time and things are heating up? I tell you guys right now, over the next few weeks, you need to be deciding how much am I going to bet on Operation Garcia. And Operation Garcia should only, for me, I'm going to be all over the play-in games and game one of the series. Because game one of the series, those teams that just got through the play-in games will score 55, 60 points. It's insane. It's insane. Yet last year's game 1 of the NBA playoffs was one of the greatest days of my entire career. And so that you should start be thinking, how much am I going to put on Operation Garcia? Now, again, we'll talk about it more later, but there has to be at least 8 players available in the prop market. Can never be lower than that from each team. So there got to be 16, 15 at the very lowest if there's 8 and 7. If they're only giving you 4 to 5 or 6 players available, then you can't bet Operation Garcia. So that's key. But let's roll on here. We have the Blazers are on game 3 of a 5-game road trip. It began with a 109-103 loss to Philadelphia on Sunday, followed by a 114-95 win at Brooklyn on Monday. This is their 3rd game in 4 nights with constant travel. The problem is it's the 3rd game in 4 nights for the Pacers as well. They're also on the second half of a back-to-back after suffering their 14th straight loss last night, 136-110 at the Knicks. Let's start with who will be in the lineup, and then we'll see if there's something to cook with for Wine Time. We have Sharp out, Krejci out, Williams questionable, so Drew, Kamara, Abdia, Grant, and Klingon. On the other side, again, like it's just every game with the Pacers, you have to wait and wait and wait. We know that Toppin and Spicy P are out. Zubac, Shepard, Potter, Naismith, Nemhard, McConnell, and Jackson, all questionable. All questionable. But it is a home game. You have to put something together for your home fans. If it was a road game, maybe they all sit, but you have to think that somebody will be in. Line history-wise, we have a total at 231. This one opened up at 231, went up to 235, then back to 231. From a point spread standpoint here, we have the Pacers plus 13. They opened up at plus 10, a 3-point move towards the Blazers. And then when we get to the cash flow for this one, 64% of the tickets, 71% of the cash on Portland, line moving in their direction. 80% of tickets on the under, 93% cash on the under. Not knowing who the hell is going to be in the lineup for the Pacers makes it not enjoyable to cap, obviously, but that doesn't mean we, disregard the game. Take it away for us here, Wine Time. Any interest in Blazers, Pacers?
Yeah, I have some interest in the Trailblazers here, fellas. I mean, we talked about it like a month ago. I mean, this team is just heading in the right direction. If you look at their starting, this team healthy, actually looks pretty damn good out there. With Drew out there, with Denny out there, with Jeremy Grant. I haven't really looked into much of Dame. I'm assuming Dame's not coming back at all this season, correct, fellas?
No,
he's not coming back.
Yeah, he's ruled out. Okay, so he's not going to be coming back when playoffs time. But this, if he was actually healthy come playoff time, this would be a team I would not want to see in the first round if I was the top seed. I think team's going to be able to give anybody that they face in the first round a tough 7-game series just by how gritty they are. You got guys that have been in the playoffs for a long time. You got a guy over there in Drew Holiday who's a champion. He's been there. Your head coach is getting charged in the beginning of the season, and now you have a brand new coach, and here you are playing double digits. I mean, you were double-digit favorites on Monday, and you took care of business against a really bad team, and I expect them to do it right here, fellas. I'm going to do it here. I'm going to lay this spread here, and I know tickets and money are coming in on the Trailblazers, but it is moving towards them, and maybe it's moved towards them a little bit too much. Maybe I am a little bit too late, but honestly, at this point, Trailblazers are one of the more profitable teams in the NBA for me this season. I'm going to roll with them here. I'm going to say that they roll the Indiana Pacers here. I'm moving on it right now, fellas. I just want to see if I can get a 12.5 anywhere at a reasonable price. If not, I'm going to move on this 13. Yeah, I like this spot. I'm going to be moving on the Trailblazers.
Wine Time on the Blazers here. It's a funny spot because depending on the information of who will be in and out of the lineup, the line's going to move accordingly. I mean, it's almost impossible to believe it'll just stay here. I think the line moved from 10 to 13 is people in the know. Some people know who's going to be in and who's going to be out. People close to the team, and phone calls are made. Justin, we have Wine Time looking for a line on the Blazers. What do you think here?
I can't go against him. I can't back these Trailblazers. I'm not backing the Pacers. I'm on the over. Portland, they let me the same as the Brooklyn Nets, just a different side of the ball field. Portland is 20-1-9 to the over as a favorite. I think Indiana don't play no defense when they're at the their lineup is just up and down every day. Every day they play, their lineup is up and down. They start off with like 9 people on questionable. So I like Portland. I do like Portland to win the game. I think Portland keep it moving. I think they're going to put up a lot of points. I think Indiana's going to help them put up a lot of points. And with Indiana being at home and with Portland coming off a rest, and the only thing that scares me being on the Portland side is, yeah, they did what they were supposed to do against the Nets, but the previous game before that, they let go and lost outright as they wasn't a double-digit favorite against the Sixers, but they was like 8.5, 7.5 against the Sixers, and they lost outright. So now to give up double digits, and you're talking about almost 4 possessions. I can't do that with the Blazers, but I'll ask them to score points. And one thing my homie Dimes done said, and I don't know if he heard this or if it's public knowledge or what it is. Just telling you what he said. Maybe y'all heard it or not. But he said that Coach Carlisle done said that he's only playing his starters like the first half of the game and early third quarter. Whether he made this public and any of y'all seen this or not, but he told me this and he convinced me that it was really said. So y'all can stat check it. And that makes me think that there's going to be a lot of points scored. Like Indiana first half is probably going to be respectable and put up, fight back and a lot of points. And then Portland take off the second half. So I don't know, but I'm confident. I'm confident enough to make the over official. So best number you could get me.
You timed this nicely because it's coming right back. So 231 flat minus 110.
Oh, yeah.
Over 231 flat minus 110. Wine Time, did you move on the Blazers?
I did. I could only get a 13 out of. I don't want to pay the minus 120. So I'm going to just pay the minus 110 and get the 13. Let's go Trailblazers. My lane minus 13 with the Portland Trailblazers it's crazy. But they're playing some good basketball. And Stacks, what you said, I think it makes a lot of sense. I think that's what a lot of these coaches are going to be doing towards the end of the season. Now they're tanking like this. The guys that are playing in the first half that are starting the game, you're not going to see them after the 7-minute mark in the third quarter. So I like that. Trailblazers, they want to continue to play good ball. Who knows? They might even slide in and get that 8th spot. It's going to be interesting to see what happens the next couple of weeks, but I'm officially on it. Portland Trailblazers. I just really like this team, and I think the line moving towards them, again, if you got in at a 10.5 or 11, shout out to you. That's great work right there. I'm going to still take the 13 though.
And what you said the VIG was over 231 minus
110.
Okay.
Let's roll on here to our next spot on the board. Justin will hit leadoff. Raptors 38-29, 19-13 on the road. The Chicago Bulls 28-40, 17-18 at home United Center in Chicago, Illinois. I found the Bulls very, very difficult to cap of late. Toronto 6-6 post All-Star break. Look, they just won at home over the Pistons to give us some hope because all the hope's gone. Not that we had much hope. We just had a team that we liked, and I don't like them anymore. 21st fastest pace, 98.54 possessions a game, 47.5 from the field, and 34.9 from three. It's come to the point where just trade everybody again. The guys who are playing with passion, the Murray Boyles, except for Barnes. Don't trade Barnes, but look, I just don't see any anger when we lose from IQ or BI, and I get it. They have a great life. 500 basketball is fine, but it's not fine for us. Chicago 4-9 post All-Star break, 102.98 possessions a game. That's third fastest in the NBA. 46 from the field and 35.1 from three. Knicks keep coming in, beating us by double digits. Nobody does a goddamn thing. Nobody cares. Nobody is upset. Nobody's angry. Just fucking Raptors coming off that second straight win. This is game 1 of a 5-game trip. Bulls snapped their 2-game losing streak with a 132-107 win at home over Memphis on Monday. This is the first of a back-to-back. They host the Cavaliers tomorrow night. Jermaine says BI in a good groove. Look, he's happy to be here, we think. And it's just, look, he's been great, and I just want to see some emotion when we lose. I can't tell the difference when we win or lose. I can't tell the difference. There's just no one change. Everybody's just smiling, walking over to their girlfriend. Fucking. There's no. Let's get to the line history here for this one. We have a total of 234.5. We've climbed a 1.5. Opened up at 233. From a point spread standpoint, we have the Raptors -7 and -115. Open up at 7.5, so a half-point move. towards the Bulls. When we get to the cash flow, here we have 56% of the tickets, 92% of the cash on the Bulls. I mean, I get it. Toronto has 93% of tickets on the under, 94% of cash on the under. When we get to or who will be in, Murray Boyle's doubtful. It's crazy that this kid was so big such a big part of our energy. Simon's out, Ivy out, Okoro doubtful, Sexton questionable. So Giddey, Jones, Basalis, Miller, and Jalen Smith, the expected starting five. Giddey, Jones, Basalis, Miller, and Smith. You would think that quickly BI, RJ, Barnes, and Pirtle would destroy this team. But we're just not really seeing that. So let's roll here. We have Justin hitting leadoff. Take it away, Raptors, Bulls.
Yeah, I'm not on the side of the total. I got a prop in this game. And it seems like you're bashing your Raptors, Jimmy. And I don't want to defend them, but if you go back to the New Orleans Pelicans game when the Pelicans beat the Raptors, and I think that it was DeJounte Murray, that sparked this Raptors team. And I just feel like, because they haven't lost since then. I mean, it's only been 2 games, small sample size. But having losing. I'm just saying, don't be so hard on your Raptors, Jimmy. Give them a little bit of time. Like,
it's all about realistic expectations. All of a sudden, a month and a half ago, 2 months ago, I was like, look at this team defend. They're sitting 4th in the East. I'm like, God, we could. Remember, we were talking in the chat. Do we move on Raptors futures? Thank God.
I remember.
But sorry.
But I just think y'all y'all more ahead of schedule than my Hawks. I feel like we're 2 years away from 2 years away. I think y'all like 2 years away from 1 year away, maybe, or maybe less than that. I like this Raptors team, and I like to back them. I just can't lay this many points on the road. And one thing I realized is Giddey is back, and I cashed on his triple-double the other day, last game against the Grizzlies. It was a no sweat, and I wanted to go back to him again today. But I don't like the matchup because one thing the Raptors they got a bunch of trees down there with Ingram and Pirtle and Barnes. Like, I can't bet on this triple-double. But with all them trees that y'all got, I got 11 plus, Josh Giddey 11 plus assists at plus 120. And I think just with the height, and I don't like saying length of the Toronto Raptors, I just think he's going to be dishing the ball out. Like, when he goes to the lane and they see how big these boys, it's going to be like, here, here. So I like Giddey's assists. I got 11 plus assists at plus 120. I love it. I really love this play. It's probably my favorite NBA bet of the day.
The angle makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's just he's not going to get that many rebounds, so he's not going to get I feel like he's not going to get a triple-double because Raptors are too tall for him. Like, how many rebounds? You're going to get 10 rebounds against all these giants? Like, you're a little fella for real. I mean, be a guard. Like, you got Ingram, like Pirtle, Barnes. Like, how many rebounds you going to get? But when you try to drive the lane, you're going to drive, the bigs is going to collapse, and you're going to be like here or here. So 11 plus, yeah. I would look at his points and assists, but I'll just count on him, dish the ball out, and go crazy. And 11 plus assists. Hopefully the blowout don't come before he gets assists, but 11 plus assists plus 120 in my pocket. Make it official.
You're in business. 11 plus assists plus 120. Wine time. What do you think here?
I think I'm going to tell my guys stacks on that. I'm not going to give it out as official play just because I haven't been taking up props as official play. But I'm going to throw a little something on that because that makes a lot of sense there, stacks. I like the breakdown on that. I'm going to look at that after the show. As far as the side goes in this one, I don't know. I mean, I think the Raptors can lay their number here. I think they can beat these guys by however many points they want to. I do think that Toronto is a lot better than Chicago, but will they? I don't know. We've got 92% of the cash coming in on Chicago. Never like being on that side, and the line has moved a little bit. I mean, all of our sharp books, circa South Point, have this down to a 7 right now, but that's with Circa's got 84% of the cash on the Raptors, so they have moved it. Is it enough for me to move on the Bulls? No, and I'm not going to lay it here with the Raptors either, fellas. So this is just going to be a pass for me. Don't want to have anything to do with this game. Curious to see who the Raptors are going to get in the first round, Jimmy. I don't know. I think the Raptors might be a team we can back in a 7-game series, but we'll see. I'm really curious to look at who their matchup could be potentially in that first round. But as far as this game goes, I'm going to stay off of it. A lot of money coming in on the under as well, and it's moved a point in the other direction. It's actually moved more than that at some books. So, but forget the total, forget the side in this. I'm off this game, guys.
The Raptors look so bad on the road of recent. March 11th, they lose by 11 at the Pelicans. That was the game Justin was talking about. March 10th, they lose by 14 at the Rockets. On March 5th, they lose by 8 at the Timberwolves. Then February 28th, they beat the Wizards by 9. And I watched that game. It was trash. It was such bad basketball. We weren't defending at all until like halfway through the third quarter. It was such bad. It was such an ugly, horrible basketball game, not just because of their shit-ass gold Wizard jerseys. Milwaukee, they went in and beat them badly. And then the game before that was at Chicago. They won 110-101. So could you say, well, there is our, proof here. There's our proof that the Raptors can go into Chicago and beat them by 9. And no, there was no Giddey in that game. Look, the Bulls should be bet here. The Raptors are not a team that's going to go in and yes, every player prop points under, Turnsy. I've heard people talk about the comparisons to hockey. It's tricky. And the sample size is, I studied this. This is year 5 now, right? So I have faith in it now. And look, you guys watched me go up $8,000 and then lose 17. And those were some of the darkest times. Like what was that, 2 years ago? Fuck. Taking 45-minute showers. Just not wanting to get out. God, fuck, I hate that feeling. But that's in the rearview mirror. Look, I'm telling you, the Bulls should be bet here. I mean that they beat the Bulls by 9. Look at who was playing in that game for the Bulls. They had nobody played over 31 minutes. They went 11 players deep. 11 different players played double-digit minutes. The Bulls shot 42% from the field and 30% from 3. The Bulls turned the ball over 20 times. And so there's your proof of concept that they can win on the road by 7 or more. I'm on the Bulls. Fuck it. The more I study the Raptors, the more I dislike them. Let's roll on here. Wine Time hitting leadoff. Utah Jazz 20-48, 8-26 on the road. Minnesota Timberwolves 42-27, 23-12 at home. Again, it's about reasonable expectations. You start having high expectations for something, you're going to put yourself in a situation where you're going to get upset. Utah 2-10 post All-Star break, 13th fastest pace, 101.38 possessions a game, shooting 44.7 from the field and 33.8 from 3. Minnesota 8-5, 15th fastest pace, 100.54 possessions a game, shooting the ball nice from the field, 49.3 and 35.6 from 3, which is okay. Jazz coming off their third straight loss, 116-111 at Sacramento on Sunday. This is the first of a back-to-back. They host the Bucks tomorrow night, and this is the final game of a 3-game road trip. What a horrible spot for the Jazz. But you have Minnesota on the second half of a back-to-back after beating Phoenix last night. This is their third game in 4 nights, but it's game 2 of a 3-game homestand. And, Ant didn't play last night. So Ant's not playing tonight either. Ant out. Out at least 1 week with right knee inflammation.
Ain't the Sumo on the Timberwolves?
Sorry?
Is he not? My father's reading the comment.
Ayo's on the Wolves. Traded from the Bulls to the Wolves.
He said Bulls should have traded Ayo to some. Maybe I'm reading it wrong.
It shouldn't. It's probably thought.
Maybe it said shouldn't. Okay.
Oh,
but It says gone under his props
Yeah,
a
no,
lot.
you're right.
But
What's
he's on the
that?
Timberwolves, though. Ain't he?
Yeah, the Bulls traded him at the deadline.
Yeah, I was just reading the comment. My fault.
No, it's all good. All good. So Edwards out, Reed questionable, Clark questionable, DiVincenzo, Ayo, McDaniels, Randall, and Gobert. On the other side of things, we have Markkinen out, George out, Bailey questionable, Conchar probable. So Collier, Williams, Sensabaugh, Bailey, and Filipowski. When we get to the line history here for this one, Minnesota's 13.5-point favorites. I mean, unbelievable. They opened up at 12, went down to 10.5. Now they're back at 13.5. That's how bad the Timberwolves are. Excuse me, the Jazz are. From a total standpoint, we have a 230.5. It's dropped from 233. When we get to the cash flow here, we have 55% of tickets, 76% of cash on Minnesota, 85% of tickets on the under, 95% of cash on the under. I guess the Timberwolves are just going to destroy the Jazz, despite no Ant, possibly no Nas. But the Jazz are just that bad. And you have to take them full game. Jazz could be up 15 points halfway through the second quarter, still lose by 30. God, the NBA, just capping the NBA is starting to make me angry.
Yeah.
It sucks.
That's why I kind of stayed clear of it for a little bit. It just was kind of getting to I just couldn't do it anymore for a little bit.
What do you think here? One time, I mean, the market is implying that despite a light lineup, the Timberwolves can pick their number.
Yeah, I mean, the question is, I guess, is Ace Bailey going to play here for the Utah Jazz? He missed the last game against the Sacramento Kings. And, shout out to DeMar DeRozan over there. Turn back the clock game, 41 points, gets to the free throw line like 25 times. Had to do everything he possibly could to beat this beaten down Utah Jazz team that is just desperately trying to lose games here. And yeah, I don't know, with no Ant Edwards, Minnesota Timberwolves are minus 13.5 right now. I might end up moving on the T-Wolves. There's just a couple question marks. I'm assuming Ace isn't going to play in this one. If he does, maybe I wait because I will be able to get a better number on Minnesota. Maybe it moves like a half point because when Ace has been playing, he's been playing well. It seems like in some of these games, he's been able to get off for about 25 points in a couple of games. And, they drafted him in the first round last year. They traded away their other guy from Florida. So I don't know. To me, Utah doesn't want to win ball games. And you said it, they could be up at some point in the first half and lose this game by 30 points still. And without Anthony Edwards in this game, he is ruled out. I just can't believe T-Wolves would be this much of a favorite against anybody without him. Still do have a really good team, so I think they can run him off the floor here at home. So I will most likely move on the Timberwolves here, fellas. I'm just not going to do it yet. I'm going to wait a little bit, and I'm just going to let the market wait a little bit. And I want to see if we get anything on Ace Bailey.
See, I don't think I can do it because there was a need yesterday. The reason why we were on the Timberwolves. There was a need for the Timberwolves to step up. They'd be playing. They would look terrible until they played the Warriors. And the only reason why I ended up betting them against Warriors was I was like, of course they're going to step up now. They just got destroyed back-to-back nights, and I lost money on them on the second night. I might have lost money on both of them. I'm like, of course, if I don't bet this, they're going to beat the Warriors by 25 points. It was just out of spite. It was out of just like, I look, they just took my money, and now I'm not going to back them here. I'm like, I just close your eyes, press the button. It wasn't that I liked them or anything like that. They played terrible, and then Ant's not there. So we come home off of a bad trip. Let's show everybody what we can do. How can I trust this lineup to win by 13 points when they just did it? We just won without Ant against the Suns, against Booker by double digits. We can do this. And they walk in, they look across at the fucking Jazz, don't know who the hell these guys are. I don't. So I'm off of this spot, but I'll be very interested if you do move on it. I'll give it a second look.
I'll let you guys know if I do move on this one.
All right. Justin, any interest here in Jazz Wolves?
Absolutely. I got a whole lot of interest. And I kind of disagree with Wine Time, maybe first half. Not maybe, definitely. And my thing is, I joined you with the Timberwolves, and I was on Randall, and it was cash yesterday. And now they're on the second leg of a back-to-back against a tanking team, I understand. But one thing we realize is these Jazz team, is they come out hot and then they quit the second half. And they're on 3 days rest. The way that the Timberwolves fought, they was down. It was just like a 1 point. Because I live bet. I even went back in, Jimmy, and live bet when they was down earlier. And Bet Rivers, they give you like boost to live bet, which I think it's like stealing. And I was already on it, so I cut like a plus 114, and they give you like a 20% boost.
Nice.
So I say 20% boost. I mean, they don't let you bet $50, but if you're already on there pre-flop, $50 plus 114 with a boost, it adds up. And I was on it yesterday. It was like cash, Randall Cash, twins. Timberwolves blew them out. And I'm on a Utah Jazz first half, best number that you could get me. I think they might be winning this game. They're on 3 games rest right now, 3 days rest. And you got the Timberwolves coming off the emotional win off that first loss. That's why they jumped on the Suns. Now they're coming off an emotional win where they come back the second half and win the game. Randall had another outlier. He cashed for me. Like, how many times you going to ask this team to come out here and smack something without Ant? And all I'm asking Utah to do is to keep it close in the first half when they're the rest of the team. Minnesota coming off back-to-back. You got Nas might not play, whether he is or not. Even if he is, he's not healthy. You get this team on second leg with back-to-back against a team off a third day rest. Give me the Utah Jazz first half. Best number you get me.
I certainly like the angle.
And the crazy thing is, the number you're going to give me now, I got a way worse number than I got a 6.5 minus 112. So you'll probably be able to give me a better number because I jumped on that early. I got that like in the middle of the night.
Yeah, I can get you a 7.5.
So I'll take that. I wait. So what can you get me a 6.5 for? Because that's what I bet. So if I get plus money with it, that's what I bet it at. And that's the number I would like if I get plus money with it. Because I think they might be winning this game at halftime. 3 days west against a team that historically we don't want the Timberwolves as favorites, period. Like that's not where we want them. Yesterday was the spot. That's why we took them yesterday. It was a small number fading the Suns coming off that win. Well, Book had that out. It wasn't an outlier. Book go for 40. But with Book having 40 and the loss coming off, they was on the second leg of a back-to-back. I felt like it was a Wolves spot. So it's not like I'm fading the Wolves. I'm just fading the Wolves early. I think Utah Jazz can come out here and come out firing and probably be up by, I think Minnesota, like if you want Minnesota, wait till halftime. I feel like you'll be able to get a real good number at halftime.
Yeah,
I think they're going to be losing.
I might wave a move on this game live.
Yeah, Jazz first half. What'd you say, Jimmy?
I think you found a great angle.
Yeah, and it's you. Remember, I told you I'm gonna start looking into the first half instead of doing full game, and I realized like this is the first half spot. You got 3 days rest to a tanking team. Like you don't want to win the game, so come out here firing. Minnesota tying. They exerted a lot of energy, and because they was losing early and came back second half and dominated that game. And I was on Randall. He cashed. I think he had 28 or 30 or whatever he had. But he cashed my 25 plus. Now you got Reed, who's questionable, may or may not play. No Ant. I don't care who's in there for the Jazz. I don't care if Collier's in there or not. But I'm just asking whoever's in there, just stay within the number of the first half and then quit the second half.
Well, you are in business at plus 6.5 at plus 112.
Yeah, that's what I want. Because that's what I bet. I didn't get 112. I definitely get it 112. I got like 112.
We made something out of that cap. Regardless of the outcome, we made something out of that cap. That is an angle that I really see. Timberwolves feeling great about themselves, looking across the floor at strangers in Jazz uniforms.
They was in the locker room like, oh, and Randall was like, back-to-back 30-point games, back-to-back. Come on, Randall. Like, that's an outlier. Stop it, Randall. You're not like that. You're only doing that because the Ant's not there. When the Ant come back, you're going to go back to the teenagers' points. Like, you're balling because you have to. You're not like that, but I respect it. Like, no Wine Time, I'm going to come on here and win all my bets. Like, that's how I feel. No Ant, he go out here and score 30. Okay, go out here and score 30. but you won't be winning in her first half. And I want to do a little. I'm gonna look at it because I ain't going nowhere. I'm focused on March Madness after this, but this might be like a leg of my. I told you I like to. That's my little lottery. My little lotto. Like take two big money lines. I might be on the Utah Jazz. That might be my first leg. Utah Jazz money line. First half.
And Jerry Davis, Jazz are 10-4 on the first quarter money line. Last 14. First quarter money line.
I can't do first quarter no more. I didn't write it down. I'm 0 for like 9 or 0 for 10 on first quarter bets. It's just a variant. First half different, but first quarter, it's like I always get hooked. So 3 days rest. Maybe the Jazz will come out a little bit sluggish and turn it up the second quarter, but first half, I love it. I contemplated going to the casino and placing this bet, but I can't. I want to focus on March Madness. Games start early tomorrow. Start at noon. So Utah Jazz. And I'm gonna give this out a little bit later. This is my favorite bet. I'm giving it out in like a couple hours. I got another show that I gotta do. Yeah, in a couple hours, 6 o'clock, my time.
Well, I like it. I like all about this. I like it. So I might end up on first quarter instead of full game, but the angle is the same. Let's roll on. Justin hitting lead off for us in the next spot. Now, here we go. We have a head-to-head action here in this one from a plays of the day standpoint. First off, we have our guy Justin Mcelvy stacks play of the day on the Clippers +2.
Stacks, 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 stacks.
And then we have Dutch Boy Fresh on the other side of this one. Dutch Boy Fresh on the Pelicanos. Pelicanos -2. And historically, in the first of a back-to-back games in the same arena tonight and tomorrow, I won't bet the first game. My ROI is so strong, letting the first game play and then taking advantage of the first game. So hearing both cappers on either side, Jerry Davis on Pelicans, Drewski on Clippers. So this is a fascinating spot. Let's get to work. Clippers 8-6 post All-Star break, 15-19 on the road. And they are coming off their second straight loss, 119-115 at home to the Spurs on Monday night. The Pelicans 14-21 at home, 8-5 post All-Star break, fourth fastest pace in the NBA, 102.42 possessions a game, 48% from the field, and 34.8 from three. Zion knows that he needs to play every single game for the rest of the year. It's contract time. There's so much money on the line right now for Zion to play every game and to play well. The Pelicans coming off their third win in 4 games, 129-111 at home over the Mavericks on Monday. This is game 2 of a 4-game homestand. BJ says this line's telling, says you can only look at the Pelicans. Well, let's do our first due diligence and just go over the shoot-around report, who we expect in the lineup. We have for the Clippers, Kawhi, Mathurin out, Batum questionable, and the Claw questionable. So he's on the road trip. He's day-to-day. It's very, the feeling in your stomach when you see the line move and you know that it's Kawhi's out. And for me, I just start sweating. For the Pelicans, they're healthy and playing their best basketball in how long? I don't know, 2.5 years? Let's get to the line history here. We have these Clippers +1.5 at -110. They opened up at +2, bouncing around. They got up to +3. This was a +3 when the show started. When the 1.5 is here now, it has to mean that Claw's in. But again, I shouldn't say has to because it can blow up in your face. From a total standpoint, this opened up at 230.5. Now it's at 236.5. Wow. We're getting close to the 7-point number here. Wow. Getting close to 7. Let's take a look at the cash flow here. Cash flow. God, let me get the game. Right, here we go. So on the cash flow, we have 59% of tickets, 63% of cash on the Clippers, 65% of tickets on the under, 74% cash on the under, and it just climbs and climbs and climbs. Justin McKelvey, take it away.
Facts play day number 2, Los Angeles Clippers +2, -110 at Fanatics. And I ain't gonna lie, it's a friendly competition between me and Dutch. Like, I've learned to enjoy going up against Dutch now. Like, we just got this internal thing where every once in a while we just seem to go against each other. And I don't keep track of it because it's friendly for me. And I think I got him today. Like, today I think I got him in the headlock. He in the wrong side. If you look at mainly trends and want to bet this game, of course you're going to bet the Pelicans because they're hot right now, like 10-3. ATS are the last home games. But my whole thing is this, and this is what I focus on. The Clippers was on a 5-game home strain, 5-game home stand, and they won the first 3, lost the last 2. And my whole thing with that is now they're on the first game of the road. Jimmy says it all the time, like now you're away from your kids, your loved ones, and all that. And not to mention, you're looking for a win, and you're looking for a win where a team that outright, you didn't beat this team 4 of the last 5 times outright without the points. You're 13-4 your last 17 games ATS. I'm going to count on the better team. We're going to forget that the recent form, and I always talk about recent form, Jimmy, that's in college, not in NBA. And if you take out the recent form with how hot the Pelicans team is, give me the better team. Give me the Clippers +2, and they're going to win this game 4-5. My whole thing is 4 of the last 5 meetings, they done won this game outright. Not ATS, outright. And including the last 2. So you might look at it as a Pelicans revenge. But the fact that the Clippers then came off a back-to-back, I think Kawhi going to play this game. If Kawhi plays this game, Dutch better duck.
Sorry, the kids strolled in. I was listening, though.
No, I'm in the same boat because I'm going to have to give you the game. I got like 7 minutes.
Okay, so we'll let's.
But yeah, I'm on maybe a little bit longer than that, but I could probably stall it out. But I'm on the Clippers with confidence. Clippers +2, stacks play today number 2, and if Kawhi's in, and I made this bet, not counting on Kawhi, just to be clear.
Wow. Well, I mean, the line is telling us that he's in. The fact that it went from 3 to 1.5.
Well, but I bet it was 2, so I didn't think he was in.
Yeah, and I mean, so sick from it all. I'm not sure if that's what it stands for, the name, but he's got 2 books, 2 sports books for gambling that says probable. RotoWire and all of the sites for the DFS market, they all say he's questionable. I don't see probable anywhere. But the line,
I've never seen probable.
No, but I'm I get that sick from it all, saying that we believe you that it is on those books. So we'll hear from Wine Time, and then we'll go through the rest of Justin's action, and then Wine Time and I'll finish the last few games. Justin, Clippers, Pelicans. This is coming close.
How many games is left, Jim?
Say what, my man?
How many games is left?
We have 1, 2, 3 games.
Yeah. Okay. I'll definitely be able to get the next. Yeah. I'll rapid fire the next 3.
Yeah, let's do that.
After Wine Time.
So a 7-point move towards the over is on its way. It's 6.5 right now. So I'm going to.
What did it open at, Jimmy?
This one opened at 230. It opened
and
at
is that right now?
230.5, and now it's at 236.5. So that's important. So 6 points of movement have happened. I'll check another couple books, but 7-point move to the over. Okay. Wine Time, take it away. Clips, Pelicanos.
This is a tough game. It's funny. I actually I've been to the Smoothie King Center back in 2021, and I went to it when the Clippers were playing the Pelicans. So a little flashback there. Shout out to Smoothie King Arena. It's such a cool little spot. I mean, I love crypto because there's so much, crypto. It's so big and everything, but it's so hard to get place to place. You literally walk to your seat from the time you walk in. within like 2 minutes. It's really sick. This place is going to be rocking now that they're healthy finally. The Pelicans starting five that they've been throwing out there. This is the team that pretty sure they're going to be throwing out there next year. If Zion's back with this team, they've got to stay healthy. Now that Zion he's obviously played in 31 straight games. He wants to finish off the season on a good note. DeJounte Murray, the guy they traded for, has been playing. He's been playing well as well. Trey Murphy, you got Sadiq Bey, you got Herb Jones. I mean, this is a good starting five out there, and that's why the Pelicans are the favorite here, because they probably do have the better team that's going out there on the floor tonight. You're going to ask me, especially with Benedict not out there. I feel like he's a big scoring piece for the Clippers. I do believe that Kawhi will play in this. That's why we're seeing this line move a little bit towards the Clippers from when we saw the Pelicans at a 3. I would only be on the Pelicans here. I just haven't pulled the trigger on it quite yet. I want to let the market marinate a little more. I want to see the injury report. I'll move on this game about an hour before tip off. So I'll be quick. Nothing.
All right, you're in business here. Stacks on the Clippers. So Stacks, let's rapid fire here. 3 games left on the card. Hawks, Mavericks. Are you moving on this one?
Yeah, this was easy for me. I'm not betting no more Hawks games. I need 4 more wins to catch my future. So, and the way I look at it is I got the Hawks money line. They got 37 wins right now. I'm on the over 40 and a half season win total. So I need 4 more wins. So I don't want to jeopardize it. So I didn't touch this game.
Nuggets, Grizzlies, FedEx Forum, Memphis, Tennessee.
Yeah, I'm on. I got a circle. I didn't bet it yet. I want the over, but I'm more focused on Jokic triple-double in this game. I think there's going to be a lot of points in this game. And I feel like, because the Nuggets, just like we talked about in the beginning when we talked about this under, they didn't play no minutes, Jimmy. Like, this was a massacre early and often. Like, so I feel like this is going to be a giddy-up spot. I wanted the Nuggets, but I don't like laying 2 touchdowns on the road. That's the only reason why I didn't get to the Nuggets. Even though, like, no one played no major minutes. They was out that blowout, stayed under 76ers score. But depending on what number you get me, if it's anything minus, I want Jokic triple-double, because one thing I've been targeting all along is Memphis rebounds, because they don't have no height. They don't have nobody to defend the rim. They don't have nothing. But I imagine that Jokic triple-double is probably going to be like minus 160, minus 175. So, do you have a price for Jokic triple-double?
Yeah, I'm going to grab it right now. We have minus 178.
Okay, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll take, there's only 1 game left, right? Houston and Lakers?
Yeah.
All right, I'll take Jokic triple-double. It's going to be a parlay. That's the first leg.
Let me just see if I can beat it here quickly. I doubt it, but
even if you can't, it's going to be horrible odds.
Oh, God, I can destroy it. Wow.
Oh, yeah?
Minus 130.
Oh, wow.
48-cent difference at Bet365.
Well, I'll make that official. No parlay then. I don't even need to make it a parlay. I'll take the minus 130 for the triple-double for the show purposes. I like that.
That makes me want to bet it.
Minus 130?
That pinnacle would be at minus 178.
I ain't gonna lie. It's a horrible. I don't know what the professional. I'm not a professional capper, Jimmy. I don't know what the professionals call it, but it's a horrible bet at minus 130 for a triple double. But I'm betting it, and I'm making that a single play. I'm making that official.
I understand the idea that it's that having a minus attributed. Paying vig for anyone to get triple double is insane, but the fact that the sharpest book in the land would be at minus 178 means it
48 cents cheaper.
That's insane.
Got to take it. You have to take that. I'm taking it. I don't need now at 130. I don't even have to put that in a parlay.
That is insane.
That makes my life easier because now I don't have to touch the Laker game, because I'm all about deja vu principles when teams play and don't leave. Not back to back, but when they don't leave. If it's home and home is one thing, I'm on deja vu. But when it's back to back and the teams don't leave the same city, like Houston Lakers just played in Houston, and that was an outlier. I'm not staying in front of this Laker team. So now I don't have to even mess with this game. Shout out LJ, he's on the Rockets. Okay.
It's
I don't disagree.
It's such an
Did you say it?
interesting game. The Lakers Rockets, I cannot wait. It's the game of the night. Like I can't wait to talk about it.
Yeah, I don't even have an opinion in that game. LJ's on the Rockets, and I get it, but okay, Sangoon's back, but that don't impress me. Lakers, it seemed like they hit that switch, and I didn't want to stand in front of Lakers, but also I noticed that the Rockets, it was like the last 5 minutes and 40 seconds, they scored like 2 points. Like the fourth quarter, there was 29 points scored in the fourth quarter, but the Rockets, the last 5 minutes, they scored like, it might have been 4, Jimmy.
Oh, it was
Like-
such bad basketball. I mean,
Yeah,
KD
Durant got that free layup, and then after that, it was done. Like,
that was
what
what KD's first points in 20 minutes.
he had 18 and a half, Jimmy,
He
and
put the
didn't
blame
catch
on him.
his point prop. Like, what happened? You had 18 and a half, you don't catch. I mean, I wasn't on it. But the only reason why I know about it is because I wanted to bet it. I'm like, damn, KD at the crib. I'm thinking, and he had 18 and a half, and I was like, damn, I should have bet it. And he didn't cash it.
Jerry, we'll go over that because you're right. A 14-point spread would make that a worse play than minus 130. The fact that Pinnacle's at minus 178. So what do we say? Pinnacle pack of idiots like this.
Man,
Somebody is
minus-
betting the triple double where they're like, oh, we got to put it in line where no one else will bet it.
Right. And at minus 130, when there's a 40-cent difference on a sharper book, sign me up.
Yeah.
Because you don't pay juice on the win.
Let's review your action here. Jokic triple-double at minus 130 for Justin McCelvy. We have the Clippers plus 2 stacks play of the day. Justin's on the Jazz plus 6.5 first half. First half plus 6.5 at plus 112. He's on Giddey 11 or more assists at plus 120. Over 231 in Portland, Indiana Pacers at minus 110. He's on the over 213.5 at minus 112 in Thunder, Brooklyn. And that concludes his action here for March 18th. Just get everything.
One more thing. Sam, if you could go back. The only thing I don't have to VIG for, and I'll send it to you as soon as I get back, Sam Houston for college. I got Sam Houston plus 13. I just don't have to VIG for it.
Let's get that for you here. The Bearcats, you got plus 113 at minus 109.
All right. One time, one last one for my go around. But I got port.
Cheers, brother.
Oh, I got port still. Hold on. I had drank it.
I need in, man. I mean,
there we go.
I actually had a couple of shots with.
Wait a minute. I thought you was what's it called, dry heaving or?
Well, when.
Oh, that don't count. Yeah, you scraping the
Schnizzle-
bottom.
When
I should be tapped there. Like, come on, let it just.
when Schnizzle called at 1:30 and I jumped on with him, I had a couple of shots and.
Oh, so you messed up your streak.
The truth will
No,
set
look,
you
if-
free,
if-
Jimmy. The truth will set you free.
If me, thank you, Jose. If me jumping on that live stream and having a couple of shots with the Schnizzle gets him to drive to Pittsburgh and you guys to roll to Southtown 101, then I'm doing the Lord's work.
No, I ain't gonna lie. You definitely did the Lord's work because when I woke up to Cap, the first thing I did was I was going to make because I would drink 1 cup of coffee a day, just one. And when I get up, I drink a cup of coffee and I was grabbing my phone. I was like, oh shit. I said, how did I miss Snizz's call? And I hit him up. And he answered laughing. Like instead of saying hello, he answered laughing.
Cheers, fellas.
Cheers, fellas. Great job today, Justin. Thank you, man. Oh, it's so nice. I'm going to pop Justin's X handle here in the chat. Justin, thank you for all that you do for us, man. Any last words for the Cappers supporting the show?
No, thanks for having me. And I'll see you in the chat tomorrow or live tomorrow or Friday. Don't matter.
Respect, man.
What's up, Stacks?
There he is, Justin McCelvy here. I'm going to pop. God, that's delicious.
Nate, Ick was at 52% last year too around this time, and I sent him a video of the previous Pubapalooza, and he's like, "I'm booking my flight right now." And I was like, "All right, let's go, baby."
Yeah, he starts the party, man. God, first time I got to rock with it was we had gotten Jose's mom made the titty cake for Tisha's 50th birthday. but T said it's playing delayed. So the titty cake's sitting right there, and you look over and Ick has 2 fingers in the nipple, and I'm like, "Oh, come on!" I'm like, "No, we got to keep this cake looking nice for T." She's got 2 fingers digging in the nipple. All right, let's roll here. Next up so we have 3 games left, and we got to put a bow on the proceedings and get action in. Jose, do join us for the outro. A lot of love for the big Venezuelan victory. So we have the 8:30. Oh wait, we didn't hear your plan? Did we? We didn't hear your plan on Clippers Pelicans, did we?
No, yeah, we did. I'm leaning
Okay.
Pelicans. I'm just going to wait and see what the
Okay,
market
yes,
does, see what the line does in the next couple hours, and then I'll message you guys and I'll tweet it out.
Let's roll on. Next spot on the board. Cade officially out, says Coin. 8:30 p.m. We also heard, we're getting a ton of information here on what's going on. We have, we had just more information. Sorry, let me grab it right here. Okay, I can't find it. But, okay. Naz Reid out. Aaron Gordon out. Hawks, Mavericks, American Airlines Center in Dallas, Texas. Hawks 37-31, 18-15 on the road, playing great ball. Mavericks 23-46, 14-20 at home. Atlanta 11-1 the post All-Star break, 7th fastest pace in the NBA. Just a tiny bit. We're talking a tiny taint hair slower than Dallas, 6th fastest pace, 102.23 possessions a game. Dallas 4-11 post All-Star break. Atlanta shooting 47 from the field and 36.3 from 3. Dallas shooting 46 from the field and 34.2 from 3. Atlanta comes in off their 10th straight win, 124-120. When are we going to start talking about Quinn Snyder? I mean, he did a phenomenal job in Utah. And look, he's doing a phenomenal job here with Atlanta.
Really
I know he's got that serial killer look on him, but we got to start, giving the man credit.
He didn't have a job for a year at one point. I couldn't believe that when he left Utah. I mean, maybe he was just, trying to take a little bit of time off and collect that check still. But, I mean, look what he's done with Atlanta. I mean, Atlanta, this roster, there's not a lot of money in this roster. But, yet he continues. He's over 500 with them. It seems like every single season.
Yeah. No, I'm right with there. He's been incredible. To make so much out of not that much. I mean, and understanding that Trae Young had to go, he's just done a great job. Dallas coming off their second last 3 games, 129-111 at the Pelicans on Monday. This is their 3rd game in 4 nights with constant travel. Let's take a look at who will be in, who will be out. We have Kuminga questionable here. He's the only one on the injury report. Atlanta's starting to really roll. So he's missed 4 of his last 6 games. Not sure if don't play him here. There's no need to. Over on the other side for Dallas, you have Williams out. Martin and Gafford are questionable. Line history-wise, we have this total at 238.5, opened up at 236.5. And then on the point spread, we have a half-point move towards the Hawks from -8 to -8.5. Cash flow-wise, we have 71% of the ticket, 72% of cash on Dallas. It's interesting. This line opened up at 8.5 at circa. It's now an 8. It did go down to 7.5. And all of those moves were at 2 in the morning. Very, very interesting. Then on the total, 67% of tickets on the under, 70% cash, climb 2 points. Take it away, my man.
I'm off this game entirely. I would only lean towards the Atlanta Hawks here. They've just been absolutely rolling here. And I haven't been on the train since they've been rolling, but, it seems like since they've inserted CJ into the starting lineup, I mean, this starting 5 that the Hawks are throwing out there now actually looks pretty damn good. The 5 through 8 seed in the East, man, it's really up for grabs right now these next couple of weeks. The Hawks need to keep winning. They can't lose this one. I would only be on the Hawks here. I'm just not going to do it. I'm shocked to see this much money coming in on Dallas and tickets, 71 and 72. I'm surprised at that. So I'm off this game as of right now. Oh, wow. A lot of pictures coming through from the mom.
Why would there be so much money on Minnesota?
On Dallas, you mean?
Oh, excuse me, on Dallas.
That's why I'm confused too. Let's see what Circa's not giving us information on it.
But they moved the line to Dallas.
They have. I just want to see the money. South Point right now, 66 and 77 on Dallas. That's yes. I mean, I don't know why people would be coming in and betting Dallas. I'm not betting Dallas here. I can tell you that much. I'm off this game.
Brant, great to have you here, man. OG Lowbagger in the house. Something's fishy here. I do not want to be sitting here with Dallas. Third game in 4 nights with constant travel, but Dougie Wise sees only 18. Oh, okay, yeah, it's all good. Dougie Wise, we use different sites to get this. I mean, in the NBA, we do trust this odds logic reporting. 71 and 72 on Dallas, but again, take it all this with a grain of salt, whether you trust or not. Jerry Davis says Dallas pretty good bouncing back off of beatdowns. 129, 111 at the Pelicans on Monday. Yeah, no, I hear that. That is probably it, Jerry. I mean, Dallas is going to cover this. You know what? I should stop. Dallas at 8 against a Hawks team that's won 10 straight games. Well, that line doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Maybe it does if you look at the statistical profile of the season. But if you were using the statistical profile of the season with Atlanta 18 and 15 on the road, Mavericks 14 and 20 at home, this line would open up at 7.5 and move to 9.5, and we'd know the Hawks are going to do it again. Mavericks are probably going to cover this spread.
That's what it seems like. It's just seeing the tickets and money on it. I'm just shocked, honestly.
What's Action say?
Let's see what Action says. Action is.
I imagine Action's going to be all on Atlanta. But not all, but 70. Let's say
66 and 68 on Atlanta. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, this is where I succeed. Sometimes late in the show, I just we've been here for 4 hours. Like, let's just put a bow on this. But where I succeed in the NBA is saying this line doesn't make any sense. The dog should be a much bigger dog, and we have that situation right here. And so, I have to bet the Mavericks. I think.
That's where I would probably go in this spot as of right now. I mean, if I was only looking at Action, that's where I would be here in this spot, honestly. Looking at the market. I mean, Dallas can compete. I mean, they got PJ Washington out there. You got Max Crispy. You got Cooper Flag out there as well. I mean, I don't think they win, but can they keep it within almost double digits? Probably can. I'll probably wait on this one. I won't end up moving on this, I don't think. But I originally had to lean towards the Hawks, but now it's towards the Mavericks.
Yeah, I'm going to sit with it. Even another 45 minutes, hour of the market marinating will help me. Let's move on to the next spot. We heard Justin on the Jokic triple-double. We talked about the crazy line differences in this one. Now, you'll probably need Jokic to get that triple-double in the first 3 quarters of the basketball game. That's not beyond him. 41 and 27, 23 and 14 on the road at the Memphis Grizzlies, 23 and 44, 11 and 20 home at FedEx Forum, Memphis, Tennessee. Denver 7 and 7 post All-Star break. 5th fastest pace in the NBA. That has surprised me. 102.4 possessions a game, shooting the ball beautifully. 48.3 from the field, 37.9 from 3. Memphis 3 and 11, 10th fastest pace, 101.93 possessions a game, shooting 46.9 from the field and 37.6 from 3. Nuggets on the second half of back-to-back after defeating the Sixers last night, 124-96. Just a smash and grab. Just embarrassing for the NBA. Then we have the Grizzlies coming in off their 8th straight loss, 132-107 of the Bulls on Monday. This is game 1 of a mini 2-game homestand. Definitely need to see who will be out for this game. And just Ja and Clark, man. Wow. So Jerome, Coward, Wells, Gigi, and Prosper. We have Watson and Gordon out for the Denver Nuggets. We have Memphis from 12.5 to 13. Half-point move towards Denver after Denver annihilated the opposition. It's not an easy back-to-back for them. And then from a total standpoint, we have a 247. Look at that. So it just moved 2.5 points to the over about 45 minutes ago. So here we are again, a half point away from the 7-point move to the over. So I'm going to have to be ready to bet the under, first off. And secondly, why wouldn't the Grizzlies bounce back a little bit here? This is a lineup where they're kind of all ready to go. Why wouldn't they at home here with Jerome, Coward, Wells, Gigi, and Prosper ready to go? stay within a number here after the Nuggets destroyed the opposition. Maybe it should just be a first half bet. Why wouldn't the Grizzlies play hard here against the Nuggets? And because you play your hardest, you're still going to lose. What do you think, Wine Time? Oh, you're muted, my man.
Apologies. It would be Grizzlies here for me in this spot here. I mean, the Nuggets laying double digits here on the road. I get it. I mean, if you look at Memphis' starting five, it's disgusting. It's not very good. But you got guys like Ty Jerome. You got Coward out there. You got Jackson Wells. I mean, these guys aren't horrible players. I mean, I definitely think they're going to give a lot of effort here. I don't think they'll win the game, but I mean, can they stay within 13 points? I probably think they can here. Let's see right now what action's telling us compared to. Action is telling us 25-20 on the Grizzlies right now. And Odds Logic is telling us 40-45 on the Grizzlies. So it'd probably be Grizzlies for me. I won't end up moving on this game. I only have 5 minutes left, Jim, and I do have something in the next game.
Okay.
So I won't move on this game right here.
You know, I actually prefer the Grizzlies full game here, which I didn't at first. But now the Nuggets are not going to want to play heavy minutes for anybody here. Aaron Gordon now, it's like, how much time you want Jokic on the floor for? Okay, let's roll here. Final spot on the board, 9:30 p.m. Eastern. The big one, Lakers, Rockets, Toyota Center, Houston, Texas. Lakers 10-4 over their past 14. Post All-Star break, I should say. 97.91 possessions a game, 24th fastest. Rockets 26th fastest, 97.06 possessions a game. Both teams shooting well, but the Lakers shooting very well. 49.2 from the field, 38 from three. Houston 48.7 from the field and just 33.2 from three. They've not been shooting well from the perimeter. These teams just played in a 192 Lakers victory here on Monday. I watched almost all of it. KD put the blame on his own shoulders. It was the Lakers' sixth straight win. They're on game 2 of a 6-game road trip. This is game 3 of a 5-game homestand for the Rockets. They've lost 5 of their last 9 games. They've gone win-loss, 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 win-loss. So obviously, when a team wins the first meeting in the same barn in 2 games in 3 nights or back-to-back nights, you want the team that just lost. But we've heard a lot of people saying it's Lakers or pass. This total's gone from 222 to 222.5, saying Lakers or pass on all the Lakers games for a while. And then we have the Lakers plus 1.5, which is right where they opened. Went from plus 1.5, got up to 2.5. Now we're right back at 1.5. And then cash-wise here, we have 62% of tickets and 74% of cash on the Rockets. So public moving on the Rockets. Jerry Davis, put it very succinctly. He said, where was it? Because I guess we were talking about it earlier. He said, he said Rockets money line, immediate revenge angle. Listen to this. This is very interesting, and I just want to touch on it here. We have, this is from Spooner. So Spoons uses this site that is a what's called Juice, right? It's sorry, here we go. And I know we got to move quickly here, but they'll tell you the game, and then they rate all the gamblers from their ROI, right? From their ROI, from their profit amount, from their winning percentage. They determine good bettors and bad bettors. In the Rockets-Lakers game, this was a surprise to read. The best bettors on this site, on Juice Reel, 75% of the best bettors on their site are on the Lakers. Only 25 are on the Rockets. So it's the opposite. So for the worst bettors, 75% of the worst bettors are on the Rockets. That's a surprise to me because, you think Rebenga's in play. Take it away, my man. Juice Reel, Stimmy saying, thank you, Stimmy. That's what Spooner was sending me. So take it away one time, because I was surprised a little bit to hear that the best bettors are saying, look, don't listen to revenge. Lakers are playing their best basketball. Rockets are playing bad basketball. Lakers are going to do it again.
I disagree. I'm on the Rockets here, Jim. I was on the Lakers on Monday on the -1 there, and I was going back and forth all day long on that game, and it was about an hour before tip-off when I actually ended up moving on the Lakers. All day long I wanted the Rockets, and then ended up moving on the Lakers. They got it done, obviously, in the second half, played some really good ball down there. Kevin Durant had a really bad second half in that last game on Monday, and they're getting them back-to-back games, not back-to-back days, but like I have to think Rebanga's on their mind here. I'm on the Rockets here, Jim. I moved on them -1, -120. Didn't want to take the 1.5. You just, especially with these two teams specifically, I feel like it might come down to the last shot. You never know. And I want that 1 point. I don't want the 1.5 with the Rocket. I want to lay the 1 instead of the 1.5 in case they do win by 1 and it's a push. I'll take the push. But I think the Rockets have Rebanga on their mind. I think KD is going to have himself a night tonight. Lakers have been playing some really good ball. I get it. We've been backing them. This is the time to fade them, I feel like, on the road, playing the same team they just played. The Rockets coach is going to want to get this game here. This is a big time game for both these teams. And I don't think the Rockets want the Lakers to take care of business 2 games in a row at the crib. Shout out to our guy LJ. He's actually on the Rockets soon. He's going to be at the game. And he says when he goes to the games, the Rockets cash for him. And I agree. I think the Rockets are the spot here, guys. I'm on the Rockets -1, -120 here, Jim.
Sorry, what did you get on it?
-1, -120. I almost took the money line at the -125, but I'm just going to take the -1.
The set of rules would be you have to fade that. You can never back the team twice in back-to-back appearances in the same facility. You can't, and that will be. And I'm building this list here, so I agree that Rockets are nothing, but I'm certainly going to wait a little bit here, a little bit longer, and maybe this is a spot where I don't even need to look at the line history. Maybe I just know that. Look, this is a very angry Rockets team.
They got to be.
Says Rockets are an under machine. Did you have any interest on this total? And the term I always use, as you guys know, familiarity breeds contempt.
Yeah, I mean, seeing all this money on the under here, Jim. I mean, I'm not going to move on the under here. This line's not moving. It opened up pretty much at 222.5, and that's where it's sitting between that number right now. So I won't have anything to do with it. If anything, I would probably say this is an over game. I think both these teams are going to want to shoot, and there's not going to be a lot of defense being played in this one. So I like the Rockets here. I don't know. It just seems like a Rockets spot. They just lost the Lakers. That first half, kind of thought I was in a little bit of trouble there because the Rockets were outplaying them in the first half. But I think someone mentioned, too, KD only had 2 points in that second half. So we'll see here. I think the Rockets are going to get up for this game. They don't want to lose to the Lakers 2 games in a row.
Wine Time, you're the man. There's your X handle. Popped in the chat. Hit that link. Support our guy, Wine Time Sports. Wine Time, thank you so much. Do you have time to review your action quickly?
Before I get out of here, guys, college basketball, 1 play today. Dayton, get a better line now. I got the 2.5. I was about 10 minutes too early, apparently. 2.5 -110. I see 2s pretty much everywhere right now. Money line only moved 5 cents, but the spread moved a whole 10 cents. So that's interesting too. But Warriors +12 -110 is official. Blazers -13 -110 is official. Rockets -1 -120 is official. I'm going to most likely move on the Pelicans here before tip. It's just a matter of time at this point. Going to let the market marinate. I'll text Jim. I'll text Stacks beforehand. I'll tweet it out, guys. Make sure to follow me on Twitter. I'll be back on Friday, guys. I'll be back on Saturday. And then next week, we're going to all be hanging out in San Antonio. Be sure to be watching these streams, guys. These are the best streams of the year right here when we're all together, just, gambling, drinking, smoking, having a good time. I'm excited, man. It's gonna be such a blast, my friend. So looking forward to that. Love you guys. I'll see you guys on Friday.
There he is, Wine Time Sports in the house. Going to put a bow on the proceedings here. We have Jose heading down to Southtown 101. He's got another show to produce. Coming off a 15-5 day plus 8.81 units, but 12-1 in hoops. 12-1 on hoops. Perfect timing, Rob. Perfect timing. We're going to go through all the action here. I like the NHL card quite a bit, so perfect timing here. Let's just review all action to get it started. Stacks play day number 1, Navy +11.5. Number 2, Clippers +2. Going up against Dutch Boy Fresh on the Pelicanos -2. Res Mob, Steady Mob, and 2. Respect plays of the day. SMU Miami under 164.5. Lehigh Prairie View first half under 66.5. J-Dub Lehigh -3. Full game over 142.5. Kent State +5.5. Miami of Ohio +7. 9 Legacy Flank Steak play of the day. Dougie Wise, thank you. I needed it so badly, man. Love, I gotta look. I've not been delivering I've got to step up, and every year when I get together with my friends, obviously I'm just, all I am. I'm a father and a gambler. So all my time spent with these guys, and to get a chance to drink heavily and cap nonstop and be selfish is heaven on earth. It's heaven. So I need, and then after Pubapalooza, I'm ready. I'm ready to put my head down and just, I've got the party out. I feel great, and I'm ready to just put my head down and just fucking do the work. Flank steak play of the day from 9 Legacy, Lakers plus 2.5. Pelicans. He's on the Mavericks, Colorado State, Prairie View A&M. Coin on Lehigh, first half under 67.5. Free bands. Justin, what up, man? We're putting a bow on all of this here. But you were money in the bank, Justin. BJ says, if this was Rockets' revenge, we should see -3 or higher with a healthy Sengun back. I don't know. But yeah, I think there's some truth to that. I think there's a lot of truth to that. Lakers have won 6 straight games, so I think you were right. I think you're right, BJ. I think it's an important thing to say. So, here we go for our final spots here. Spooner on Toby Lane play today. Devils money line. Spooner on Kent State plus 6.5. Miami of Ohio plus 7.5 and 8.5. Yeah, no, BJ. There's a very, very important point you're making. That's crucial to the cap. Is it the opener that's the problem and not the line moving? Oh, God, I pray. God, great job, AM, on NHL today. Godfather on Navy plus 12.5. Matty Ice on Navy plus 11.5. Miami of Ohio plus 7.5. Taint play today is Prairie View Lehigh over 141.5. Barry Smith is on the Penguins money line. He's on the Rangers over. So my additions were the Devils and the over in NHL. Those were not bets I came to the show with. Johnny Quick being in. I moved on them. We have 2 really strong power plays in this game here in weak short-handed groups. It's -115 right now. That's pretty much what I got. I like that over. I'm on the Carolina Hurricanes on the -1 line. Let's take a look at this line here. And I'm on the under 6.5. Carolina Hurricanes down to -138. Now back to -140. I really, really like Carolina here today. I really like Carolina. The Senators, and I'm on the under 6.5 in that Pittsburgh, Carolina. 6.5 to the under, 6.5 -110. We've had a 10-cent move towards the over. Hasn't moved since I bet it. I bet it during the show. Then the Senators on the money line against Washington. I think the Senators are probably the best. I think that you'd have. Okay, look, I think that Carolina is an incredible bet today. But I'm not going to, the lines move 30 cents against me. I don't know how a best bet on the board can be a line that's moved against you. It's probably irresponsible saying that. The Goracle is on Prairie View money line, Miami of Ohio money line, and he's on Hoffman in ATP tennis. Irish King on Pittsburgh money line, New Jersey Devils money line, team total over 3.5 for the Devils. Washington money line, Dallas, Colorado overtime, St. Louis, Calgary over 5.5, Anaheim team total over. So yes, I think the best bet on the board is the Ottawa Senators money line. But personally, Rob, I really, really like Carolina. I'm very excited to go up against this market move. If I had understood that the line move this morning was because Crosby was coming back, I would have waited and hit it again. So, then in the college basketball, Justin McKelvey is on Prairie View A&M plus 3.5. He is on Miami plus 7.5. I'm on Miami of Ohio first half and full game. Solution is on the Penguins. Yeah, look, I get it. Your star players coming back. This is perfect. This is what I want. I want the star player coming back and everybody on them. Of course, I'm not fading you the solution, but this is the situation I want. The superstar returns. They're coming off a 7-2 victory against the best team in the National Hockey League. Everybody wants to back them. The line moves towards them, and I get the better team at home off of a loss. Sweet, Justin. Thank you. So I can understand anybody being on the Penguins, and it's not me against you, but know that this is perfect. Absolutely perfect. Fucking perfect. That doesn't mean I'm going to win, but I will bet this every single chance I get. I want everybody talking about the star player coming back. I want that team coming off beating the best team in the league, playing against a team I know would beat them in a series, coming off a 5-1 loss. Perfect. So, but, again, it's not me against you, and if I lose, then you win, and that will give me something. So then play of the day from Kong's Clips, Miami of Ohio plus 7.5. I've heard the lines continue to move towards Kent State. Maybe they're unbettable now because of that line move. I don't think I'm going to move on Dayton. I know Wine Time on Dayton, but I'm going to stay a little off it. I want to understand better why this line's moved to New Mexico. UIC, I'm interested. We've also had a 7-point move to the over in UIC, Cal. It is now the conference spot, but I do have some interest in the under there. And then Rusty Kuntz play days, Avs Stars under 6.5. I really like that again as well. We got play of the day from Rob Free Scoot over 13.5 points, minus 110. Respect to our guy Rob Free. And the Yay area. Now I got it. Sorry, man. Fucking what a clown I am. Yay area, Bay area. Respect, man. That won't happen again. Sometimes I need to read things once so I don't make a clown out of myself with the names. Yay area. AM agrees. He really likes Hurricanes here today. I should probably bet more on it. I mean, obviously, I'll just count for a unit of my records, but I think I'm going to bet more on it. It's just a wheelhouse of sorts for me here. I like what turns he's on with Rusty Kuntz. I both games going over, and so much on the line. I'm interested in Rusty Kuntz under 6.5 in that Avalanche Stars game. 4th and 1 entertainment. We have Jalen Johnson triple-double, Jokic triple-double, Giddey triple-double, Pirtle double-double, and Tatum PRA over. Wine Time on the Warriors plus 12. Justin on the over 213.5. I'm going to be on the Warriors. My card's going to be horrible. It's just sick. I'm on the Nets plus the points. Obviously, it's not. Then we have. Oh, and AM says I can't check it. Teams who beat the Avalanche in Colorado lose their next game on the road over and over and over again. I understand that the line's moving towards the Senators, but I'm with AM at this price point. I think it comes down to you can't have your best bet a line that's moved 30 cents against you. So I'll just leave it here. Lil Domo's team, Denver, man. I got a Mellow jersey. I got Son Doobie, Sonny Dollywall gave me a real beautiful new Nuggets jersey in black as well. Man, Lil Domo, my guy, Will. Can't wait to rock with you guys, man. So then Wine Time on the Blazers minus 13, just on the over 231 in that one. I'm going to be on the Bulls, which is sickening, but I'm going to be on them. I'm going to be on the Jazz. Might just be a first quarter bet. There's been almost a 7-point move to the over in Clippers Pelicans, so I'll go on the under. I'm going to be on the Mavericks. God, this is going to be one of the sickest cards I've ever bet. I'm going to be on the Grizzlies. Ugh. And I might be on the under if that hits that 7-point rating. 7. And then the Rockets, Lakers. I don't know. I guess maybe you have to stay off the best game of the night if you don't really have the edge that you thought you'd have, which I think I can do here. Chappie Funk says Vino and Bobano best bet Portland team total over 122. Look, I completely understand the idea behind that. And, we've seen just a pretty drastic line move towards the Blazers. And what do we know about the Pacers? They don't play D, so I get it. That is our show for today. Thank you guys so much for supporting us here. Thank you to our producer, Jose Buquet, on his way to produce another show. And shout out to the country of Venezuela, winning the World Baseball Classic. Dougie Wise, Yay Area, Chappie, Chill Will, AM, Rob Free, Jay Peasy, The Solution. Thank you guys, man. Truly. BJ, thank you for rocking with us. Chris Warren, Nunya, Matty Ice, Sky. Sky says, Katie talked about not losing 2 in a row since college. His biggest focus. I'm interested. Nutflush, Stimmy, Nasty Nate, The Truth Teller. Thank you guys, man. Let's go get this money. Brant Hunt, great to see you. Brant Hunt wanted to close, so get a little pig milk, man. No pig milk play today. But that doesn't mean we can't celebrate sweet pig milk. Shout out to Gerald Jones signing up the bracket contest in 10 minutes. Tomorrow's going to be a huge show. We got Bobano. Then we have Morgan Spooner back to back. We're going to be capping all the college basketball games first, right off the hop. I'm pumped up, man. I'm excited, thankful, excited. And a week from now, I'll be in Texas, man. In the warmth of Texas, man. Feel good. Thank you guys for supporting the show. Go out there and get that cash. I hope we've given some info to you guys that you can use to milk these motherfucking bookies, man. Let's do what we do. Leche! Hey, los bookmakers, milk that shit. March Madness is finally here. College basketball heaven. And at Pub Sports Radio, we don't just have one contest for you to get paid in full. We've got 2.
$50 to enter each contest, with $2 going to cover credit card fees. And as always, top 10% gets paid.
Our first contest is the old bracket contest. And we use the Fibonacci scoring sequence,
which means each round's value is worth the sum of the previous 2 rounds of value. So 2 points for the first round, 3 points for the next round, 5 points, 8, 13, and 21 for the national championship. The second contest we have here is our confidence pool. You have 90 points to put together a roster of your favorite teams.
A number 1 seed is worth 16 points. If you use all 4 number 1 seeds as part of your roster of teams, of course, that will cost you 64 points. You'll only have 26 to fill out the remaining teams. You receive 10 points for a round 64 winner, 15 points for a round of 32 winner, 20 points for Sweet 16, 25 for Elite 8, Final Four 30 points, and the NCAA champion, you get 50 points. You can use as many teams as possible with the 90 points allotted. And that's not all. Harbor Acres Cottages are adding $350, a salty bonus to the winner of this year's confidence pool. Shout out to the great people at Harbor Acres Cottages.
And shout out to you guys for joining our contest. Cannot wait to fight it all out here in March, because, baby, this is college basketball season. Let's go.
Sign up right now at pubsportsradio.com and get that cash.